I don't know why it took longer to launch than usual. I'm behind by like 3 seconds. Oh, well, it's fine. We'll adjust the time. Hello, everybody. Hello, VOD viewers. What's up? It is a replay analysis day. I am back. We're actually going to start right off the bat with this this turbo one. It got donated at the end of the last replay analysis stream, and I just we were at the end, so I didn't get to do it. So figured we would start it here as people tune in, and then we'll get back to the old random raffle systems and such. Hey, Colonel Pike, what's up? Oh, I still have that defoliator ship to deal with, don't I? I don't know if we're gonna get to that. Replay analysis streams are usually go, go, go. But I gotta remember to do that. Okay, Veno offlane turbo, and you mentioned this is your first time playing Veno offlane. I'm going to assume you played it some like support or something before. Feels like I did nothing to CK in lane and prioritized harass instead of last hits. Okay, I think we've talked a little bit about this before, where I think for turbo, the early last hits are really important. And then especially for Venomancer, like if we just compare Venomancer's stats, 47 damage, 538 health. You actually don't have any starting items, which is not the biggest deal for turbo, because I know it can like fly out to you instantly, so I'm kind of curious what you're going to build. And then take a look at CK, right? 68 damage, and then with some starting items, he's at 758 health. So any direct fight, you're gonna lose. We've also talked about this in the past. Venomancer is a very like overtime type of hero, a little bit of poke here, a little bit of poke here, and you win the Ward of Attrition. Chaos Knight is an all-in burst hero, so Chaos Knight's actually quite good versus Venomancer. So your job this game is to just survive this early period, which for turbo is maybe less than usual. You just got to get it to like try to pull the lane back, farm a couple items here, a couple levels, and then your stat growth is like fine on Venomancer. It's not the greatest, but like you'll get there. Your damage will ramp up because you're universal. Your abilities scale really well, and it'll become easier to whittle down Chaos Knight, even in turbo, which you can like buy salves and regens pretty quickly. I don't know who you're laning with. You're partied with the Meepo, but I doubt you two are laning together if you're the off lane. Please do not bite me, Jupiter. Dookie Big Daddy, what's up? BSJ class in 15 minutes. I'm gonna have to find some time to like join one of those to see what's up. Ibuki, hey, what's up? Z, how you doing? Okay, so you did end up buying some bracer items. I actually like that. I think that's good. Oh, you do have an Undying on your team or in your lane, so that should help you. Jupiter. Oh, you know, I forgot to give him a treat to start the day. Usually I give him one before streaming. He's antsy. Where's my treat? Let's see how long we can go without it. Undying will help you get through this rough period, but I still would say you're probably not looking for kills unless Undying is the one leading the kill. Like if he has a lot of decays and he gets a good tombstone, then you go. You don't start any of the kills because you don't matter in a sense. You're like, oh, when Undying is going, I will slow at level 2 to help out, which by the way, I'd probably start Venomous Gale level 1. It's just more useful than Poison Sting. For turbo, it probably doesn't matter that much because you're going to hit level 2 real quick, though maybe even more reason that Poison Sting will not get you very much value level 1, but a very powerful slow at level 1 might do you a bit more, especially with an Undying. So I might consider that. You'll still see Q started for offlane Venomancers. Okay, so we did... This is fine. You guys should just back up. I know you're not partied with the Undying, so maybe we can't control it. I don't really want to miss this range creep, but that's where Undying could... He should lose aggro and then, like, sit in this area, decay to secure this, or try. And then you guys just pull the lane back, and I'm pretty happy. We don't want a million creeps to build up, because Venomancer doesn't actually have good wave clear. Okay, I think there was a misclick there, but that's okay. You were going for it. Yeah, get these last hits. Okay, real quick, just notice we went from like 550 health. You finished a bracer, got some of these, and now we're skyrocketing, right? So it kind of shows The Venomancer level 1, no items, real bad, whether you're turbo or not. And then once you pick up some items and levels, it becomes much better. Like, compared to this guy, he has a bracer and a wand, but you're actually now ahead of him, partly because of decay. But, like, it's way more even compared to what it was before. And we're still maintaining that. We're still just, I poke a little bit, I get my last hits. A little bit of aggression here. That's okay. Didn't actually get the kill. We did miss some CS, so that is the downside for Turbo, where all the CS is worth so much, and you guys go for this aggressive play. Because it's Turbo, this is like the same amount of gold as a normal kill. Although I think the kills are also worth a little bit more in Turbo. But, yeah, I'm still a big fan of just like, let's just get our CS to start. Yeah, here, like, we're kind of trying to get stuff, but again, you can kind of see, like, oh, my early levels just aren't that good. Here's the thing, right? This is true for Venomancer offlane, no matter what. You don't have to get kills. Right now, can Chaos Knight really walk into the lane? He's at less than half health. He has some, like, regen, sure. You have 200 health over him. You got your abilities ready. So here's where you now position aggressively as the offlaner. So you're standing back here. This is like the safe thing to do. The enemy core sits here, and we like fight over the CS because we're both like respecting each other. Once you pull a lead, or you're just the stronger hero, which in this case you're the stronger hero because you have more health and this guy is lower, that's where you start standing here. So rather than like, oh, between us is the where all the creeps are, now I'm going to stand here, and between us are where it's like it's a dead zone. It's more dangerous for you because the creeps might aggro to you, but it prevents Chaos Knight from getting close to any creeps whatsoever. And that's where you don't need to kill him. You just need to keep getting CS while he's too scared to walk up. And we're going to go from, right now, it's pretty even, right? About even in gold. But then for one creep wave, which for Turbo is like doubled, right? If you stand here and he's too scared to walk up and you just farm this creep wave while denying some stuff from him, even if you don't actually get the denies, you just can't get it. Right now, we are pushing 200 to 300 gold over him. Then you do it another creep wave, right? And now we have our early item over him, whatever you end up building, which I'd probably still just get like cheap stats to start. You're not really running around, and you don't really have any mana issues until you get Plague Wards. So I guess the wand, I don't know in Turbo, like, do you just skip wand? I'm actually not fully sure. So if you want to do that, you could. If you want to get a casual Orb of Frost, it's pretty good versus Io and Oracle this game, and it'll boost your damage because of your innate. So I'd be okay with a casual Orb of Frost. Spirit Vessel's typically good, though, I mean, they have the Dispel, so I don't know how good it'll be this game. But it's kind of good. Like, if you still want to get it, I'm okay with that. Oh, who's that? Thank you. Whoa. Horizon Strider, I'm gonna go sneak. Oh, that's fun. That'll be fun. Have a good time. Almost killing the dude is only slightly worse than actually killing the dude. Exactly. As long as you then get CS that they don't, and you don't let them farm for free. Okay, so this is good. We get the early kill. Yeah, we're going a little deep here, but we do have another kill. At this point, you're dead. I would just, like, fight, do as much damage as you can. All right, let's see what you build. You actually have a ton of money now. Excuse me. Okay, you're going to go a second point in Plague Ward. I don't mind. Excuse me, sorry. I think offlane Venomancer can actually go max Poison Sting first because of how much damage it is. And because you're going to get the levels relatively early. Turbo, again, puts a kind of an exception point to that. Oh, Abuki, thank you so much for the Prime. I totally missed that, actually. How come it... Are we in that issue again? It's not playing? Did I completely zone? Let's see. I'm going to keep my eye on future things. But thank you. You don't need to use that much mana on offlane Venomancer. You actually want to like poke a lot at this point. So if you go right click items, like let's say you don't want to do the Spirit Vessel. I just think like Hurricane Pike is okay. Shiva's this game is actually really good, but first item is kind of strange. If you wanted to open with the Veil, that would be okay. But I think like Power Treads into Dragonlance into Veil could also be good. Because then you only need to like auto attack. Like between you and Undying, like a decay and auto attack, decay, auto attack. You'll keep him quite low without actually needing to commit more. Plague wards in the lane, you don't actually, unless you're trying to shove the lane, you actually don't need these in the lane so much. What I would look to do here is start jungling with the plague wards. So start setting up plague wards here. And what that will mean is the enemy can't really walk in here, right? They'll take too much damage from the plague wards, especially because you chose to get the second point. And then you just aggro this camp in. Undying can do it for you, or you can have a plague ward do it. And then they'll just keep walking back and forth, and the plague wards will farm it while you sit and farm the lane and zone the Chaos Knight off of the creeps. And if they pursue you, you walk into your plague wards, and then they'll have a hard time fighting. But if they don't fight, you won't shove the lane super hard like you're doing here, right? You cannot control the plague wards well enough. You actually can select them and like spam stop. It's way too much micro. So you will always shove the lane if you use plague wards in the lane like this. Which if you're trying to take the tower, that's fine. You know, like a bunch of plague wards in this area to keep pushing the lane, get the tower damage. Eventually pivot like back here so that you're doing the same thing, cutting the wave and farming a camp. I think that's fine. Back here, you don't need that many plague wards. So if you're going to set them up back here, I'd put them over here. And you're going for the auras, which I guess I don't mind because you have a Meepo who's like kind of a tempo hero. I think it still applies in Turbo. But I do feel like if you're playing Veno offlane, some of what you can do, especially in Turbo, is to go for more damage before going back for some auras. I think you're... Okay, you're not blocking the camp. I was worried. It was a little too close. Nice. I'm actually not... I guess it's okay. I kind of think you have enough damage to just focus the Chaos Knight there, but I don't want to go into that because prioritizing IO is good practice, so I'm going to leave it at that. Okay, next goal is Venomancer offlane. You don't want to move around the map a lot. It's a waste of your time with the way Plague Wards work. What you want is to sit in an area, farm the wave, and jungle. So if you have a really dangerous lane on your team, like they keep shoving in top, then you can do this. You can Plague Ward defensively and farm like this stuff, or even like this stuff. If you can continue to be aggressive, get an Observer, place it deep to help protect you, and then set up in a way that you can farm a camp. So for example, you could Plague Ward here, keep pulling the creep waves into here, farm this camp, so we're farming two things at once and preventing the enemy from moving past us. Same thing up top, you know, like Plague Wards in this area, and then just keep dragging this camp over like this. If you start trying to siege towers, it gets really hard. Because like you have to keep setting up Plague Wards in the mid lane and they keep getting farmed. And there's no jungle camps in the mid lane, so it kind of sucks. Unless you're defensively doing it. Okay, let's go back a little. Part of the issue here is this is Turbo, so you don't have as strong of a lead over this Chaos Knight as you usually would. But this is also the issue with an Aura build, which is that Venomancer can hold this area on his own, but Auras are good for playing with your team, and your team is not with you. And Venomancer offlane actually likes kind of being left alone for a while when you're doing well. So that's where if you go like the more aggressive items, like the Power Treads, Dragonlance, Veil, Spirit Vessel, if it's like a good game for it, this one's just kind of iffy. Then you can like set up in this area and threaten people on your own. But here we're like coming to fight this Chaos Knight, but we have a bunch of auras, which is like okay, but I'm not actually making anyone else on my team strong because they're all up here, which is a little bit on them, but then a little bit on you to like run at this Chaos Knight, especially on their half of the map when people can TP in. Granted, a couple are showing, so maybe you thought, oh, this is fine. But at the same time, I see you like throwing the ultimate, so this is like, I think I can kill this guy, which then turns out to not quite be the case. Venomancer does have a hard time 100-0 killing people unless he's really ahead, because you are such a slow damage over time hero. So I would like poke him there if you think it's safe. That's fine, like some Venomous Gale and auto attacks, but you don't actually need to throw the ult until he gets lower. With that said, you can kind of see like, oh, I almost did it. So that's how much you need to do. That's like the first poke is to remove the 600 health, and then the second one is to like do the rest with the ultimate. I might have just been locked in. Okay, we'll see if more stuff pops up. Once you're strong, if you are doing an aura build, you're like, I think this is the build for me this game, I'm fine with that. Ask your team to play with you. You are super strong, you set up all these plague wards and force them to come deal with you, except they're happy to deal with the rest of your team, who is not building the auras and who is not as good in these early fights as you. So you and your team are kind of flipped. I like you camping down here. I mentioned earlier, you know, like if we can do it aggressively, I'd prefer that. You and Meepo are not the two that want to stick together. And if your team is going to come siege mid and we think we're strong, then let's do it. Let's come mid as well. It's a little discoordinated here, though. Don't bother. Okay, take a... wait, let's go back. Okay, when pushing towers with Venomancer, unless it is free, like they've abandoned their lane and we're like, okay, this is it. This is the tower push to get it. Look at this Plague Ward doing 6 damage to the tower, right? It's so little because Plague Wards are piercing damage. Can I show it here? Yeah, piercing damage, which means they do reduce damage to towers, along with towers then being strong with armor and all that. So the actual damage from a Plague Ward on a tower, especially because they don't apply the poison, it's like nothing. To creeps, it's a lot. To heroes, it's very annoying to deal with the poison sting, and heroes have a hard time killing the creeps. But the tower will kill the creeps easily, or will kill the wards, especially with like some help from the creeps and the heroes. So when you're setting up to take a tower, most of your Plague Wards should actually be outside the tower as a way to push in the creeps quickly and to zone the enemy. Because right now, like, once we back off a little bit here, like, ooh, kind of scared. The tower and the creeps are going to kill these Plague Wards, and then we're going to have one Plague Ward. And enemies, they don't care about one Plague Ward. They'll run past one Plague Ward. They'll kill one Plague Ward, right? One Plague Ward does not scare the enemy. 4 Plague Wards will kind of zone the enemy, and they'll be like, ooh, can't really run past here. There's too many Plague Wards. But if they're under the tower and they're all being killed, then it doesn't matter. So when pushing up to a tower, you want at least about 4 Plague Wards in a relatively close together area, not like all on top of each other, but scattered kind of like you have it. And they are too hard to run past. So for example, I as Venomancer can push from this side. I could have about 4 Plague Wards here, keep pulling the creep wave here to kill it and free my creep wave to zone in. If the enemy tries to run through, there's 4 Plague Wards. And then you do like a 5th Plague Ward up here to see like a wraparound somewhere back here. And then you keep reinforcing Plague Wards here to get up to like 5 or 6. And then as you reach like the max amount of Plague Wards, you can throw 1 under the tower for like a little extra damage, a little faster creep push, check for enemies, stuff like that. But you don't want to put them all under the tower, because once the push is dead, the push is completely dead, because the tower will clear everything out like this. And now we have to reestablish. We need like 30 seconds to reestablish enough Plague Wards to be threatening. And that's where right now, it doesn't feel that scary for them to fight, because you don't have any Plague Wards in this area. Your team's draft is a little awkward. You don't have a good way to get to Sniper. I think it's going to have to be Meepo. Ooh, nice Wyvern ult, though. Yippee! For everyone coming in to get the replays, we're probably wrapping up on this one in a little bit. Oh, and actually, someone just donated, so I'm going to do that one. Otherwise, it's a random system. I'll pop something up for you guys to submit the games when we're good to go, and then we'll pick one from there. But I will do them guaranteed for $5, like we do have the donation for. I was looking at chat. Why did we get in this? We won the fight. We decided to push up a lot. This is what I mean. Here's our Plague Ward doing like 6 damage at a time. Here's 2 Plague Wards doing 6 damage at a time. And then they're going to come in and fight. And we don't really have a bunch of Plague Wards. You did land the Venomous Gale, so now there's some extra Plague Wards. But this is where, especially as these get killed, like, they don't care. You should back off a little sooner here. Just because the rest of your team... You have 2 teammates nearby, but the others have left, and we're, like, right in front of their tower as they're all respawning. So we should back out a little sooner and just, like, jungle this area and see where they go. And if they all come mid, we leave. If you see a couple go top, couple go bottom, then you can push back up here. But you should back off a little sooner so that stuff like this doesn't quite happen. It may even work out because you guys are like 10k ahead. But it's a harder fight than it needs to be. Going back to whether you needed to build auras or not, as the offlane Venomancer, I would try a more damage-oriented build. Especially like one aggressive item to start if you're winning. If you're like going even and kind of losing, auras is okay. And for the record, I don't mind going auras. I do think it's a completely legitimate build. In this case, I think Wyvern could have built a couple auras. She clearly didn't, and that's okay because she doesn't have to. But Undying is an aura builder. And he doesn't really have the option as a support to go more aggressive items. You kind of do have the option. So you guys are actually overlapping in the mech. So that's at least one item that you didn't have to build that he could build. Like say you went the pipe, he went mech Crimson Guard. Now we have like 5,000 gold to go towards more aggressive items. Could it be that Hurricane Pike we mentioned? Could be the Veil into Shivas, which I think is really good this game. I think if I was you, a really nice build could have been, I'm kind of open to the Spirit Vessel, even though this the Oracle. So if you want to do that, you know, there. If you want to skip it, I would say like Brown Boots. You don't even have to go Power Treads if you don't want. Just like Brown Boots into Dragonlance. And then I think Veil. I'm not sure if I would do the full Hurricane Pike or go... I'm actually also open to skipping the Dragonlance and going straight for Veil, but I feel like with the amount of burst they have, you might want a little bit more health from the Dragonlance. But some order of like Dragonlance, Veil, Shivas, Hurricane Pike. And if you really think you need auras, you could work it in instead, like do Veil, Dragonlance, Aura, Veil, Shivas. No, you need the Veil sooner. Dragonlance, Veil, Aura, Shivas, Hurricane Pike, something like that. But anyways, I think you guys are in a good position, and you've covered we've covered most of what I would want from a Veno offlane. Winning the lane, how to set up good Plague Wards to push towers. At this point, it's like closing out a game, which, I don't know, we kind of covered that in like various other replays as well. So let's keep on moving. Where's my timestamp thing? Here. Okay, so this is Anti-mage in Archon. Did the Oracle get the level 15 healing talent? Can I go back? No. They went for damage. This is turbo. Of course they went for damage. Yeah, the dispel, the heal per dispel would have been really good versus Venomancer. You got like Earthbind. I'm pretty sure Ransack is dispellable. Actually, doesn't really say here, does it? Oh, because it's not an effect anymore. It's just like a one-time thing. This used to be. Am I crazy? This used to be like Geostrike or something, and it built up. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe it was always just a one-hit effect type thing. Okay. Let's load into this. Okay. You asked, can you tell me how did I lose this game? I felt like I played well, but something happened. It sounds so ominous. Something happened. All was going well in the land of Radiant Anti-mage until Pudge hooked him. Let's take a look at the graph. Maybe we can identify where to look. So decent start to the lane, it looks like. Good acceleration from 10 to 20 minutes, and you remain relatively high net worth for a lot of this game, but it does look like your team had a period where you guys were stronger, a couple times here, and then we either, I don't know if it was like you or the team, but that's what we're gonna find out, but clearly some kind of mistake happened here where we gave up a, it's actually not as much as I thought, a 6k gold lead, which isn't that much around 30 minutes, but it's not bad. So you'd much rather be ahead by 6k than be behind, but it does look like we messed up somewhere, and then they messed up, we messed up, and then lost. So let's take, I think we can skip the lane unless you really care to see that, but it looks like you did fine in the laning stage. I think we should jump ahead a little bit. First stream, been watching the VOD for 2+ years. Abuki, you are the VOD viewer. You're the one. Legendary VOD viewers. Thank you. I started uploading the VODs as just general good practice, but I really wasn't sure who would watch them. To be honest, I didn't know who would watch the VODs. So sometimes when you guys come in, you're like, I am a VOD viewer. I'm like, oh, it was you. I did it for you. You don't care about the lane in particular. Okay, let's jump ahead then. Let's see where you got your Battle Fury. It looks like you just maybe picked it up. Yeah, pretty solid Battle Fury time. You didn't really skip any items. Looks like we did get killed by a rotation. But then we are going to enter our farm mode to finish the Battle Fury here around 14 minutes, which I'd say is pretty decent. 14:30, yeah. Okay, so... Ouch. Double raise, painful. Revenge, get him! Damn. Well, that's okay. That's not your job right now. Okay, for this period. So here, even though you did do well, I just want to see where you are farming, because we went from 4.2 up to 11k, so that is really good. But there are anti-mages who farm really well defensively and don't really contribute to the team. And then there are anti-mages who farm aggressively and do a lot for their team. So that's what I want to look for right here. And the main way to do that is to just look at the mini-map. So why don't we, favorite little game here, only look at the mini-map and think about where you go. You recently TP'd up here. Oh, it's actually back up already. So the longer you can stay top, the better. It looks like your team doesn't really have a deep ward for you. You could maybe buy it yourself. You have the inventory space. You can't see that, but trust me, guys. So you could at some point come up here, put your own deep ward, you know, buy one observer, buy one sentry. For example, buy this Blade of Alacrity, buy the observer, buy a sentry. You've got the money in like 6 gold. And then at some point, you'll be able to walk up here, place it, and then farm aggressively top until they kick you out. So let's see. Speeding forward. So falling back here, I'm okay with, right? They kind of pushed us out, got a little scared. If you want to, at this time, back up and jungle this stuff, this is okay. Looks like we're gonna get a little bit of healing from Pugna, and then we're gonna get to work. So all of this is fine. This is where you keep an eye on the mini-map. So you are triangle jungling. Take a look at mid. Yes, I could kind of deal with the mid lane. You guys can't hear. I'm gonna, on the little sliver you can see, here we go. We can deal with these creeps. We can deal with these creeps potentially in the mid lane. But I also see there's an enemy Earthshaker in the mid lane, and then this Ogre over here. So you would click here to see if, like, do I want to join this or not? But this is what you want to be looking at right now. It does look like you're going to join this fight. So alternatively, we jungle here, we move left, and as we see a lot of this breaking out, if we don't want to fight, we go back top and start pushing. SF is here. SF, as long as he doesn't have like a blink Yules, which he doesn't because he's carry SF, he'll never kill you. As long as you have blink available. So don't blink blindly into creep waves and enemy camps where like suddenly there's an SF who triple raises you and kills you. As long as you save blink, he'll never kill you because as soon as he starts channeling his ult, you'll leave. So you don't even have to engage him, right? You farm top, you see him in the lane, you just like go through the jungle, cut the creep wave behind him, and then continue to jungle. And you can just ignore SF while farming aggressively for your team. And that is contributing a lot as opposed to just like sitting here. You decide to join the fight. I'm okay with that as long as you think the fight is good, which you guys can't quite see, but here's the fight going on. Ah, so close, so close. All right, so off of that, again, how do we farm aggressively? We are pushing in mid. This is good. Queen of Pain was pretty low, and Earthshaker's dead. So here, if you started moving in this way, you could do that, just like farming in this area. Looks like top is being pushed in by SF, so if you want to come up and deal with that, I'm also open to that. Looks like Pudge is maybe TPing in. Okay, so now this is where things get weird. Not ideal, but Wraith King came here. Ideally, you'd be on one side, right? Pushing things in, I get scared, I fall back like this. That's no longer going to be an option. If we get scared of top, previously we may have gone this way. Now Wraith King's gonna be here. So now I am very inclined to move this way. Even though I didn't want that for you and it wouldn't have been my ideal game plan, but we're just adapting to our teammates. So like if they're coming here, I am now more interested in farming this way for my team. You could still potentially move aggressively if you guys had wards, and if you see them doing it, I'm kind of open to you going that way. But you mainly want to farm up your next item. Like you get Battle Fury, you want what's usually the Manta, and then usually one item on top of that. So avoiding your team and pushing things they are not in is ideal. That's where this is more Wraith King's mistake than yours. But if you keep going to the left, then that's your mistake. It does look like you're heading down, so this is good. Ooh, I see some tread swapping. You guys can't because we're only on the minimap, but I see it. Good work. Okay. You have time because the creep wave is still over here. If I see you in the jungle and the creeps get to this point, we've messed up. You should be keeping track of this creep wave and the enemy heroes. And as soon as you see enough enemy heroes, which there's 3 here, which I would say is almost enough, we want to be pushing in this lane. I want them to feel like, oh, my tier 2 is taking damage, I gotta come defend this. So it's about to turn 17 minutes. You guys can't see it right now. Maybe I should add in a little thing so you guys can see the time here. It's about to hit 17, so you're waiting for this camp to spawn. I'm okay with that, because this creep camp is still, this creep wave is still pretty far. But I don't want to see you like jungle this way or like go down here and kind of like dilly-dally, right? I want to be moving to the right so that I can catch this creep wave as it gets here and shove it back pretty quickly. So camp spawn. You're kind of moving towards the enemies, which there's now 4 heroes here. Are we thinking about fighting? No, we lose 2 of our teammates. And then this is what I mean. See, because we kind of dilly-dallied here, doing this camp and then this camp, trying to see if we want to join the fight, which is sort of okay, but again, knowing we want that Manta and we're not really going to join fights, I wish we had been closer, and right now with 4 heroes about to pressure our tier 2 because we just lost heroes, you are pressuring their tier 2 over here because we're already in that area. Now we got to head over, and by the time you get there, if they're pushing mid, it'll have already happened, and then they're going to be ready to come back as we finally get here. You're doing a stack right now in this area, but like, see how they're still doing stuff? We have to come over already. Before, it was like 3 heroes in this area, so I was kind of willing to see like, oh, let's see what happens. We even hung around to see if we wanted to join the fight. We decided we didn't want to join the fight, but we continue to defensively farm when we should be aggressively farming to punish the enemy being on our half of the map. And I don't care if it's top or bottom, it's mostly just where you are and where it's safe to be to do so. But right now, after you didn't join this fight and you left this camp, we should have beelined it over here very quickly. And especially after we did this stack. Like, maybe you do the stack as like, oh, I don't want them to steal it if they come through here. Okay, sure. But now, like, now we're just farming a single random camp and not pushing in a lane. And there continues to be 4 heroes on our half of the map. And you're actually thinking of joining, but I still don't feel that strong as Anti-mage. I'm still missing the Manta. That's defensive and aggressive. Now we've kind of like moved up as a team, but they all leave. So now we just like farm on top of our allies. Thinking about coming to another fight. I can't believe I'm saying this, but you're being a little too aggressive. I actually want you to AFK farm a little bit more. But again, not like actual AFK, like actively AFK farming away from the teams, but forcing tower pressure. We like join fights and then we farm defensively, which joining fights is okay, but you want it to be off of pushing aggressively, and then you force someone back, so you TP and then join the fight. And now we're running into a new mistake, which if we go back, so here we are. Wraith King came bottom. Wraith King is also an exceptionally fast farmer, so he's going to be farming all of this stuff, pushing this lane in. So now we need to move this way. Otherwise, we're going to overlap with this Wraith King a lot. You start moving your way down here. If Wraith King feels comfortable to push top, I mean, that could be fine. But he may end up going too far and then dying. And then as you move to the right, Wraith King's here. Now look, you guys are starting to clash together, which means now we're going to be overlapping and farm. It just changes the minute, so I mean, you're able to farm backwards. But that means all of these camps are currently going to waste. You're even coming down here. Look at Wraith King doing the same thing down here. So you're going to farm this and this. He's going to farm this and this. And you guys are going to pass each other, high five, and then go, "You've griefed me. You've griefed me. There's nothing to farm." And we have to wait 30 seconds before another camp spawns. Then you're both, from here, you're both going to want to go top. And now we have issues, right? Now we continue to overlap. So this is why when you see another farming hero enter a certain part of the map, you want to be going another way. Now there's a big fight mid. You and Wraith King could both technically TP in, but what we don't have the option of is, oh, let's go push a tower. I don't want to join this fight. I'm going to push this tower, which this teleport, SF, you guys can't see it yet, SF is teleporting in to deal with the skeletons. So that part was kind of accomplished by Wraith King. But let's take Wraith King out. That's what I want for you on the Anti-mage, is like, oh, I got someone to TP back. So I left, I like TP'd over here, jungled, and then I watched this fight. So now I can TP back if it looks good, or I can keep aggressively farming here and cut the next wave, whatever. Or I can immediately TP, start shoving this in. You can come down here, Twin Gate, pop out, cut this wave. That's what we want on Anti-mage, which we can't get from like back here. You know, now we actually have to TP out, which is kind of to join the fight, but we're TPing from our own half of the map to our own half of the map, which is just not as ideal. Okay, hold on. Look at this. You've killed 4 heroes, right? We did end up rotating here. We found a good fight. And I saw you like start moving this way. And I was like, okay, cool. He's going to go push top. You're stopping to farm a jungle camp. And they're all dead. And I know SF is bottom. So literally, I'm going to show you free cam so that we understand. It's easier to see in free cam than it is in like our own fogged perspective. This is the availability of the map right now. I usually am a little scared to come up here because the enemy is alive and like, oh, what if they kill me? There's no one alive. So you are going to jungle this stuff right now. You're going to then push this. They're going to respawn, and then you're going to go, well, I'm too scared to come here, so I'm going to fall back here to no camps because you already farmed them. So as soon as you win a big fight, you have to be pushing lanes. You shouldn't be spending any time wasting in your own jungle. You do this when you're forced to do this, not because you like, I have the freedom to choose and I choose my own jungle, right? I have the freedom to choose. I always choose their half of their map. And only because they're alive and there are reasons I can't choose their half of their map, do I then choose my own jungle. So if you even then continue to like farm here, farm here, farm here, then we've like totally missed the mark on capitalizing on this window here. How can we submit our replays? We're doing this one. It's random raffles. Not a full raffle system because I can't do it anymore with the multi-streaming. You guys just post your match IDs when I ask, and then we'll look through it. For $5, I'll do it guaranteed, which is what we're doing right now. And then once this one's done, we can open another one. Okay, so we jungle. Hold on. Free cam again. You finish this camp. I'm going to go back to this. You finish this creep wave. Here is the next creep wave. You don't have to like perfectly memorize where every single creep wave is, but a very easy way to do it is like look at your own half of the map, and if these creeps are here, then their creeps are pretty much at the exact same part if they haven't been stopped by like random creep equilibrium. Like if our wave is pushed up, then it would have delayed the creep wave, so then it's not going to match. But at this point, they wouldn't have run into anything, so it matches our wave, which hasn't run into anything either. You can kind of jungle along the way, but notice the respawn times. So what I want to do right now, I want to do the most aggressive thing possible, which is to kill this creep wave, which would show myself on the map, because these are their creeps, so they'll know where I am. That's the most dangerous thing you can do. And then you can fall back into the jungle, where they may know I'm up here because they saw me in this creep wave, but they're not going to know where I am in the jungle, unless you make it super obvious. Like you kill this and you blink like in a direction they can see, something like that. So as you can see on their minimap, they actually don't have any vision up here besides the watchers. So as you jungle backwards after killing this creep wave, meeting it probably around here, then you can jungle out of sight, and it's safer. As they respawn, they don't know where to go. Instead, you kind of like jungle here, and then as they're all up and deciding where should we go, now we're gonna show in the creep wave to give them a clear target on the carry to all decide like, hey, let's go top and smoke and try to kill this anti-mage, and we'll go like wherever we see him blinking out of here. But if we had ran here and killed this, there would still be like 5-ish seconds before they respawn, and then you disappear, and then they'd go, is he top? Is he bottom? I'm not sure. Oh, something else is happening I want to go to because I'm a toddler, out of sight, out of mind. That anti-mage, he's never existed. He's not up here. I can't see him right now, so I'm not going to come up top. Like, there's a lot of Dota players like that, for better, for worse. Sometimes on our team, sometimes on the enemy team. But if you are showing, you are a clear possibility. If you are off the map, you don't exist in their mind anymore, and you're going to be a lot safer than you should be. So always try to go for the most aggressive plays possible when they're dead, and it'll generally help you out. It'll give you more map control. This creep wave, for example, instead of meeting here, if you had cut that creep wave sooner and they hadn't fought here, this creep wave would be like up to here, which means you have that much more warning time to see enemy heroes TPing in, to deal with this, to get out. Like you were pushing top aggressively and you're like, oh, I should leave. Now I don't know. Like if I was to jungle here, I can't, because like what if they TP and I don't see them and they get me? If this creep wave is a little further, especially if it's hitting the tower, they're going to deal with that first before dealing with me in 90% of cases. And that's what allows me to then push really aggressively on their half of the map before having to run away. Can I have my chair back? Am I allowed to sit yet? All right, this feels weird, but let's see what happens. All right, in the end, we get the Queen of Pain. We had to work for that for a while. So let's come back to our decision here. And the team's decision as a whole, actually. So they just rotated, and then they ended up killing the Rubik here. And I see there's 4 heroes with the SF top coming in. Wraith King, let's say you're the Wraith King. You should immediately stop jungling and go to this lane to push it in. Unless your team is going to fight, which is kind of what you guys decide to do. You guys TP in, which I would say like, okay, sure. But what else are they going to do here? I don't think you guys even have to fight. You guys kill Rubik. They don't use that much to kill him because it's like 4 heroes killing 1 guy. They didn't throw out a bunch of ultimates and stuff. They have everything. Echo's not even available. It's about to be up. You have pushed the creep wave top to some degree, right? This creep wave is up here. So as they get this Rubik kill, and it's 36 seconds, they still need to wait for this creep wave to be killed, and then for this creep wave to get to the tower, and then they can start hitting the tower. There will probably be about 15 to 10 seconds on Rubik's respawn at that point. So that is when you guys can start making your way over as Rubik respawns to take a 5-on-5 if you want to do that. Otherwise, if you guys don't fight right now, The enemy just has to wait 20 seconds in this area to push the tower. And in those 20 seconds, that's why I want to be pushing other lanes to make them go, I want to push this tower, but I'm going to lose my tier 2 tower, so now I'm going to TP home and deal with that. And now we have protected our tier 2, even though we lost Rubik, they don't stay around to do it. Or they do, and then you take the tier 2 tower, which is also a pretty good trade. And then you TP home as Rubik is up to take a better fight. So this fight ends up being awkward. It seems like your team coordinated on it, so I am down for it. But then you see the issue with doing this as an anti-mage who has Battle Fury and Manta. You can contribute a little bit, but we're missing that third item that helps to seal the deal. Basher, potentially, for some control. You're going for the Butterfly for like even more quick damage, which I'm kind of open to this game. I'm not going to worry about like what third item you choose, but this is why anti-mage is usually a 3-item timing hero. You'll have level 18 by that point. You'll have your third point in Mana Void, and it will be easier to stick to targets that you choose to go to or kill them quickly when your team uses limited control to get them. So like you kind of like blink at this Queen of Pain, who then just blinks away, right? And if we had the Basher, maybe we get the bash, get a lucky bash, and you actually finish the job in one go. They are committing on another hero. That's easier for you. And you kind of realize that. You're like, start to walk over, then you're like, I think they've got it, so I'm going to keep looking over here. But I mean, Queen of Pain is just going to keep blinking away from you. So you are the top net worth hero chasing an 8,000 net worth hero, and you eventually kill her, but like, look how long it took to finish that job. So we're not really utilizing our high net worth for our team in this kind of team fight when we keep like chasing a hero like Queen of Pain around like this. To some degree, it's okay because you're like taking her out of the fight quickly, but if you can do that, you do that. If you can't, then it would have been easier to like focus this guy, and then like we keep bringing the numbers like 4v2, 4v1, 4v1, because you help them with the stuns. You could have walked at Shadow Fiend, hit him a couple times, and then blink away, for example. Once he pops the BKB because you're burning all his mana. At this point, he has no BKB, no Requiem. You have 3 heroes here, right? Like, instead of chasing this Queen of Pain, just help them kill these 2 heroes quickly. And it would go better, in my opinion. Off of this, though, we will go push mid, take the Amplify. This is fine. Oh, you body blocked it. Maybe that was accident. Okay, ideally Pudge would have never come down here, and after you do this, you would go here. That's what I was gonna say I want to see you do. Since Pudge ended up coming down here, you can do what you're doing, and that's okay. This is, I don't know how many, I wasn't really keeping track, but I want to take note of how many times you have been on your own half of the map, especially way the hell back here in the most defensive area instead of up here on the enemy's half of the map. On this kind of stuff. They have okay crowd control, but you can see Shackle Shot coming. You can see him casting Fire Blast. These are the hardest ones to deal with, so he is your top danger hero. If I don't see Earthshaker, I'm going to be extra careful. Queen of Pain has an Orchid, but you have the Manta, so you have to be careful. If you have Manta, you can be more aggressive when she's not showing. If you have used it, then you need to be careful until your Manta is available again if you don't see Queen of Pain. Otherwise, like, this guy will never solo kill you. He has to have help from one of these 2 heroes catching you off guard. So, or you have to mess up on these 2, which, to be fair, I would definitely mess up. And I know it's easier said than done to just block the spells. But in theory and on paper, that's what you should be doing, is up here. And anytime you don't see these guys, you start to be careful, hiding in the trees. Anytime you do see them, you're like straight back in the lane, cutting waves, being really aggressive. That will give your team more farm because all the stuff you're farming is now available to them. And it will also constantly force the enemy back to deal with you. If you look at any high MMR anti-mage player, they're going to spend as much time as possible on the enemy's half of the map rather than their own. And that's actually true of like any carry being useful in their farming patterns. But Anti-mage in particular is known as this like pub menace split pusher because of how hard it is to catch him with a blink and counterspell. Is like you're pushing so much and avoiding the enemy, and it's just a disaster to try to have to catch you and deal with you. Like right now you're being zoned off by a Wind Ranger, but like why? This is Wind Ranger, this is you, and she is scaring you away from pushing. You should be like more upfront in her face. Now maybe you're saying like, oh, I'm kind of scared of these guys, I think they're near her. So what we do in this kind of situation is a little bit of what you're doing. I would say like here, you could scan one side, like especially if your team is just not using scans. Oh, I'm worried of Queen of Pain and Earthshaker. So scan over here, and if you don't see anything, go that way, and then like farm this stuff. If you want to scan this side, same deal. You know, scan it, go this way. But right now, two heroes are pushing pretty aggressively. So I actually think they're going to be near the Shadow Fiend, and if I don't, then I'm going to TP over here. Which is eventually what you do off this Pudge Hook. We come in, and then turns out, indeed, yes, the other heroes are all here. This is why, by the way, if you can set up your own deep wards, which your team is lacking right now, but I mentioned like, oh, maybe we have to scan left or right, and maybe you're scared of Wind Ranger because we can't see those heroes. But if you place your own deep wards that your team is not doing, then you will know, oh, this Wind Ranger is on her own, at least from this half, so I can go this way, or I can potentially even jump the Wind Ranger. Okay, I am going to... Gandalf, thank you for the Prime sub. The alerts are broken again. I don't know why this is happening. Anyways, what I was going to say is, you guys, I think we're closing in on how this Anti-mage can be more useful in his farming patterns. We're going to go look at the big fights the team lost, which is actually right about now, and then that'll be where we close, and then you guys, we can move on to the next one. So if you guys want to start posting those, I need the match ID, who you're playing, questions you've got, and then we'll pick from that. As I try to see why this alerts page is not working. Last time I just opened the base page and it fixed itself. I didn't even have to do anything. We'll see if that happens this time. A lot of defensive farming here again. I think they're doing Roche. I want to send my Manta to go push the enemy wave. All right, we just send it. Holy shit. So that's why it's scary to just send it. Okay, let's revisit this fight. If your team is going to just send it into the Roche pit, I'm sort of open to it, but a couple things. One, send in the Wraith King first. He has the blink, he has BKB, Blade Mail, Reincarnation. He is supposed to go into the frontline hot zones and just like tank shit and die. You are supposed to find these various backline heroes. Like you're supposed to find Earthshaker, so he has to solo echo you or leave the fight, which is much better than echoing a big group. You know, you take out the supports, you take out the Queen of Pain, kind of like you did earlier, but it'll be much easier now because you have the Butterfly. You don't want to jump into the hot zone like this, even though Roche I know is important, but like real dangerous as we like see, you know? There are times to do it. I don't think Anti-mage is the guy to want to do that. The fight kind of works out. Chasing a bit hard. All right, I see them going here and here. You are TPing top. you're going to be able to push the fastest, but then you're going to run into two issues. One, we're going to push aggressively because they're bottom, and when they come to get you, you can't TP out, so that's kind of scary. Two, a really good fight is going to present itself bottom, and then you're not going to be able to join. So you do have to be careful about this stuff of TPing out like this compared to just running and walking. I know this is faster, but the running and walking saves the teleport for when we need it. If you are really worried about this Aegis and you're saying like, okay, we just don't fight until the Aegis is down, then this is okay. Just make sure your team is on the same page. Wraith King shouldn't be down here. You guys should just be like avoiding SF wherever he is on the map. And when you come here, you shouldn't be jungling. You should be making your way out here where I know they aren't, because I know they're pushing your bottom lane right now. Now we're coming back even further. So let's pretend they were pushing as a group a little bit more cohesively. Okay, I see 4 heroes. It's time to punish them top. I am as far back as possible, so now I got to go all the way top, and they're done with my tower, and then they TP back and kill me. So I need to be on their half of their map if I'm going to do this. If you're feeling scared, we keep wrapping back to this. Zach, I don't see anything on their half of the map. Like, I'm really scared to do this. Buy your own observer sentry, right? Like, supports are supposed to do this, but you can do this as well. And in fact, you should, because you are going to have the easiest time to come to their half of the map. So if anyone has the responsibility to deep ward, you are higher than usual. I'm not going to say like a support shouldn't do it, but especially in a pub game, I'm just going to lose now because my supports didn't do it, Zach. What can I do? Like, it's impossible to climb. Do it yourself, you know? So buy an observer sentry, really good spot, you know, like check here for a sentry, and then observer like over here, for example. Come top, sentry this area to check, cut this with your Battle Fury, put an observer there. Don't put it here. This sucks. Don't do that. Here could be good. Behind the tower, from behind the trees could be good. Cut this tree and put it here. Put it here. On this side, don't put it here. This sucks. Put it like over here, put it back here, put it in the lane, put it over here. These spots do tend to get killed, but like it's enough to keep you alive, which is important. Don't put it here. Any of those would help you play way more aggressive than what you've been doing this game, which would then help your team find favorable fights. Okay, so they're all top, we're pushing mid. I'm happy with this. I'm pretty sure I heard you blink into here, which scares the shit out of me though. You should walk in, because the blink escape is why you can do this. They have stopped showing for quite a while, and you continue to do this. I think we might still get out. Oh, thank God she missed. Okay, but I punish as much as I can. If they started TPing right now, this is why it's scary to use the blink like this. But you saw them top, so let's say this is fine. We start hitting this, and then they fortify. You cut the creep wave. I've already been missing some of the heroes I'm scared of. Earthshaker has never shown. Queen of Pain stopped showing. You are really pushing it by still being here. You should already leave at this point. This is where if you had a deep ward over here, I'd feel a lot safer knowing that they aren't TPing here. You could come this way to farm. If you had a ward over here, then I feel a lot better about heading this way and farming. Either way, I need to get into the trees and get out of sight right now. And we're pretty lucky we didn't die here. You don't actually need to take this tower. You need to get them to come back like this. That's all. You don't actually need the towers. As soon as Ogre comes back, as soon as Queen of Pain, whoever, why is this guy still up here? He's griefing. You're griefing by pushing this so long. When you stop that and you cut this by 3 seconds, this guy's griefing, you back out, you TP home, you kill the SF. Now we're playing anti-mage. I'm forcing rotations and then punishing the people on my half of the map, which is why it's so important, and I keep pushing for you to get out of your own half of the map, put deep ward so that you can farm in this area to make that cycle happen. They rotate back, I come back to punish whoever is still on my half of the map. Okay, with that, I think I'm gonna start looking through what you guys submitted and take a look at the next one. Viajando, I feel like I'm butchering your name, but I am doing well. I'm a bit tired. We went to a wedding this weekend. And due to flight times, we were doing a lot of late night, early morning driving. So I'm a little bit tired. Yesterday got some rest. Still a little tired. But otherwise good. Hope you're doing well as well. I feel like I don't stack enough on my games, but there's always something going on which I need to be present for. Any tips? Sort of. And actually, if you keep listening to the stream, it'll probably come up, especially in the laning stage. If something is always happening, some games are just like that, and it's sort of okay. But usually, there is a window here and there. You just need to know it's coming. A lot of Dota is actually improving to the point where you can kind of imagine the next 30 seconds to a minute of like, these heroes are here, so this is going to happen. And when you can start doing that, you'll be able to start seeing the windows where I can go here for 10 seconds to stack because I know nothing's going to happen in the next 10 seconds, and then I can head back over. In the laning stage in particular, a lot of times what happens is I can identify we can leave to go stack because I see the enemy has built up a creep wave, ours has gone under tower, whatever. Something has happened that I can see in the next 30 seconds, it's gonna come back here. And that's how I know it's a support player. I can back out and farm this, and my offlaner just needs to be careful. Or sorry, not farm this, stack this. Maybe farm, I'm a bat rider or something. And my offlaner just needs to chill until the lane comes up here. What happens to a lot of support players is you get caught up in it, it gets finally comes back here, and then you go, oh, now I can go stack. You look at the time, you're like, oh, it's way too late. Like, I've missed it. I'll never make it here in time. So you need to see it ahead of time coming. One, good time awareness to know, like, okay, stack's coming up. Am I free to go? And then you have to identify, I am free to go based on creep equilibrium. That's for the laning stage, for example, which is where the most stacks happen. Post laning stage, less stacks happen. It's more coincidental. I am heading bottom, I look at the time, and I go, oh, I'm passing this camp, stack. That's what most mid to late game stacking is. It's rare to, like, dedicate time to stack past, like, let's say 15 minutes. Okay, let's start with this one. If this is your first time in these replay streams, we're going to be doing this all day. Monday and Wednesdays, we do this. So if you hang around long enough, you'll probably get your own match reviewed. And if not today, one of the many Monday and Wednesdays that we do this. Not Pugna, hard support. What is this? Crusader. Actually, before we start this one, it's getting kind of warm in this room. I'm going to turn on my fan, and then we'll do this so I don't overheat at the start of the stream. 1 second. Okay. I also changed into shorts from my sweatpants. Now we can stay cool throughout our replay analysis. Okay, Pugna 5, Crusader. All right, you said this felt like a really great momentum victory, wondering if it can be replicated. Also, there are some clear teaching moments in the first 6 minutes, both from opponent mistakes and my own. Okay, let's take a look. The game needs to be within the last week to download. After that, Valve servers don't keep it. So in the last 7 days, the game has to have been played. If I download it ahead of time, then it's fine. Like, I keep the download. But, yeah, for these replay streams, that usually doesn't happen just because, you know, people just show up and we, like, download and go. Okay, so we ended up with a momentum win. It does look like we kind of just, like, steady climb, so that's nice. You mentioned some teaching moments in the laning stage, so we can look at that. It does look like you won your lane, though, by, like, 1,000 gold, which is nice. All right, let's start with that first 6... Oops, wrong one. Let's start with that first 6 minutes, like you mentioned. I don't think you usually need to start with Ring of Protection on Pugna. You are actually one of the longer ranged heroes, so it's rare you need to... Like, you do more damage than you take in almost every situation, because you should be attacking more for free than them. So I would usually go for more stats. First teaching moment, always be careful of Pudge. I don't know, maybe you were late to leave the lane. Usually if you beeline it out here, it's okay, especially Pugna so fast. You're usually fine rushing straight over here and doing this. Maybe there was some delay at the start that we kind of skipped past. If there was, then that's what'll happen. And if you're ever a slow hero, definitely be careful of doing that kind of stuff. Just put a defensive observer, for example, put it like here to look for Pudges coming in of invading, and just avoid giving the free like bounty hook. If you start 1 bounty to 3, it's fine versus Pudge. It's kind of one of the things he gets. But if you can tell where the Pudge is, then you're good to go. So like moments like this are where the Ring of Protection isn't really going to do much. So here, we didn't keep proper distance. And actually, this might be a good example, because tomorrow I probably won't stream. I think I'm going to work on a video. And one video idea is the, don't know what to call it yet, the circle of aggression, secret circle technique, whatever. I don't know. We'll come up with something clickbaity for it. But anyways, the reason I'm saying you don't even need this Ring of Protection is because most of the time, people should not be able to enter the circle close enough to get you. Because that's how far you can attack, and then this is how far Pudge can attack, right? So there should be very few times Pudge actually attacks you back. And in fact, the only time you're going to be taking damage is after you get hooked. Then you're going to be running away. So yeah, the Ring of Protection will help you, but it's not like you're standing there to trade, which is where the extra armor comes into play, is when you both hit each other a lot. If in one single go they're trying to kill you, you're just running, you're not sitting there. So that's why I would just get more stats, right-click a lot, and trust that you will not step in too close too often to need the Ring of Protection, which is what happens here, right? Like, up to this is good, right? We're poking Pudge, easy peasy, things are free, and then we back off and we lose sight of him. And this is where things are a little iffy if he's getting closer through the fog of war. Now, it was only a moment, so probably stepping out again is fine. And as we see, indeed, this part is still fine, but now we start to get surrounded by Bristle, and we go, uh-oh, now I'm in danger, and I might get hooked. This is where you gotta be a little careful of fighting people in the jungle before they have split from the lanes. If you get caught here, it's actually not that bad, because Juggernaut is about to start playing the lane on his own while these two chase you. So now we are trying to just extend our life as long as possible. He misses the hook. That part's pretty good, and I'm actually no longer scared of dying now that the hook is missed. This is what was really freaking me out. So now if I want to attack for free, you can. Poke, you should already be stepping back at this point. It is high ground to low ground, so we're not going to be able to see him to attack anymore, but that's okay. If you go top, what if Bristleback's here? I don't know where Bristleback is now, if he kept chasing me or not, since we cut around this tree. If he is near you and he has Nasal Goo, I don't remember what he took for this earlier fight, actually. He might have Quill Spray, which would be more common. If he has Nasal Goo, we are screwed. So we can't afford to run top. If you know he has quills, you kind of can, but it also means we're going to be running into Bristleback, and he's going to invade our circle of safety. At this point, Pudge starting to get real close. If you just run to the left and disengage, he'll never touch you. He'll never hit you because he is still not in range to get you, and he is like well into our circle of safety. And that's why he's about to start trading with us in a moment. If I had just run away, I would never take a hit. Now, if you just run top, because I now know Bristle's here, if you run top, you're also good, but you then try to attack too soon. So we're running top, and then he is hitting us, and then you turn to trade. But Pudge was facing you. He doesn't have to do any turn rate stuff. You were running away, you are turning back, and then you are attacking, and then to continue running away, you're going to have to turn again. Pudge doesn't turn, he hits you, and he still doesn't turn. He still just continues to walk forward. So even if you keep trying to attack move, because you're this close, he is going to stay close enough to you to continue to trade. And we are trading him within this giant circle of my attack range. This is why it's happening. If you do this at the edge and we turn and attack and turn and attack, because the circle is so large, he can't finish closing the distance. To fix that, you have to just run for a little bit. So while he attacks you once, keep running top, get up to about here, then we have enough distance to turn around, attack, turn back around and run, and he is still just trying to close the gap because he has 280 move speed to our 330. But when you do it too short, you don't use enough of this 330 move speed to actually build a distance. And that's why there is a couple trades here. This time you turn to a Q rather than auto attack. But now we're auto attacking, and you see like they close the distance while you turn. They could just be waiting here, and you're about to walk point blank into them, and you're making it easy for them to get back into your circle. You always got to be careful of this kind of stuff, especially because Pudge Hook is getting close. I think if they had waited here, it's screwing them in the lane, but they're already screwed in the lane. You don't have to give them more. If they actually kill you here, it's actually salvaging them a little bit for missing so much of the laning stage. So here, I don't think you should have turned around. You should have just like ran under the tower and then TP home. And they're already super late. Here, you risk giving them a kill because they could have sat here and then hook you back as you try to run away. But since we managed to do it safely, this is where we get to poke for free, and we will build up a ton of damage on Pudge because he was at the edge of our circle. And I'm glad to see you changing your position here, because if you keep running in, that's where he could wait here and then be right on top of you. He has invaded the circle. So you have to take an angle like you did. He tries to bust out, hoping you were running straight forward. He would have been right on top of you. You repositioned, which was really good, and that means Pudge is still at the edge of our circle, so now I can continue to attack, move for free. This goes back to why the Ring of Protection was not necessary. Every single auto attack you've done could have been doing 2 more damage, which at this point would have been like 20 more damage for how much you've attacked. You just need to like dodge the hook that's coming up. Ignore this. You'll still be okay as you run, but notice here, I'm going to spend a lot of time on this because I do think this is important to learn. It sounds like nitpicky, but this is actually why, this is like how you lane as a ranged hero. So when we stand an auto attack and Pudge is running at us, this is how he closes the distance, and he is entering the circle, but because the circle is so large, I will now turn and run and it'll be okay. But why earlier when you turned and attack, because we have to spend this time, I could attack again right around now. If I do so, I am going to have to turn, attack, turn back. And that double turn will continue to allow him to close the distance and enter like his own attack range. So that's why as Pugna right now, you can't attack or you will give back an attack for free. And right now we are 1 for 0. That's good for us. If it comes 2 to 1, that's bad for us because melee heroes have natural damage block. They tend to be higher armor. In Pudge's case, he is not. They tend to be higher health. We can see that is true. So ranged heroes have to keep attacking for free to beat melee heroes. So if you start trading relatively equally, we're losing. So right now we're good, and why we just run, and over time, because we have more move speed, we will build this distance again. We can see it kind of happening slowly. You have to dodge to avoid this hook, so he's going to get closer in that time. That's where things are iffy. And then this hook ends up catching you anyways. But let's pretend it's not a Pudge with like this hook pull. Then you just keep running, and once you are at max range again, then you can auto attack. It doesn't always have to be max range. It kind of like depends on the move speeds, but here now you just gotta run. You can do the blast and then like run. So it's kind of close because he's attacking, right? And every time you're turning around, that's why you never built much distance here. I know we're nitpicking a lot, but I do feel this is worth it. Turn to Q. You should line this up. When you attack, you should also drop the Q. He's chasing you. You don't even have to turn to press Q. Cast your Nether Blast right in front of you. You won't turn. The AoE is big enough that if he keeps running in, he'll just run into the Nether Blast. So you don't have to turn. You'll save yourself a little bit of distance. He attacks. He stands still. If you keep running right now, after this attack, he'll never hit you again because you're faster. He'll never hit you again. But by turning around, and again, you have the double turn, he has no turn. That is why he is sticking close to you despite having 280 move speed to 330. I know you're affected by Blood Grenade right now. But even with that, like as long as your move speed is the same, if someone attacks you once and you keep moving, they'll never catch you again because it's the same move speed. So your move speed will recover and then you will be faster. So you just need to keep running right here and he would never hit you again. You'll stay at 200, or I guess down to like 150 health, and then you'll be good. But because you turn, he moves forward here, right? You now have to turn around. He is still right on top of you. He attacks. If you keep running, we are breaking past his attack range right now. He'll never hit you again because you're faster. Unless you turn around to attack or to cast Nether Blast, that is when he gets closer into this attack range. Again, you're free to go now, except you turn to auto attack, so he closes the distance again. You are free to go right now. If you turn around to attack, he will kill you. So now you fully run. But if you had just fully ran the first time, like way back here, you would still be at like 100 whatever health. And then once you build the distance, you turn around and you pelt the Pudge repeatedly to get him low enough to like kill him. But it wouldn't have been close by rebuilding the distance. Thought the Wind Ranger might kill the Pudge with Power Shot. I guess that's not a bad idea if you can like get your mid involved, but usually the mid laners just like want to play the lane. I guess that's not true. Getting a free kill is like free kill, but it is... There's always a risk that they spend too much time helping you get a kill and then it griefs their lane. Let's not worry about it much right now. I still think your job is to auto attack a lot in this lane, so rather than buy a mango, I would be okay with you buying more stats. Juggernaut should be in a great position at this point. God. Hold on. Carry players. We're going to give you some advice here. This is why if you block the back 3 creeps, it's really good as a carry, just as a default. And you don't have to do a bunch. You can just do a little bit. Juggernaut blocks his own full creep wave to try to get the enemy creep to ruin equilibrium. Despite in a completely free lane, the creeps aggro to him. This seems minor, but this determines the laning stage. The creeps aggro to him. All of them are attacking him once. He's in an empty lane. He's just taking free damage. Your creeps are all going to attack one creep for free. So there's a whole creep cycle happening that is not happening for the enemy because Juggernaut drew aggro that he had to because he griefed his own creep equilibrium. Now they are refocused, but they're scattered. These 2 creeps are on this one, whereas these 4 creeps are all focusing this creep. So this creep is going to die way sooner than any of these creeps will enter deny range. If Juggernaut had body blocked the back 3 creeps, these 4 would have focused the 1 creep, and your creeps may end up all focusing the same creep, but often they will end up splitting attention the same way these dire creeps are. So just naturally, it is far easier for you to maintain creep equilibrium if you do the trick I talked about. Juggernaut has kind of griefed himself. He is super fast attack speed though, so this is fixable if he denies his own creeps as much as possible. As soon as his creep enters, he's got to do this, right? Do this. So this is now fixed. He did that part right, but he made it hard for himself. And then here, he actually lost creep aggro for a minute. Now the range creep is attacking him and he's attacking it. Instead of letting it hit each other, they both enter 50%. He'll deny his. Even if Bristleback denies this, creep equilibrium will continue to maintain here. So overall, Juggernaut will be fine. Instead, he kills the range creep really early. It is not focused by these creeps. So on his own, Juggernaut just griefed himself. This lane is now pushing despite the fact that Bristleback just entered the lane due to what Pugna was up to, right? There were no enemy heroes here, and I would say Juggernaut just lost his own lane. It's obviously not like a full loss, and in this bracket, I'm sure it'll be okay, but it really should never happen. So any carry players watching this, be super careful of this. This is, again, never like mean-spirited flaming, but like this is really bad. Just to like make it clear the severity of a mistake. This is super bad for a carry in an empty lane to shove a lane like this. It is, for now, it's not lane losing, but in the future, you will lose your lane just because of this. Especially because a lot of times, the offlaners will not be chasing a support this long, right? They'll be in the lane, and if Juggernaut does the same stuff he did, this would be even worse in terms of how bad it pushes. He does at least kill the Bristleback, so we get that. That is partly Bristleback's mistake, though. So, like, Juggernaut made his own mistake, Bristleback made a mistake, Juggernaut capitalized on it, but if Bristleback does not make that mistake, then only Jug will be making a mistake, and then Bristleback will be recovering back here like he sort of is now. He just didn't need to die for this. Anyways, this replay's about Pugna, so let's come back here. You're going for a pull. Make sure you check what's going on here. Oh, sorry, I just hit some cups together.
Zach, have you ever been in a Turkish prison?
No, I haven't, NPR. Is this a setup for a joke? I've never been in one. Gotta say. After you hit the camp and you right click, build the habit to look at the lane. And when you see a full creep wave and one range creep, this is barely going to take damage before this creep is dead. And then they're going to move, which means as you pull, if this creep camp was already here, we say a lot, right? Like when our creeps die, this creep camp needs to die so that the time it takes to walk to here is the same as the time it takes to walk from here to here. Yours is even worse because they have to walk back to the camp originally, kill it, and then come back. So if you can build the habit, right click, click here, look, now you go, oh shit, this is bad. I don't need to do this pull. Stop command, even without looking back at your hero, but if you want to, it's fine. But like just press the stop command and your Pugna hero is like stopping here, turn back around after you like snap back to your hero, or pivot this to a half pull, right? Turn back around, they attack you again, you kind of like step in, try to get like the back creeps if it's still possible. If you don't do a pull, equilibrium's gonna meet around here, which is fine, it's fixable. If you do this pull, equilibrium is now gonna be here in a future 30 seconds. Someone earlier asked, how do I find time to stack? Or like I struggle to, as the position 4, Pudge is not a great example, but let's say Pudge position 4, or whoever position 4, you don't know the pulls happened, you get to here. From their offlane perspective, I now realize this creep wave is going to enter the tower. They're under the tower right now. They're going to die. These creeps are not going to be killed off by this camp, so there's going to be 2 to 3 creeps pushing forward, along with then the next 4 creeps here and here. So the lane is now pushing up. As a position 4 player, Right now, I think, okay, I can't let them do a small pull. This small camp is dying as part of this, so actually the small camp is not a concern. If the hard camp is up, I just need to make sure they don't pull the hard camp. And if I feel my offlaner can deal with that, or like they pull and my offlaner just soaks XP, that's how I know at 3 minutes, if I wanted to, I will have the time to stack. So I'm envisioning ahead to know, okay, now I have about 20 seconds to play the lane. And then around that time, I'm going to have to head over here to get ready to stack, depending how fast I am, ranged hero, spells, whatever, if I want to. 3 minutes, probably better to just get this Lotus. That's okay. But, you know, depending on the exact times and what's happening, this situation, regardless of the time, is what lets me know I will be able to leave the lane and go pull or rotate. You know, I'm a Pudge. Maybe I do want to rotate. This is actually now a bad pull from Pudge. If Pudge does not do this hard pull, the lane will just be 7 to 4 creeps. It'll sit here, and it's actually on the safe lane to do a pull. Pudge has now done a pull, which kind of got messy, but let's say he did a pull cleanly. His 4 creeps would have died to this camp. The 7 creeps, they wouldn't be able to tank. These 7 creeps would just rush up to the tower.
Do you like movies
and
about
then
gladiators?
To a degree, I actually don't watch that many movies, but gladiators are cool. 7 creeps would have pushed up. They wouldn't have been able to tank it. They would have had to bring it under the tower. This pull, which is supposed to A, get equilibrium, which we're not hitting because they already had equilibrium, and then 2, deny things from the enemy. Nothing is going to be denied because they're pushing up with these 7 creeps. They're going to go, oh, it's over here. They're going to walk over. Juggernaut's going to farm the creep wave, and he's going to farm a hard camp because it's here. And you can't contest because there's 7 creeps pushed up. So then you have to connect the 7 creeps in here, and now it's getting really messy. It can kind of work, but they didn't really need to. They should have just let the lane play out here. This is where a lot of people... This is where people pull for the sake of pulling, because it's like, I'm a support, I guess I pull. But you need to understand why you're doing that stuff and when you need to do it, which I understand is easier said than done, but hopefully through these explanations, it's helping to establish why we should do this stuff. While you're getting the Lotus, you should identify, hey, creeps are pushing. I'm going to have to do a pull. You do realize, but I think you're having to default to the hard camp because it's too late to get there. Actually, I think you could have made it, but... This is why a half pull here would have been nicer. It would have worked out better. Now Bristleback comes and contests. He actually didn't lose any creeps. He even got in range to contest the hard creep. You at least got the last hit, so you're pulling ahead there, but not in XP. And then he's going to farm this creep wave up here compared to Jug, who has done this and griefed himself. Now the lane's kind of pushing again. Okay, I am now going to stop nitpicking your laning stage, because your original question was about, you know, we had a good momentum win. So as much as I'm nitpicking your lane, you are winning the lane. So don't let that take away from what you're doing. I'm just trying to push you further. You know, you're like 80% and I'm trying to push you to 90, 100%. You have blocked their camp, which means it's very likely Pudge will unblock this camp and then you're going to lose this. You're already over here. I would either stick the observer back here, stick it over here, or wait 25 more seconds for it to be nighttime, and then you can walk out here, stick it in the river, or kind of like go this way. The odds of Pudge being here randomly around 5 minutes or nighttime in general is very low. The odds that they're standing here is pretty high, but you'll know they're there based on where the creeps are. And if they're standing here, the nighttime vision will only go up to about here. So then you can stand up to here and then ward like here, or further up would probably be safer for the same reason that if he does put a sentry here, like he would catch this stuff as well. So then you should just put it further back. Okay, now we're going to, let's see when you leave the lane, because again, for everything I've said, you are winning the lane. We end up getting hooked there. That's another thing. If you want to put the observer in the lane further up, to help your Juggernaut see Pudge, that could also work. Because you're actually reaching the point you can leave the lane really early. And I just need Jug to not get hooked. You TP back here, but you see there's nothing really to do. Juggernaut should just finish this creep wave, do his own pull. I would probably just walk to the mid lane here to start helping with power runes. By the time you get there, it'll be about 6 minutes. We poke a little bit, but actually... so Pudge is actually in the mid lane, ganking. If Pudge was here, he would have just hooked you. Maybe you know he's here, so that's why you're doing this. But you can kind of see relatively, this is like, whatever, you know? Like, this isn't really helping my team, and why coming for the power rune would have been a little better. It's like, oh, I'm doing this because I can't TP. That's why we didn't need to TP bottom, because there was nothing to actually do. Now we don't have the TP for situations like this. There's a lot of time here where we're just kind of hanging around. This is where we want to be going over to a side lane a little bit sooner. You think about the Wisdom Shrine, but it's a little too late for that. If you go sooner, it'll be better. Oh, that was close. By the way, this is actually a case where you should definitely get 1 point into Decrepify. I know you just hit level 4, so this particular death you couldn't have done anything about. I would probably go like 1-0-1 and then hold the skill point, because if you ever get hooked, Decrepify will keep you alive because Bristleback just can't do anything to you. You'll take rot damage, but their auto attacks just can't connect, and you'll run out of there. And then if you just never need it, then you could go 2-0-1. And then by level 4, I would definitely go 2-1-1, because Decrepify will do a lot for you. Not just versus Bristleback, into Chrono you can save people. People get Fiends gripped and you can Decrepify them. You definitely want this point. Okay, TP bottom again, and there's nothing to do here, so we should have walked top. This will speed up our momentum, and you'll start blasting this tower, draw attention here, help your mid laner. You TP bottom, and now you're actually just like gonna walk away. Or you're gonna walk around with Pudge, or Jug, but what for? I think you're a little, that was a little close to the tower. I'd be like a little further back. I think it's okay, but that was kind of scary. And also, if you think about what will kill Juggernaut, it's nothing coming from back here. The only thing Juggernaut will really die to is Death Prophet silencing him and surprising him. She will rotate this way, or she will TP into the tower. This and this will catch the TPs. This will catch some of the TPs, but actually if she TPs quite far up, this may not actually see her, because it ends like if she TP'd here then ran out this way, right, she wouldn't actually see her. The other thing is the Pudge Hook. The Pudge Hook is what will ultimately kill Juggernaut, in my opinion. And the Pudge Hook, he's already in this lane. Juggernaut will know he's in this lane, but as the lane moves up and down, he won't know if he's like here or whatever, and then he won't know where to stand in the lane. So that's why a lane ward will help you know where Pudge is, and it will then also see Death Prophet or whoever teleporting in to come up. So to protect Jug, something up here, away from this side because we contested it. So something like over here would be a lot better to keep Juggernaut alive and then leave him alone. Something over here can also kind of double, because it'll see far enough into the lane to kind of help a little bit. It won't see the lane as much. Here's their sentry, by the way, which luckily it wasn't on this side, so we didn't lose this observer. But you see he brought the sentry here, so there was a lot of risk of losing that. And in fact, if I was Pudge, I would have put it here to check this area. That's not your fault. You actually died scouting that, so then he should have left. Go top. Go top. Walk up here. Okay, Wind Ranger's actually running up here, so I kind of don't mind that we TP'd. But we've had a couple opportunities in the last 4 minutes to just walk top, which would be a lot better. Now, anytime Juggernaut needs us, we can't TP down there. And one of the reasons Juggernaut's hard to kill is because spin buys him 5 seconds, which is more than enough time for 2 different teleports to arrive, right? The first and the second delayed one. He also has Omni Slash, which also buys him a certain amount of time. We'll say 3 seconds, but depending if the creeps die and whatever, sometimes less. But part of the reason he and Lifestealer and other such survivable heroes are okay to leave alone is because they'll live long enough for the teleports to arrive to help them. So it's really important to walk away from that lane and then teleport back. Hopefully Wind Ranger finishes this. Okay. And then we walk top. Because you're forced to, but it would have been the correct decision even with the teleport. Now Undying is bottom, but I want him top. I think you would benefit from this being a little deeper. I also think you don't need to put this sentry. Although I usually tell you, when placing a deep ward, put sentries to really secure it. You did that here. Even though I actually don't love this spot, this is checking for the Guardian ward, which still happens a lot in your bracket. So you're checking this area. And if you want to check this area, let me tell you, an enemy observer in this area would be so bizarre, right? They just lost their tower. Why would they be putting observers in this area? So it's really strange. Your sentry should actually go lower because an observer in this area would have been much more common to place a little bit early. It would have. I still don't expect it because this tower just fell. But if they place this earlier because they felt they were taking a lot of pressure top, which they haven't been. So again, I don't know why they'd be doing it. But I think you're way more likely to find an observer in this area or this area. So the sentry should go lower. And then you can put the observer here if you want. But if you also think about like where I want to be able to play top, especially as Pugna, I actually could be the hero blasting this tower. So what am I scared of? I'm really scared of Pudge hooking me in or rotations catching me. This is actually too far back. Because if I'm blasting the tower, I'm actually ahead of the warning system. The warning system is supposed to tell me when danger's coming, and I'm gonna tell my observer, watch out, I see heroes. And that doesn't really make much sense. So if you know you're gonna play further up like a Pugna would, you want your observer to also be further up, to potentially see TPs behind the tree, maybe even sneaking all the way around, especially if it was nighttime, to put it behind the tower so you could see the teleports back here a little bit more, or somewhere back here would help you see people coming in a little bit more than back here. So I think this observer should actually be further up, either just up here generically, up here. I think it'll be much more useful for you than this area. He should see it, right? So lucky. Which actually, this completes the point. Another reason why I don't think this observer's the best, because it is common to check this area for sentries. All right, we have definitely spent about 80% of the game in the safe lane, which for Pugna, you don't want to do. Try to help him out and then leave, and then only teleport down here, ideally. If I was you, I would want to continue to play in the top jungle with 4 of your heroes, and if you can get them to do that, that would be the best. They may want to come down here, and if you join at that point, it's kind of okay. But you can also see why that would be bad, because like we would have just put deep wards up here, and then we have left those deep wards. So even though I saw Pudge and all them walk through here, you didn't make any use of the wards. We left, and they could have been dewarded. They should be dewarded for free. And now we're playing bottom. So we set up a bunch of vision to then just abandon it. So you and your team actually want to be playing up here, blasting these towers, and just like farming their half of the map, and then only teleporting to Jug as necessary. I'm okay with coming here to make a play, especially around Wisdom Shrine times, and then like, oh, my team wants to take that tower. I don't think it's the best to do, but if they're not going to listen to me, then let's do it and be done with it. Wisdom Shrine is good, but I feel the times you're going for it are late. Like, if you're going there at 1350, that's one thing that we then die for, and it's like, okay, you're going quite late, so it's like, it's still high risk, and then also low chance of success, because, like, they should have gotten it already. And if it works, it's only working because they're bad, which means as you then go up in MMR, you're just going to be wasting your time, because you're going to go up, and they're already going to have it, and that doesn't make sense, you know? So if you do want to go for it, try to go sooner. All right, we are starting to build a bigger lead now, though. I actually don't think Pugna really needs an urn, but if you want to get it, I guess I don't mind. Especially if you think Spirit Vessel's good. I'd probably just go for the Spirit Vessel right away, though, after that. I kind of like the Arcane Boots really quickly for Pugna, because I feel like it's all he needs. There's been a lot of fighting, though, and I do think a casual urn has its place. So if you want to do that, yeah, feel free. I actually just thought you were doing it to get the Spirit Vessel this game, though, which is why I was like, oh, at that point, just go for it. Okay, we're pushing up. It's kind of scary. I'm with Wind Ranger, so I'm kind of happy about that, but still missing several teammates. So it turns out separate fights are happening. It is working out. We TP back to our own side. It's always good. Roche, help me. Both sides are probably okay with that. I think you guys don't need to take such close fights, though, ideally. Deep Vision has been placed up here by the, I think that was Wind Ranger. Oh no, this is you. So in this case, we're coming back here. We have one ward here, one ward here. I would prefer to play top. So I would generally set up here, but if this is where our wards are, then come down here and play with the Wind Ranger. Maybe get this at 21. So another case, like, we place these deep wards, we now play top. So then Bane, he may not find it, but the idea is I am scared to come up here as Bane, and if I come up here and they're here, they have wards see me walking in, so they'll kill me. Now he sees you pushing top, so one, okay, come and defend, or two, okay, we're free to come in here and check for wards. So now he comes in here, and this is where you guys should build a habit. Bring your couriers out. I don't have to put a sentry here. I know they're top. Put your courier here, put your sentry here, put your sentry here. Look for this kind of stuff. If you don't get it, darn, you know, but like, you've got to go for it at these times. And then this is where, as Pugna's team, it's like, okay, here's our deep wards to make these plays. Also, let's all go top. This is kind of okay to do when it's later in the game and we're looking for the pickoff to like end the game, and we're getting ready to like smoke back and forth. That's okay. This is the mid game though, where you really should just like put wards where you are playing and push whatever's in front of you. And you don't need to move back and forth, because even if you do that and you kill someone, like, what's the point? They're gonna respawn in 30 seconds. You're not gonna end the game off of it, especially because all the tier 2s are up. That's the difference between the late game, which is, okay, we move back and forth, we lose some observers in the process, but we're hoping to get that 80-second death timer that allows us to then push high ground. And that's why it's different. If you're like, I've heard you say opposite, you know, like, put these and it's okay to move around. It's because it's like different times in the game. Be careful of walking up versus a Pudge. I know you're usually good at blasting this stuff, but you are missing your Wind Ranger, and you're on their half of the map. Oh my god, thank you for not grabbing us. So we can kind of see now as this fight breaks out. It might work out because you guys are actually just winning, But for our own gameplay, this is why I don't want to walk up. 1, for the Pudge. 2, Bane Fiend's Grip. 3, Chronosphere. All of these things are what I am supposed to answer with the Decrepify and then Life Drain to save them. So if you are up front, you know, you're like leading the charge for your team. I can't act as a save at that point. And it's really lucky he didn't catch you, but he actually should have caught you, and then you can't save teammates. Compared to being behind, he now catches your Juggernaut or your Undying, your Tiny, and then you just Decrepify, start life draining from this high ground. How are they going to get to you, right? It's going to take forever, or Pudge has to like hook where you are, which would be good play on Pudge, but this is kind of giving it to them for free. Now there's like not much for us to do, and then as you see, we just get killed here because these guys aren't going to save you, especially if the game is even. Because we're ahead, it's going to work out. It looks like anyways. Yeah, mostly in the end it works out. Okay. I think from here, we've officially covered why or how you can speed things up. You mentioned you win this eventually, but you're interested in like replicating it. So the key points are to leave your lane a lot sooner after you have a good time in the lane. Walk away. I think around 6 minutes. I think you died at 5:30, and I said we could walk mid. That was probably your first chance to leave, and I don't think we left until 10 something. If you don't always leave the earliest time, especially depending on your rank, that's okay with me, but that is the potential difference of how do I speed this game up? Potentially 4 minutes faster by leaving that lane at that time. Do you want to set the donation for replay on Twitch to 350 bits? Where do I do that? If someone donated 350 bits, I would just accept that. Do you mean like add that into our Chaos Replays text thing? Or do you mean, is there like a bits reward set up on Twitch? I actually never use that stuff in the texting. Okay, that's fine with me. We can do that. Hef, are you still in my chair? He left, but then before I sat, he's back. It was frustrating, but I was following the cores. That will happen in some games, so I don't mind, like... If it happens, it happens. If you do it soon enough and you have observers that will help you, this is where we like to talk about supports who can do stuff on their own, right? Pugna, without his team, can do stuff. So, like, you set up top. Let's go back in time. Probably, like, around here, right? So, you set up top. We took this tower. I talked about, like, okay, these are observers that will help you push more safely rather than this one. So, some are top, some are over here. Let's say we do top side. You put your observer like back here to see potential TPs and stuff. Pudge does make this particularly scary. So even with this observer, if you were scared to push, I would understand. But we put this observer top, and your team all leaves. They go mid, they go bottom. If you follow them because you think it's the best call, I would understand. There are times it's okay to do. I'm not saying never do it, but if we want to then do stuff top on our own, hey, I set up vision here, I want to play here, so I will continue to be up here. When the creeps walk up, if I'm too scared to be here, especially because of Pudge, let it push further, you know, like just farm a small camp in the meantime. As the creep wave comes up, farm it, blast it, shove it up to the tower, and then see what happens. Especially if we're most scared of Pudge or whatever initiator is going to get us, when we see them somewhere else, we walk up with the vision of our ward wherever we place it to help us, top side, put a bottom side, I don't care, whatever. Then you blast the tower, you back out. And Pugna will get through the towers because that's what he's good at. Why I recommend like a 3-1-1 build, 4-1-1 by level 7, so you can do this stuff. This is like, I'm going to play near my team a lot. I know there's a bristleback. I actually still don't think you really need to max Nether Ward personally, but I know you'll see some like high rank players do it. But I think they get more value out of it. For a lot of pub games, I would just tell you guys max this. And then you can keep playing top, and that will hopefully bait your team to come back to play with you, or you will still be doing the right thing, getting a lot of farm and pushing the right areas of the map. Okay, guys. Yeah, so type in some match IDs because we're going to move on to the next one. I can $5/3. It's going to go over. I guess I have to do another line. You actually can donate on Twitch as well. I feel like there's a cleaner. Okay, what if we just $5/350 bits guaranteed? There we go. That works. Oh wait, I gotta remove this. There is actually a way to do a $5 donation through Twitch through one of the panels below, but we can add in the bits as well for people who prefer that. It should be somewhere. It should be. It'll say some suck up line next to it of like, don't feel pressured, but if you want to, here it is, you know. There should be some panel below. Genuinely, don't feel pressured to. It is completely optional. And if you want to get a replay out of it, then you can too. But it should be somewhere down there. Just came to say I hate your name and I love your content. Thank you. I understand. I didn't think about the branding when I picked the name. It was just something I already had beforehand. And I thought about having something unique more than I thought about the ease of typing and explaining. And let me tell you, as much as you hate it, every time I like talk to someone and I have to tell, this happens the most with like meeting new people and like, oh, Zach is a content creator. There, what do you like? What's the name? And then I have to be like, it's ZQuixotix. It's ZQ. Like, trust me, I die all the time, but I cannot figure out what to rebrand as. Okay. Let's see. This is a good question, and I'm thinking about the. Hold on, let me write this note for myself, actually. I'm thinking about, selfishly, which match IDs we can review that will help me find my circle of safety ideas for potentially turning that into a video tomorrow. We will still do other replays, I'm sure, but that's why we're gonna try this one, because actually this is one of the perfect heroes to demonstrate this from. This will be from the mid lane, which is different than I know like a lot of support content on this channel, more focused on that. We are kind of like diversifying a little bit though, so this does come up in the mid lane, and I think this could easily get you to win some of your lanes in Herald, which is where this Viper mid replay is. And by explaining our patented circle technology, trademark incoming, well, let's see if it even comes up. Who are you laning against? Who knows in this kind of Herald team game, unranked? Who knows? It could be Ogre mid. Could be any sort of hero showing up. Let's find out. Yeah, Dawnbreaker could be another good example. There's different ways the circle of safety comes into play. Auto attack range is step 1, and then those gap closer abilities like Dawnbreaker's W is kind of another step to the circle of safety. And then another side element are people like Viper who have the poison attack that doesn't draw creep aggro, especially useful for you for circle of safety ideas. I don't know who you are laning against. Almost for sure, Q is going to be your best ability to level up on Viper to start. I'd be really surprised if there's ever a case where W is the first spell you should take. Maybe I'm dead wrong because I don't play Viper mid very much. Maybe more people do this than I think. I guess actually if you feel you just need to shove the creep wave, that's okay. I don't think you know your mid matchup yet, and for sure they are going to know you've placed your observer like this. So if you rush out and no one sees you and you want to drop this, that's fine. But I would say just like on your own half of the map is A-okay. Especially for Viper, you want to see this area because we want to press Q on people, and giving up observer vision, like they know we see them. Most of the time they know there's a mid ward anyways. Just where it is exactly is what they're trying to figure out. The difference from going like the 4th to the 5th to the 6th stack is massive. And that's where you don't want to lose an extra auto attack or two, having to wait till you get to high ground to see them again to then launch another attack. So even if you just put it like in front of your tower safely, that is enough for Viper mid. Certainly once you see a hero like this, you should just back out. Ended up laning versus NP, and he selected the wrong guide, kind of panicked. That's okay. Versus NP, I actually do see a little bit more value towards maxing Nether Toxin, because I think it's actually quite hard to build up poison attacks on Nature's Prophet. So just shoving in the lane versus a hero who doesn't really have the best wave clear, it's a little better with Sprout having attack AoE damage compared to the past. But at some point he will TP away, and you're not really a hero who can easily match that. So when he TPs away, punishing him by shoving the lane in really quickly, I actually think is quite good. So again, don't play that much Viper mid, but I do think if you max W, like this is a time for it. Amazing. Sometimes I guess stuff like that will just happen. I was about to say, I think this won't do anything for bounty rune fights and it's not worth sending, but I didn't see your Skywrath was close enough, so we'll take it. Let's go. Okay, you mentioned a little bit of panic off of selecting the wrong guide, so maybe that's what some of this stuff is. To clean up your early game. One, putting the observer more safely, we covered that. Once you are moving out of the map, like, okay, got my stuff, you know, move out, I suggest you shift Q this stuff at that time, and then you don't have to do it now. Because really, off of Nature's being dead, you should be winning the lane right now. You should be getting it into a really good spot where he is not, because he's dead. He's not here. And when you have to like, oh, I gotta like figure out what items I'm gonna buy, we're missing the chance to be one up on CS over him. A little bit min-maxy for Herald. I realize you don't need to be that efficient for this bracket, but it's a good habit to build, so would recommend that. Okay, circle of safety shit, guys, right? It's not going to be as good because this is... I was hoping we would see a melee matchup for Viper, but this is Viper's attack range, so for Viper... And this will still apply against Nature's. It's just harder to get this. For Viper, one single poison attack, even two, is like, it's not that much. Building up to 3, 4, 5, 6, that is when the damage really starts to ramp up because the magic resistance, the negative magic resistance builds up. So even though the damage is kind of like scaling like 4, 5, 4, 8, whatever, it does relatively more with more stacks. So we want to be in a good position to spam this out. If you start at max attack range like this, like let's say Viper just started on Nature's Prophet. it's the easiest for Nature's Prophet to just go, oh no. Anyways, I'm fine now, right? Like I'm at the edge of the poison attack. So we want to get a lot closer on Viper before we start spamming poison attack for whatever reason. For a melee hero, it's usually they walk in to get a last hit, and because you know they're walking in to get the last hit, you also walk in so that then the melee hero is here. Then it's super easy to chase them for a little bit to build up a lot of stacks. Even as they then get to the tower, they pick up like 4 to 5 stacks. But if you stand like back here as the melee hero walks up and you're at max attack range, every time you stop to attack, they're going to build distance and very quickly get out of your poison attack range. So for Nature's, it is then easier as a ranged hero because this is his circle of attack range, right? He wants to avoid ever being too close. He'll only do it to draw creep aggro as necessary. And otherwise, he wants to be a little further back to make sure Viper never gets that close and you just attack creeps, right? He's even a little closer than he really needs to be. It's okay because he's outside of Viper's attack range. But if he got any closer, there would be no need because it's just putting him in more risk and he can already hit all these creeps. It is easier to land the attacks the closer you are, but you know, just the risk reward, like, okay, I'm closer, but then Viper is going to get me. So kind of up to him to be careful on that. Apologies ahead of time for all the misclicks. I'm not even worried about it. If you know conceptually the right idea to go for, that's better than, like, if you mess up execution, that's fine. That's part of learning the game. So I'm not going to worry about it. I do think moments like this, so let's go back to whole circle of safety idea. We are starting to build up creep equilibrium. Enemy heroes are not, in the early game, they don't want to fight into a lot of creeps. You're going this WE build. I'm sorry because I'm not a Viper player enough to know. In terms of max farm speed, this is actually the best because you will drop the W, you will draw creep aggro, and you will push the wave. And anytime Nature tries to harass you, he will take damage. I think you might actually be, like, this might actually be the build for this game. It might be a little bit of a meme. I'm, like, unsure on that. Let's pretend you were going poison attack, though, which is usually the reason people pick Viper. So right around here, I don't know why this creep's, like, freaking out. See how you're super far back? So this is respecting the enemy, keeping the creeps in the middle. I don't want to like go aggressive. I don't want him to go aggressive on me. So we're just trying to out-time him on the last hits. But as this creep wave is building up, that's not the situation. I am stronger. I want to fight. So going back again one more time, right? Stepping back up to here, I'd say is okay, because it's still like kind of 4 to 3 creeps. I think you can be a little closer, especially because you're level 2 and he's level 1. So you could already start to exert a lot of pressure, especially if you did take poison attack at level 1. As you get like 1 creep away from hitting level 2, you start moving aggressively. And if he's not paying attention, you hit level 2 and then immediately start spamming him with poison attacks. And you'd be close, you'd be in that circle, as opposed to now, I got to get close and then I got to start spamming the circle. Or spamming the poison attack. But as this creep dies, we want to start moving into Nature's. Because I am building up a creep. Oh, okay. I was worried my cats were getting stuff. It's my fiance. As the creeps build up, Nature's is not going to want to fight into you. So you start walking aggressively to scare him away. And if he still goes for last hits, that is how you keep him in your poison attack range. Because he wants to stay here. This is his attack range, right? He wants to stay around here. Like, this is as far as he could go to go for these last hits. And if you're moving aggressively, smart play would be to stand as far back, which means it then takes the most time for the attack to launch. This is pretty advanced for Herald. But if you could start working in, I mean, it would be good. It's the most time for the attack to launch. And because you're standing aggressively, where you are now is defensively, so you both have a long attack time, like from your attack launch to actually connecting. If you are right next to the creep, you have the choice. Either I'm going to go for Nature's Prophet, let him get the last hit, but do a bunch of damage to him, Or because he's at max range and I don't want to, like, I'm not going to get what I want, but he can't afford to walk any closer, I am point blank. As soon as I like spit at this creep, it's dead. And he has to like time it perfectly to launch the attack as creeps hit it. And like, it's way harder for him than it is for you if you are standing closer. And then right here, right, same deal. We're both going for this ranged creep. We should be. He's actually missing the timing. We both go for this ranged creep, but it's the same, right? Like, we're both have the same travel time. If his timing's a little better, right? We're not giving ourselves any help here. But if you stand on top of the range creep and he's right here, again, you get the choice. I can go for this range creep and I'm point blank, so it's easiest for me. Or he's trying to walk up to go for it or to go for another last hit, and I change my mind and I just start spitting on him. And that's how now he goes, oh shit, now I got to turn around and slowly run away. And then that's where you get to 4 or 5 poison attacks, and then he loses like half his health bar. And then right here, I want to fight really badly right now. This is like you have a second hero in the creep wave with you, because this amount of creeps in the early game will do the same damage every time these 4 creeps attack as you. So this is where you really want to attack, and you should actually be moving aggressively. You're on the low ground, so there's a 50% chance you miss. You actually want to be on the high ground here, attacking this guy. And if you had poison attack, this is where would you use it. You don't have poison attack, you're going for this build. I actually don't think you nether toxin here. I think you wait for the next creep wave to show up and then maybe you nether toxin. But he's standing here and fighting you, so maybe you do nether toxin like here so that he has to walk through the circle the most. I don't know. kind of a funny case. Like, I think here could be where you nether toxin to like continue to aggressively shove the lane on his face, and if he stands in range, he's tanking nether toxin. But if you did have poison attack, this is where like he can't even show up for auto attacks, you know, because like he tries to walk up to auto attack and then you manually cast poison attack so you don't draw creep aggro. If you don't know that, there you go. Press Q on him so that you manually do it. It won't draw creep aggro. If he tries to trade, he's going to draw creep aggro. And that's how when you stand right here and he stands here, you can hit him with the poison attacks and he has to like watch you deny stuff, or he has to tank them, which will then build up and then you'll actually kill him. Okay, so we kind of been like nitpicking the laning stage. I want to address your actual question, which is like, what's my win condition this game? So for Herald, it's always a little funny. Like, we can talk about theory and meta, but then it ends up always being a little bit wacky. And while we're going through this, you can kind of like look for opportunities where, oh, I could be standing a little bit more aggressively. This is one such case. We're starting to build up creeps. You could be starting to stand closer, and if he comes up, we go for that fight. I'm gonna leave it at that. You can look through that while I talk about the game as a whole. I don't expect you to know this right now, but I do think your draft is better than theirs. Even though you also have like multiple carries and it's kind of weird, I do think Spectre is a really good response to Drow because you can just ult right on top of the Drow and she hates that. Spectre's also really good against Nature's Prophet because his teleport takes time. There's actually an old pro analysis video on this channel about this. Nature's takes a while to join a fight. Spectre is instant. So it's way easier as the game goes late to like find a really quick fight, pick off, and win the game. Nature's, with his more low cooldown teleport, especially no cooldown, has an easier time split pushing, but he loses the matchup into Spectre late game. So I do think your team should win over time. So you are right, your job is to make space for Spectre, and as part of that, in the early game, looking at your team, because you have like a Juggernaut off lane, we have no crowd control on this draft. It is Rubik Lift, and that's it. Like, we have Rubik Lift. So it's really not a lot to work with. Rubik might steal some crowd control, but it's not consistent, you know? Skywrath Mage will have a slow and a silence, which is nice, but it's still not like real crowd control. So Atos sounds really good for you to have. The Hurricane Pike to deal with Sprout and to outrange some of these ranged heroes, which is one of your weaknesses, to keep up with that would be good. I think those two items come to mind. And your goal would just kind of be like make space for Spectre, push lanes with your supports, and then she can just haunt in anytime there's a good shadow step in, anytime there's a good fight, or you can force it to happen because you can Atos someone. You can be like, let's get this guy. You Atos, Skywrath drops the ult, Spectre can come in, and you just find kills in the early game. As the game goes beyond that, mainly I'm looking for you to Viper strike, probably this Drow, but you can see what happens. I don't know who ends up doing well. Whoever's doing well, we ult them. And you fall in priority. Like, strong early game, set things up, and then after that, just like ult some people who threaten the Spectre. Okay, I actually... Oh, wait, we're doing it? Okay, so actually, if you had Poison Attack max, I think you would kill this guy. But I don't know if it was intentional or not, but I want to show you why that was good. So up to here, it's kind of balanced. You are still standing really far back. You actually see he's scared of you. He's standing pretty far back. And this is your high ground. So if you stand here closer and he stands here and you both attack each other, he's going to miss half his attacks. So... in a one-off trade, he might hit. It's even. The longer you guys both trade, it's going to go your way, especially if you're not drawing creep aggro and forcing them under your tower. You can stand there and trade as long as you want. So as Viper, you actually can stand closer here to make it easier to get the last hits. I know I said I wasn't going to repeat this, but like this is one more example. So you could stand a little closer, make your life a little easier, and actually zone him away. He's giving you a lot of respect here. He should be closer right now, because these are our circle techs, right? Like, this is you. He doesn't need to be this far back. He should be closer. And now, as you start moving closer, before we were here, so the circle ended about here. That's why he can stand close enough to contest last hits. As you start moving up like this is where we are zoning him away. And for natures to now be in range of these creeps, he's gonna have to stand here. And usually that's good in terms of trade, because when you fight each other, now all of these creeps focus you. He's super far back, so he doesn't draw any aggro, and he's high ground. So usually this is a really good time to trade for like whatever Radiant hero, but Viper will not draw creep aggro due to poison attack. And then also, even if you did, Corrosive Skin actually helps to keep you alive a little bit here because of a minor attack slow. So it's not as bad on you as others. But here you can see why Natures is now too scared to walk in. He should be respecting you, and that means he can't contest any of this outside of like throwing a sprout every like 14, 12 seconds, whatever level he's at on it. And then you can just easily go for denies and last hits. You might have to like step back on the high ground to not have mischance, but it's very easy for you to now choose last hits and denies, or step forward, scare Nature's Prophet away. So then this is really good, and I want you to know that so you can intentionally look for times to do this and not for it to be like a little bit random. And generally, we don't want to waste too much mana on poison attacks if we don't think we can build it up. But I think just like one, especially as there's a good amount of creeps here, right? Just one to kind of like, I have a lot of mana, it's not costing me a lot. If you get close, I'll commit more. So it's kind of like a warning shot. That's okay. If you were lower on mana, especially because we got to do the math of like, oh, if I need to attack 6 times, I need at least this amount of mana plus like Nether Toxin, whatever, right? So as you get low, that's where I would be more careful of like the one-off poison attack. But here, you have so much mana, totally fine. But then you back away, right? So that's where I would say like, just stay here, keep poison attacking, because he actually walked up after your first poison attack. So you're like, you're walking up to me, then I'm going to keep going. I'm going to poison attack, and then like Nether Toxin behind you, go for the chase. And like right here, I think that should be happening. So we're missing that opportunity a little bit. But then eventually I think you do realize it and you go, oh, this is good. Now I'm just going to Nether Toxin. Poison attack. Unfortunately, the first attack you did has now expired, which is why I was hoping you would do it a little sooner, because we're already at 2 attacks now, which means this is the third. He should not be turning around and attacking you, but this is a mistake that will happen, and why you're then going to take advantage of it as Viper. Now we're at 4, if we hadn't lost the first one. 5, that's the max, or sorry, you can do one more. 6, this is the max stacks. Plus then the Nether Toxin, and then if you had done the max poison attack, this guy's dead. Like, if you had been moving aggressively as you do this, you could do a further Nether Toxin, and this guy would be like at the edge of death. You might not actually kill him, but it would be that much more effective. Here, you're like, okay, better back up, respect it. I ain't respecting nothing. I ain't respecting no 375 health Nature's Prophet when I have almost 900 health, right? There's no way this guy ever kills you. You back up like this, as soon... He can even tank the Nether Toxin. He can now walk up to about here, because what's our attack range? This is what I am zoning him out of. He can stand here at closest, but really up to here, and he can go for last hits and denies. But why am I letting him do that? Because this guy will die if he walks up to me. So this is where it's Viper. You stand on his high ground, and you zone him to here. And if he walks up, you start poison attacking him. So now he has to stand here. He's actually standing here, but he's doing that for no reason. If you stand on his high ground, he will legit have to stand here with this amount of health, because if he tries to walk up for a last hit, you will kill him. So now he just sits here. He'll get XP because it's close enough. He will get no gold whatsoever. You do this for one creep wave, not a huge deal. Second creep wave, third creep wave, you finished your boots, he does not have them, you now run him down under the tower. Repeat, you know, like every little item you get over him by doing this, he'll really struggle. The punish is if people rotate and you're this far ahead, you're in danger. So you just need a little help from your team to be like, hey, this guy's missing, whatever, your own map awareness to see it, your own observers, this is why they're important to live, to see people like Pudge coming in. But for your bracket, a lot of times rotations don't happen this early, so you'll be fine. See, look at this nature, feeling like he can walk. He shouldn't be up here. You should be here, and he should be back here. How dare he? How dare he? Get him out of here. Can we donate on YouTube? It is possible. The chat, scroll down a little bit. It should be there. Oh, I think you're gonna get him. Nice. Hold on, I looked away. How did this end up happening? I want you to do this. I want to make sure this is like intentional, you know? I want to make sure we train on this. Hold your Nether Toxin for a little bit, because you'll notice you dropped it and then he just walked out of it, and now this is doing nothing, and the creeps are also going to be far back. So up to here, this doesn't really make sense. So hold it a little longer. If you want to use it, as he starts to try to last hit here, Nether Toxin here, because now it'll damage the creeps if you want that, but you don't have to do that. What you can do, we do have to be careful of tower aggro, but you can fortify. This is an advanced trick for Herald. Give it a shot, because it'll give you a free kill. No one will know to expect this in Herald. Right now, don't attack natures, we'll draw creep aggro. Walk further in, and the tower won't do anything to you because it's hitting the creeps, and we're not attacking natures. Right now, I'm too far. I don't want to start like around here, because that's max attack range, and he will step out too soon. I'll draw tower aggro. That's no good. Keep walking towards him, and as a creep like is about to die, fortify the creep wave. The tower will keep hitting the creeps. That is when we are hoping to be really close to natures, like in this area. Either he has run away completely from the creep wave, so he's going to completely miss everything. That's also good. If he stays, this is where you start poison attacking him and running him down. And there's no safety, right? He can't run into this tower because you're here. So he has to run all the way back to the tier 2. You may not kill him, but now he is missing everything. And then your next creep wave is going to come in and take this tower. And you just like walk top or bottom. Again, really dangerous if people rotate in. It's not really going to happen at this bracket. So you're going to be able to pick up free kills. You do start doing this, but two things. One, it's max attack range. I don't know what this guy's build is. I don't know why he isn't just sprouting you away, but he should be doing that. He should just sprout, stop this aggression, and then he'd be okay. So that's why at max attack range, this isn't supposed to work as well. It could work if you were a lot faster, because poison attack does have a move slow, but it's not a lot. If by zoning him the way we talk about, you're able to get boots earlier, which I think you could have afforded, but you chose the wand. He hasn't even used a spell, so you don't really need the wand. If you get boots, then you are faster, plus the poison attack slow. Now it's way easier, even at max attack range, to spit. He tries to running away, but you can close the gap, attack, close the gap again, just because you're that much faster than him with the boots. So boots is the underrated purchase. For any lane-winning hero, Huskar, Viper, Boots, Monkey King is another one. Boots is actually what can let you finish the job. If you don't need to go for these items because the lane's going well enough, get Boots really quickly and you'll seal the deal on these kills before Nature's has his Boots. Like, look at his move speed, 241. You are at 275 because you're really not that fast of a hero, but then Boots puts you over 300, and now, especially with like one more poison attack, you have over 100 move speed on this guy. He'll never get away if he has no mobility, which is what Sprout's supposed to be for, but I don't know what he is doing. He's not using his Sprout, so he's just watching you die. And then around now, when he's really slow, so you don't use Nether Toxin from earlier, now you use the Nether Toxin. Before, he had about, just estimate, 300 move speed, right? It's easy for him to walk out of the Nether Toxin. Once you land a couple poison attacks, he is slower, so he'll still try to walk out of it, but he will be in there for an extra second or two, which will build up more Nether Toxin damage, which Nether Toxin will also do more because the poison attack is reducing his magic resistance down to 8 right now. So you can see how they kind of synergize. So try to get a couple poison attacks before throwing the Nether Toxin, and then use it to zone. So like ideally, you would throw it here, so then he has to walk through for the most time possible, or he tries to step around it, but then that makes it easier for you to land more poison attacks. So it's like, it's soft crowd control, because it's not actually controlling him, but you're zoning him in the direction he doesn't want to go. Either way, a lot of nitpicking from me. You are getting kills, which is good. Don't forget to pick up these water runes. If you have time, you could do it there. When he was dead, you could have like walked over without missing any creeps. Some missed tower, last is under tower. I don't want to worry too much about it. I know it's tricky. The more you practice, the easier it will get. Now look at this guy. Look at him walking up, feeling brave enough. No, sir. Get in here. Don't forget to buy your next observer. Place it in... I actually don't care where you place it, but like help yourself, right? I want to beat him, and then I want to take his tower. This is like the seal the deal as your lane-winning heroes, because Viper doesn't rotate that well. So ideally, you kick them out of lane and take their tower quickly. So set up a ward to help you with that, and to find a power rune, because if you get a haste, yeah, let's go kill someone, right? If it's something not that great, like regen, whatever, just sit in the lane. But a power rune could let you turn this into some side lane kills. Like, look at Drow. She's level 3. Just, like, haste up to her, Viper Strike. She is so dead. Unless she TPs away because you guys have no crowd control. But maybe she'll panic. Maybe you'll still finish the job. Look at this guy going for things. But you're 2 levels over him, right? So, easy peasy to, like, get close and chase. Versus a Nature's Prophet, you actually still have tangos, so you could have tangoed through there to keep chasing for the kill. It's okay to buy Quelling Blade as a ranged hero versus Nature's Prophet. In fact, I'd say it's good to do so. And then I see you're going for Boot to Travel, but I actually think going for the Dragon Lance, going for the Hurricane Pike first to deal with Sprout, to chase some of these ranged heroes will be really good for you. And I don't think you need the Boot to Travels. A couple of reasons. One, personally, I think Boots of Travels is actually kind of wasted in this MMR. The movements required to make the most use of Boots of Travels, I feel, just kind of like misses a little bit. Secondly, I think it's easy to mess up. No offense. It's easy to mess up with the Boots of Travel. Even if you use them correctly, if you don't have really good map awareness and don't understand how far you can push things, the reason pros will get Boots of Travel on Viper and Necro and whatever is because they don't need anything else. Because they are winning their lane and they win so hard, they're really high level. The levels are making the difference of items that they're not buying because they're going for Boots of Travel. And then they know how to use the Boots of Travel to like be in the right places, whatever, continue to max their farm while showing up to the fights. If you overextend once and you feed with Boots of Travels, it's kind of defeated the whole point. Because you have less stats than you usually would going for items, and if you're not moving to the right areas of the map, there's like no point to the Boots of Travels. I'm not saying you're going to do that. You might actually use them correctly, but then that brings us to the second point. You have a Spectre. Spectre does not want to join any of these fights. She wants to show up after it has started. Going back to what I was saying about your job of like, I think I got to start these fights because no one else is going to do it. If I get boot to travel and I'm saying like, oh, I can farm here and then show up the fights once they happen, and then Spectre is like, I'm gonna farm and show up the fights once they happen, and then you have a Jug carry who's losing his lanes, you're like, I gotta farm until I'm like useful. Then you got two supports, you're like, I guess we'll go start things, and they just have to like slowly find people, and it's very awkward. And it looks like this guy's going for a Kaya instead of an Atos. So if you had gone Dragonlance, it's much easier for you to pressure towers safely because you get more attack range. You could also go for the Atos first to just, lock down a hero, kill them with supports. Spectre, Haunton. Force Staff, not usually what I would recommend in terms of starting aggression, but against Sprout, it is useful. And the way you use it aggressively is like, okay, max range, Drow would run away. But from the tree line, you can like Force Staff on top of her and just like immediately close the distance, or start at max range, use ability, she tries to push you away, then you Force Staff, like whatever order. It can kind of get you close to do stuff, so it sort of works. And I think those would fit the bill more about what you need to do for your team rather than these boot to travel. Not sure if it's mentioned, but what's the idea behind Bracer and Talisman? You're a ranged hero. So, I actually prefer this for Viper. You can do the Wraith Band. Here is the logic between it. Wraith Band, I know you, Viper is like a agility hero, so technically it sounds like Wraith Band should be the best item for it. Slippers of Agility and Circlet give you the 5 stats. The Wraith Band gives you a little bit more attack speed. That's kind of nice. It also gives you armor. That's the big thing. The armor is why you finish the Wraith Band. That means they are attacking you a lot. So it usually has to be a ranged hero. It has to be a bunch of physical damage. In this game, because of the Drow, it could be good to have a little bit more bonus armor versus the Drow. But for your particular lane matchup, if they don't right-click you back a lot, then the armor doesn't matter that much. Nature's arguably is a hero who could and should have done that. So if you went the Wraith Band, it wouldn't have been bad. A lot of cases, though, people should not be right-click trading with Viper, because if you right-click trade with Viper, he builds up the poison attacks, and no one beats that. It's really tough. So it's usually people who can shove the lane and hit you for free that you would have to buy the Wraith Band as Viper. So someone like Sniper, Lena could be another one, because you have to deal with the creeps, and in that time, they pelt you. And if you try to trade to get that winning trade, you're just going to take a bunch of damage from the creeps. So you end up just having to deal with right-click. So that's when you would get the Wraith Band. A lot of times, Viper should win the lane without extra stats. So what you need to do is be able to take an extended trade. That is where the Bracer helps a lot to tank you up, so you can go for potential tower dives and tank creeps, because you know you do enough damage with poison attack to win. You also need enough mana to do that. So that's where the Null Talisman helps a lot. The extra mana regen and intelligence goes a lot further for you than like the armor, when most people shouldn't be right-click trading you as long as you have enough mana. So that's why a lot of Vipers, you'll see them go for Bracers or the Null Talismans more than Wraith Band. But you will occasionally see the Wraith Band for the reasons I described. I don't think... I would say you almost never need 2, though. I'd say like 1 Bracer is pretty safe for Viper, and then choose between another Bracer, a Null Talisman, or a second Bracer. I think I covered all 3 there. Or skip it if you don't think you need it. That's also fine. Here, okay, you have won your lane at this point. 700 gold over Nature's is pretty good. Let me back up. I was rambling about stuff. So we pick up this regen rune, feeling good. This is where if you could do your Observer a little more aggressively, it would help you a lot, because I want to take this tower, so aggressive vision will help you be safe. Right now, he's actually rotated top to kill your Rubik. The other 2 are on the sides. Pudge is a little scary, but I also think you're strong enough to just kill Pudge if he actually hooks you. So here, to punish it as Viper, to finish the job, either because you're trying to farm to whatever item, like if you want to do boot to travel, sure, but if you're going for other items, whatever, we're trying to finish it and trying to take this tower, here's where you shove in the creep wave really quickly. So like, attack non-stop, and potentially use spells. If you have enough mana, you can do it. If you're trying to save some mana because you're getting low, that's okay. Just attack. You can even draw, if you have health to spare, you can draw aggro intentionally, attack on this top bar, or like go to a hero, attack Wind Ranger. You just need to issue the command near creeps. You don't actually have to attack. It'll draw aggro. So you can do it from here or click over. I can't break this habit. I keep clicking over even though I know I can use the top bar. It'll draw the aggro. They'll all hit you, and then your corrosive skin will do a bit more damage to them in that time. Kill the range creep first if you can, if it's safe to do so. It's worth the most, and it does the most damage to your creeps. That means you'll push the lane, and you'll have the healthiest creep wave possible to then do the damage to the tower to finish the job. You're still kind of like playing as if you need to balance equilibrium, right? We're like, okay, wait for the last hit. Okay, hit it. Okay, here's the deny, right? You're actually doing a good job on that, but to balance a creep wave will take 30 seconds. To shove a creep wave will take about 10 seconds. So that is saving us 10 seconds might be a little bit more than that. But anyways, you get the idea, right? There's some amount of time saved depending on your hero and what abilities you use. 30 seconds to properly balance a wave, and you can see the next wave is coming. So then you're trapped in a cycle. For laning, when we're against the enemy heroes, that's fine. We're trapped in the cycle to build the lead. Once we win, I want to capitalize on it. So I need to save time to do other stuff, whether that's farming, rotating, or taking the tower. So that's why you got to attack a lot now, use your spells if you have the mana, and actually push to do something with the lane you have won. So right now, if you Nether Toxin, we will push up with a mostly healthy creep wave, and in fact, you have 2 range creeps. A full health creep wave without you doing anything will do 300 damage to a tower. We're at 800. Then you attack on top of that, we'll get a lot more in. Of course, they're going to take some damage from the creeps, unless you tank it, or you use spells. But anyways, you get the idea. If we pushed in quickly, 2 creep waves, this tower's dead. But by sitting here and balancing it, we do end up pushing a little bit, but notice the next creep wave is like getting close. So now these creeps will get distracted. Instead of helping you with the tower, they're going to fight these creeps. Then you're going to back off because like, oh, they're dead. These creeps are going to meet under towers, and I'm not going to have a full health tower again, or a full health creep wave. Can't really push this tower. So that's why we got to just like shove it. Just attack non-stop, do the damage, or do whatever else. Rotate, side lanes, jungle, whatever. I was blindly following Tort's guide. Yeah, it's okay to start with a guide, but definitely once you learn the logic behind it, then you can adapt to the game, where it's like, do I max poison attack? To keep it simple for you, if you are versus a melee hero, or you can tell the enemy player is bad, you can kind of get a feel for that pretty quickly. If they're giving you poison attacks, max poison attack. If they can completely avoid you and you just need to farm, max Nether Toxin. That's like the very cut and dry, simple version of Viper skill builds. And then item builds, kind of covered. There's a couple different options early. You're doing it now. You see how much faster that was? This creep wave, full health, 1 Nether Toxin, 950, and then you started auto attacking as well. Dead. 6 seconds. 6 seconds to finish the creep wave. If you sit and wait for the auto attacks, 30 seconds, maybe a little less depending on like exactly what you do. But that is how much time you have saved. And now I can hit this tower, go for runes, go stack, farm jungle, whatever it is. But that is how you accelerate. That's why as we get to 10 minutes, you're only at 3,700, which relative to your bracket is not bad. And you definitely won your lane. But because there was like a 2 to 3 minute period where you could do more, but you were just balancing the wave, that is what stops you from getting an extra creep camp here and there, which pushes you up to 4K. To take the tower, to rotate for a kill, shoot up a couple hundred. That is what will take you from, I am, keeping up with my peers, to I'm actually beating them, and that's how I'm going to start climbing consistently. Off of this, you are rotating now. You can see there how, okay, actually, Boots of Travel would have let you finish that kill because you would have had enough move speed. But also, any of the other items we talked about also would help you finish it. Atos, Force Staff, Dragon Lance, and they're just safer. They're a little easier than using Boots of Travel correctly. If you want to try to utilize Boots of Travel correctly because you like it, it's fine. It's a video game. Do it. I will eventually commit to making, and maybe we'll see it here, maybe you'll be part of it, about using Boots of Travel correctly to maximize the value, at least in a pub game, enough to gain MMR compared to like pros, whatever. This is not bad, actually. This is a good use of Boots of Travel. And notice, you're so strong that as long as you have the numbers, you can win the fight. That's why it works at pro matches or just high MMR, right? Teammates know to be aggressive. They don't, like, you don't have to be the one to start stuff. A lot of games, you do have to take that role on for yourself. But here's when it works great. You show up, you don't need more items to give you damage because your abilities do enough damage. You just like, right? That's it. That's the same with Necrophos. Like, I just show up and I ult. Like, that's all I need to do. And then I farm up a Radiance. That's how they make use of it. And no one can show up against me because I just like keep spamming Q. I'm high level. They can't kill me with my Shroud. He doesn't need items to win if he's playing well. That's why they can do it. For you, usually I'd say you push top. Spectre's here. You should probably let her do it. So spend this time walking somewhere else with your Boot to Travel. Twin Gate could be pretty good. You're kind of low on mana. I think with this wand, you have just enough that if this guy slows the Drow with his concussive shot and you come in through here, you can probably get enough poison attacks to finish the job. If you want to just go farm and build up enough mana to then show up with the Boot to Travel like TPN, I'd be okay with that. I would try to give this to the Spectre, though. And it looks like you're doing that. It looks like we're going to go walk towards the jungle back here. Not that. Oh, okay, this one. Oh, you're stacking. Okay, nice. I wasn't even paying attention. So here's that weird walking period, right? We're going to walk all the way up here. Let's go back. So you stacked, farm it with the Nether Toxin. In this time, have a Clarity come out. You'll get more than enough mana to cover the Nether Toxin cost. You'll farm this, and then you're just waiting for a TP, which could be bottom. It could have been... You maybe should have joined this, actually, right there. I, too, was not paying enough attention. Sure. Instead, you end up walking here. This is all like, am I making use of Boots of Travel? Technically, we walk here faster. I would say you don't need to, though. This lane is already pushing. You don't need to farm this lane. It will eventually push to the tower and then push back here. So we'll farm it when it gets here again. And in the meantime, what I'm actually hoping for is that someone on the enemy team deals with this creep wave showing up. So now I bot to a nether lane to bring the numbers advantage, and they can't show up. Nature's actually can. He's unique in that sense. But most heroes showing here could not then join a fight right away. They might be able to also TP, but it would be delayed compared to you making the move first. So this walking time is kind of like wasted. Even if you didn't have Boots of Travels, I would still say you just jungle here, and then when this creep wave comes up, you go. You're trying to take the tower, which is like, it's not bad, but it's risky. This is where the enemy has a lot easier time killing you, and your team can't really join because you're so far from your own base. Still pretty early. I would look to help your side lanes more than I would look to take a tier 2 at this point. You maybe ward for yourself, ward in the jungle, and then if you want to like cut creeps here and then jungle and then look for the Boots of Travel to the side lanes, I'd be okay with that. But you definitely need to bring your own observer to make it safe to do so. Here's where, yes, another item could have helped you get the kill. But if you want to do the Boot to Travel, you can see that even though you have a lead, it's still a little difficult to 100-0 kill someone because you take time to build up poison attacks. So they might be able to use spells to get away. They might be able to just TP away. And if you didn't have Atos, you couldn't stop him. But if you show up, then you have the help of like slows from your supports, maybe a stun from a more usual offlaner, or they just contribute some auto attacks and like a little bit of spell damage. rather than having to be a 100 to 0 hero, you're like, I'll do like 70 to 80% of the damage, and I just need 20% from a teammate. And that's when the Boots of Travels like works a lot. Like you just show up to the teammates, so they help you then do like that little extra percentage, and then you finish the job with your abilities. Here's another great time to be TPing bottom with your Boots of Travels, which goes back to needing good map awareness to see these opportunities with the Boots of Travels. Again, not meant to flame, but just painting the realistic picture of why the Boots of Travels, even though it's really common to see at higher ranks and you might just be cookie cuttering the build, if you can't actually use it, then it will miss some of its strength. We do show up and get the kill though, so that's pretty good. And then, yeah, I was about to say, the Boots of Travel value is that you don't have to stay here pushing this. You can, but if you went somewhere else, that would be really fast play. And it looks like you guys are going to try to get top. It doesn't quite work out, but I'm glad you tried, because I feel, okay, he actually walked back in, so should finish the job. Aw, Pudge was here. He got us. There is a Lich picture on the stream thumbnail this time around. We need, in other case, Skyrath did a good chunk. You just need a couple artifacts. We haven't done a Lich replay, though. If anyone's got a Lich game, we could do that. I just kind of put some generic heroes on there to make it a little more interesting. I don't actually know what we end up when I make the thumbnail, who shows up. I used to do it in hindsight. I left it blank, and then I added it after the VOD, but, like, who cares? I decided whatever. I'm just gonna like put heroes on there and then leave it. This is where another issue with the Boots of Travel, right? If you had a different item, you'd be stronger. Once the fight actually breaks out, the move speed might help you, but otherwise it gives no stats. So if they do have the strength to fight you, the Boots of Travel doesn't pay off. So then another part of using Boots of Travel is to only take good fights that are favorable for you without having extra stats, which is probably tough for you to like easily identify right now. Past 7 minutes, I felt totally clueless. First time bots, had no idea. Okay, I didn't see you say that. So we've been kind of like harping on it a little long. To give you a clear picture then of like, what should I do? Go for the items I mentioned, like the Atos. Pick a tower. This is your easiest. Even if you haven't taken mid yet, if you decide you want to start playing with your team, especially when your ult is up, just come over, walk up to this tower, push the lane, and then hit this tower. One of two things will happen. One, the enemy will come fight you, which is typically what you want as a Viper because you're really good at fights, and they should be avoiding you. But now that you're hitting their tower, this is like, come fight me, you know, like I'm gonna take your tower, which is the second thing. They don't fight you, you take a tower. That's great. It's helping your team out a lot. So you're getting one of two things that you want. The danger is that they could fight you here, pull you under tower with like Pudge Hook. It's under tower, it's scary, right? You gotta be a little careful about it. Try to keep track of like who's showing up or not. But that's what you would typically do as Viper. Win your lane, become the strongest hero in the game because you're rich and you're good in the early game with your spells, and then force them to respond to you, which is to go up 2 towers. That's why you usually don't want to spend too much time jungling as Viper. The pros can do it because they like balance and show up and all that stuff. For you, the easiest game plan would just be build regular items and then like walk at a tower. And you'll probably feed a little bit every now and then, you know, it's just how it goes. But more than likely, the enemy will fight you when they shouldn't, especially if your lane has gone well, and then you'll just kill them. And it'll give a lot of space to your team. Even when you die, if they're bringing a lot of heroes to fight you bottom, it means your carry, Spectre, should be given space top. So like right here, just like go take this tower. I missed having the Dragon Lance and Hurricane Pike so bad here. Yeah. For the record, Boots of Travels is not a bad build. You just have to know a little bit more about map movements and like particular fights to really get the value out of it. So what you're doing here is pretty good. Oh, I have Boots of Travel. I shove bottom and then I'll show up last second top for the fight. If they TP home to defend my push, then I show up top and I force a fight. And if they're not here and they're smart about avoiding us because a guy just left, then I take this tower. So that's how to use the Boots of Travel in a smart way. The danger is when I push this, I can't feed. So if you buy your own deep wards and place them, that'll help you a lot, especially with the Spectre. She might get some free pickoffs. Just keep them in your backpack, swap them in, place them when you're up here. Or do what you're doing. Safely shove it with W and then stay out of sight in the jungle. This is okay. Because now from their perspective, they don't know, is Viper Boots of Traveling up here right now to fight us? We better back off. Turns out you're actually just jungling the whole time, and they're being cautious and being inefficient just because you're off the map. In Herald, they're probably not going to notice you're off the map, so you're going to lose some of that value. That'll apply the higher up you go. For you, the benefit is maybe you do just Boots of Travel and you kill them and surprise them because they just never noticed you disappeared. By the way, you're doing some very defensive TPs, but you're super strong, so you should be TPing more aggressively. Or let me change that. If you think the fight is worth taking, then you want to take a more aggressive teleport. If you're scared of the fight, you probably shouldn't be teleporting. So it's like either we're doing more aggressive teleports, like at least in this tree line, or you're just not coming at all and you're going to continue farming. So if my goal was to start more fights, pressuring towers is a good way to force fights. Exactly. You don't strictly have to go straight from tower to tower to tower, but especially anytime your ult is up and they might be avoiding you, going to a tower is a great way to get something. Like compare that to, so we took the mid tower, right? You could shove in mid, and to some degree it's good to do, but at some point this gets scary. Like it's too early in the game and tier 2 tower is a lot stronger than tier 1 that I get scared. I don't actually want to push this far. So I come up to here, but then what am I getting? You know, I'm like, I got some creeps, but then I get scared and I just have to come back. By going to a side lane that still has the tower available, especially with teammates, right? We get something. We either get some tower damage or we get creeps, and I feel better about that than like pushing a tier 2 mid solo by myself. So try to start with all the tier 1s. Around this time is when you actually are strong enough to take tier 2s pretty easily. So now, if it happens, sure. But earlier, after winning the lane, and you're like, I want to do stuff with my ultimate, just like shove in your lane, try to get a power rune if you can. Otherwise, like look at the map at this time. If you think you can show up to a fight, go. Otherwise, just jungle to like get whatever item you need to be strong. And then once you have the item to be strong, that's when you should just be like going to towers. When your ult is available, you have enough mana, do your stuff, take the tower, or get pushed off, back up, heal up, wait for abilities, go again.
Amateur.
Okay, let us get to another one. So if you guys have any matches you would like me to look at, we need the match ID from within the last week to be able to download it. Then let me know whoever you're playing, any questions you got. No problem, translucent blue jellyfish. I'm happy to provide the help, and I hope it pays off. You're already doing like fairly well, at least in this game, right? Like so. This is where I would say for your bracket, you're doing your part. You know, like if everyone has 20% to do to earn the win, you are doing your 20%. But I hope with these tips, you'll be able to push that like, I'm doing 25%, and that'll cover for my shit-ass teammate, you know, like whatever, someone who's doing badly. And that's the goal to climb. It's like do more than your fair share. Okay, I'm gonna leave this playing for a second. I'm gonna be right back as I refill my water, get more tea, because we still have quite a while to go on this stream, which means a lot more talking. So this will give you time to drop those match IDs, like I said, and then we'll pick one once I'm back. Slacks hypothesized that there's a third ancient. That'd be pretty sick. I don't know. For a game I have spent so much time on, I really don't know much Dota lore. Which is really funny to me, because I usually, when I get into a game, I usually get kind of into the lore. I don't know if I've really shown that on variety streams, actually. I think it's just the nature of it takes a long time to absorb lore, and I feel like it's not as interesting, so I tend to like zoom past it in variety games. But usually if I get into stuff, I get pretty into the lore. But for whatever reason, Dota, most played game of my life, I know very little about a lot of the lore. Okay. Let's try this. Because by chance, it seems we have two people asking the same question, which is how to deal with Spectre early as Axe. I don't know if this is the same account posting like different stuff. Oh no, you're both on YouTube. I think you're different accounts. So let's take a look. And in fact, I think I know exactly what to look for both of you. I actually think we can cover two of these pretty quickly. Let me see if I can download this. Yes. Okay. So, let me get the timestamp set up for this, and then I'll explain. No, not Axe. Oops. Gordian. I think we can get through these both pretty quickly and then move on to another one. Okay, so this question that both of you asked is how to deal with Spectre early as Axe, and not to plug my own content, but I will say if you haven't seen the Axe video, it's my most recent video. I think we released it last week, but that is how I would recommend you play Axe in general, is like how to get ahead, creep cut, all that, and then push a fast tempo. That's exactly what you want to do versus Spectre. You want to punish the fact that she is a weaker laner. She is okay if you directly fight her because she has her passive, but she really cannot clear creeps quickly at all. So as Axe, you want to do the build I talked about in that video, which I'm not going to repeat too much here, only as much as we need to make it make sense. But I would recommend you guys check out that video if you haven't already. We'll start in this one. For this one, yours is more about mid to late Spectre. Okay. Oh, and the other one is playing Spectre. Okay, never mind. We'll still do it because they both connect to each other, actually. So I guess indirectly, we will cover all elements of Spectre gameplay these next two replays. I'll still cover them. I'm sure they'll connect. Okay, I'll still say then, I still think you should be looking to deal with Spectre in the early game. It looks like you crushed her, but then maybe we didn't quite close the game out correctly. This is actually the period, because your question is like mid to late, I'll still look there. But what I would actually recommend and what I would focus on if I was in your situation to beat Spectre is to not get to this late game. It is just a hassle. Like as much as you learn, like here's how to deal with it, blah, 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 is just a hassle. So this is actually the window that I am looking to win the game versus the Spectre, is post lane, first the lane, and then post lane, early game, all that stuff. And it looks like you guys were kind of doing that. Had a pretty solid lead around here, but then maybe started making some mistakes, so it kind of flatlines, and then eventually they recover. So this is where I'm going to start, and then I'll look at a couple late game situations for you, which will then also help address the other question about Spectre. Even though yours is more about Spectre early game, it'll still be good to know these like Spectre mid to late game tips if you like playing Spectre. So let us just jump to the end of the laning stage for Axe. You did try to do what I talked about in the video. All right, so we kill this creep, and then we should be grabbing the next creep wave as part of what I talked about in the video. Yep, and then looks like you actually ran at this. This is in the mid Wind Ranger. Okay. I see you trying to creep cut. Do be careful of the rotation from the Wind Ranger. When you see her here, I actually think you should just like run away, and it'll be tough because she's already here. But like waste her time and drag her like further back onto her own half of the map. I don't think you can actually kill her because she's like level 9 there. Anyways, we'll go back. It also might give your mid natures. He might have had like teleport down, or maybe this carry. Looks like mid. Maybe if you run further away, he has time to like teleport to help you. Anyways, kind of just like a one-off thing there. Yeah, let's get some components. It looks like you've been kind of hoarding some money, undecided on Blade Mail or Blink. I think you can get the Blade Mail first. It's really good this game. And then get the Blink second. And by getting the Blade Mail first, it would have made it easier to punish. We skipped it, but I actually think this should be a game you should actually be richer if you're trying to do the stuff in the video. This is one-off. I'm not going to like dig too deep into it. But I think if you get the Blade Mail components, it'll be easier to do, especially because it looks like you've sufficiently stopped the Spectre. But since you've watched the video, you kind of know what I'd recommend there, and I want to address your more Spectre-relevant questions in this replay. All right, so we take this tower. So in terms of stopping Spectre, so you ended up going for the Blink first. Let's see how it plays out for you. I would recommend Blade Mail. With Blade Mail, it's really hard for them to kill you. Like Skywrath ult and Wind Ranger ult just like stop working versus you. Echo on you is like, sure, but it means everyone else is free, you know, and Echo is pretty long. And then Spectre, because we've crushed her, she's just not going to do anything to us. So Blade Mail should allow you to continue to play here really aggressively, and you just continue doing that. Get a deep ward in this area and play here till you have Blink. If you actually move away from this area too soon, Spectre will then be allowed to free farm, and you wouldn't be able to make plays because you don't have the Blink. Because you got the Blink first, okay, let's take a look at this. But as we look to make plays away from the Spectre, when she shows up in the creep wave, we can't really threaten her that much because we don't have the Blade Mail. We can Blink Call, and maybe with Natures, maybe we can do it if he shows up enough. That's kind of the saving grace to having the Blink first is the Natures. But in terms of damage, we don't have the Blade Mail, and then we have two lower damage supports. Like, they're really not the best. You might be able to, like, Shadow Wave Burst. That's also then going to remove your, like, spin potential if there's creeps. Ignite takes time to, like, really ramp up the damage. So I worry that this Blink will actually not be able to get kills that easily unless you really coordinate with the Natures. But by nature of looking for the plays, we're going to give space to Spectre. Which is why I think the Blade Mail first into the Blink would have been smoother this particular game. Okay, we do make a successful Blink play here. Should get both of these, and then the saves on Ogre. Okay, so great. First play, pretty good. This is where Spectre, by the way, should immediately rush out and start farming. This is space for Spectre, so we as the Axe need to get back down here pretty quickly. For you, Twin Gate, show back up here. Do not allow Spectre to start pushing this lane and farming the jungle. You don't actually need to take this tower. I need to prevent the enemy from finding successful plays, and then otherwise, I am just continuing to farm up my own stuff. So right now, I go back through the Twin Gate, farm down here. Natures leaves, that's fine. We just need to be aware he may not have the teleport to help us. It looks like we want to stay and take this top tower. This is something Dragonite should just do on his own over time. I'm gonna sidebar here a little bit. Versus Spectre, and the reason I'm saying like we should focus on post lane to mid game, that's like the key time to beat her, because we don't want to get to late. A lot of people overshoot, which is potentially what we're going to see here. We'll find out. Oh, I'm scared to go late, so we got to push nonstop real quick. From 10 minutes to 20 minutes. We have to go to tower to tower to tower to tower to tower. We have to do this, like we're going to lose late. That's overkill. There is drafts that can actually win going from tower to tower super quickly and like end the game at 20 minutes. Most drafts are not like that. But what you need to do is set yourself up to win, to have a big gold lead, and then around like the 20-25 minute mark, you'll knock everything out really quickly. Because the time it takes to take a tier 2 at 12 minutes is just a lot, and it's inefficient compared to efficiently farming, reaching some critical mass level in items, and then you can take that tower in 30 seconds or less when you win a good fight. And then Dragonite ult and Natures, they just like delete the tower, done. You can go tier 2, tier 3 before they even respawn. So winning early means building a lead early, but you don't actually have to like win and take towers till later. So this play is cool with me. Taking the tower, I don't think is actually necessary right now, but if you want to, I'm okay with it. To me, this next 5 minutes, for us, the axe, is to farm up the blade mail. As a team, this guy continues to go towards whatever items he wants to get. This guy needs to recover. I don't know what happened to him, but he's got to get his Maelstrom. And we just continue to grow while Spectre remains weak. She does not have her Orchid. It's going to take her a while to get to Orchid. We are hoping that by the time she has Orchid, it's not even that much of a threat because we are so relatively strong. She can't get solo pickoffs that the supports should have like... this guy's going for a Yules, you know? So, like, he won't even be threatened by Orchid. Hopefully, by the time he gets it, it'll line up with the Orchid because she has such a bad game, and we keep making things happen. That's why I don't want to give her space. Like, as I see her free farming, this is space I don't want her to have for long. I know you have to make plays. The top play overall is, like, fine, and if we're taking this tower, like I said, okay. I don't want to see you then go camp mid next. If that happens... This is Spectre's GPM changing from 350 to 550 when we are not in her face pushing in stuff in this area. And that's the danger, is that suddenly her Orca time speeds up before the Yules finishes, and now she is picking off support. She is making plays. And we see why I don't really want to sit here. Your jungle speed is so fast. All the time you are sitting here waiting for the right blinks. Essentially every minute you farm 2 creep waves and like 3 jungle camps. So your effective GPM is pushing like 800 as axe if you are actually doing that. That's why if we make plays, we want it to be real quick because that's how much it's costing us by not farming. Just like drag a creep wave to one camp, do another camp, get the next creep wave, another camp. You know, it is so much money compared to like waiting for this blink, looking for this stuff. And this is why this gold lead's not growing as much. Let's look at Spectre. If you had a deep ward and she's jungling like this, you can kill her, right? Even with the blink first. She is so low jungling because you wrecked her in the lane. Anytime she sees you in the lane, she sees you walk top, she knows she's low health jungler here, she goes, gotta leave, gotta go bottom, like I gotta go walk to another spot. So just by being in the area, you scare her. Here, axe is top, I can jungle this. I'm really low, but I can do this, right? And so this is money. She should be scared. She should have a lot of inefficient waiting in trees and walking around time anytime you're around. But by sitting top for so long, she is gonna farm. She should actually be in the lane. It should be better for her. I conceptually love candy corn. Nowadays, when I eat it, I recognize it's really not that great. It is straight sugar, but I conceptually love the idea of candy corn. I love this cursor. I'm so glad it's in the game. We had no idea about Spectre's Ags, how to deal with it. Find the Spectre. If you let her jungle somewhere else and take the fight against their team, or let her team look for a fight and then she starts with a haunt, that is exactly what she wants. You have to go look for her wherever she is and stay clumped as a team. Also note, the Ags is quite an investment and is usually only 3rd or 4th item, which goes back to I want to be in a really good spot before then. Which even for our slip up, our death top, ultimately you went top, won fights as a team, took the tower, so now we're back here. I don't see anyone though, so you guys should be careful. This is where we really need some deep wards. Do it yourself if your supports are not doing it. Wind Ranger will be tough to get the kill without the blade mail, but because we have supports, kind of got close. Okay, let's go back to this one more time. What is this build? What is this build? Because we don't have the blade mail, it's pretty hard to kill Wind Ranger. And because they're all missing, you guys actually shouldn't be up this far. If you saw heroes in other lanes, this would be more okay. But this is actually where you shouldn't even farm this creep wave. Like as we push up here and I'm looking at the map, only Earthshaker is missing. So you guys should just jungle out of sight right now. And they should like, let's say all of you are bottom, you're jungling this stuff, they're in the area, they should be warding, and you guys are just waiting to see enemy heroes. And then they should actually fall back behind you. You kind of show in the creep wave, so now they're going to know you're down here. And if they have any vision, they're going to be looking for these supports actually instead of you. You do have the natures. He's having not an amazing... I guess I say that. I guess he's actually like up here. I feel like he wasn't doing as well. I guess he just got some kills to recover it. His build is weird though, which is kind of... It's not doing as much as it could. But he does actually have the teleport. And I suppose with that said, if he had teleported here as soon as you guys did this, this could work. I don't know what the team comms were. Call it out, though. Technically, it's his responsibility to know, but it's hard to keep track of everything. So as a team, if you say, like, come teleport here, it could help. If he didn't, a bit griefy on his part. Yeah, I'll call it a mistake, because that's more... It's not like he's... I highly doubt he's like, screw these guys, I'm going to grief them. It's probably just I didn't notice. And by the time I did, it was too late. Could have been a smoother fight, right? Like, he did show up eventually, but it's just late. But also, if we had just farmed more efficiently before coming top, you could just have the Blade Mail blink right now and then have finished that kill. Okay, so you come deal with this, and then we just got to go back bottom. I don't care about this mid tower yet. I don't want to push mid frontal assault. I want to push bottom and camp this area, and at some point dive mid. I did skip the first few. Around now, I'm going to jump to the late game because I think I've kind of said my piece about how the mid game could go better. And I missed what happened in the early game because we skipped over it. But I do think there's a lot of room for more farm, which will then help with this period. But it does happen in various games that Spectre does do well. So let's jump ahead and start looking for some of that. So Spectre at this point has Orchid, Ags, Manta. I feel like this Ags is actually a little early, but whatever. This is strong. It'll be really good at finding Dazzle or the Natures. For our team, let's see, what do we got? Natures, DK, Shadowblade. Shadowblade's kind of interesting. I feel like he should go for Silver Edge if he's going to do this, because the break versus Spectre will be pretty useful. Can you go Refresher without having another item? I don't think you're gonna have the mana for this. I think you need to get Ags or Shivas first before you can get Refresher. Okay, so around here we need to find them split up. You guys can still get kills, but 4 of you need to go while Nature's farm somewhere, and then you just need to, like, kill whoever you find, and it can't be 5 heroes missing. It has to be, like, let's say Skywrath is here, I see 1 hero here, and I don't see Spectre. So then at worst, we're getting into a 3-on-4, and then Nature's will TP in, and Spectre will TP in, so then it'll be like a 5-on-4. But I know we have the numbers advantage because they're split up. You can't just jump Skywrath right now because the other 3 heroes could be here, and then Spectre could haunt in into a 5-on-5. And if you're winning, that's fine, which goes back to why I would recommend emphasize your early to mid game. We should be 10k up so that I can take the 5-on-5 because I'm just ahead. Now we're not ahead, and that's where Spectre shines. And they actually have really good team fight abilities. So their pickoff, or their team fight is better than ours, especially now that she has the Ags. Our pickoff is still strong from having Call and having the lower cooldown teleport from Nature's. Hers is long. Their spells are long cooldown. You guys are much lower cooldown. So we're looking for small pickoffs here. Yeah, I was about to say Nature's going to grief if he just finished that teleport. But we saw Wind Ranger bottom. Right now, blind guess, where's Spectre? pop quiz. Where do you guys think Spectre is? How long is the queue? There is not a queue right now. It is just a random system. There's one other we're going to look after this because I wanted to combo them together. Then they're a little different than I thought, but I already said I'm going to combo them together, so we're going to do it. After that, we'll go back to random raffles, and where are we right now? About 3 hours into the stream. So yeah, we'll still go for another couple hours. And then after that, we'll see. Wednesday, we're going to do this again. We do this every Monday and Wednesday, so even if it's not today, hopefully there'll be plenty of chances for you to get one. Back to the pop quiz. So with blind guess, Spectre is, yeah, I think mid triangle is not a bad guess. Top side is okay. If two heroes are here, then a good Spectre should be top half. Could be like back here, maybe back here. These would be okay guesses. Your team's vision is flawed. Like, all of this is defensive, so this is why we have no idea where to go. I said you guys need pickoffs, and I have no idea who is where outside of creep shoving in. This will sometimes happen, but it's more of a support warding mistake if this happens. You have space to carry some for your own. If you don't believe in your support's ability to ward, buy a couple for yourself, put them where it needs to go. A single deep ward this game in this window could be game winning for you guys. I will have to do this blind, but by guessing, I'd say there's an 80% chance Spectre is on the top half. So you guys wanting to avoid the rest of the team and find the Spectre, if 4 of you smoke up and go like this, first just going into the triangle might find someone, and then especially as this giant creep wave pushes up, this is another option. Either cut through to connect with it or smoke behind this. Someone is going to show up here. And at a pro level, the whole team will show up to maintain a good formation. In a pub game, one random guy, if it's not Spectre already up here, one random person is going to TP up here to deal with this amount of creeps, and then you're going to kill them. So even without vision, let's ignore the fact like support mistake, it could just happen. This is a play building up to happen. We need to do it, and then because we're up here and we got a kill, we're safe. This is where you or the supports should then place a deep ward for future plays to make it easier on yourself. Even without a creep wave pushing in, I might just see someone I need to see. Let's swap. Boom. Spectre's top. Turns out 2 other heroes are mid, so we actually could go for Skywrath and Wind Ranger. But I don't know that because I have no deep wards. They also have no deep wards, even though they should with the Spectre. You guys have a lot of defensive vision, so maybe it got removed by the time we jumped here. But just so you don't get, you or anyone watching don't get too tilted of like, my supports are so bad, like this is their warding, how am I supposed to do it? The enemy team is doing the same thing. So it is all about doing enough things right on your own that you can. So Spectre did deal with the top. That could have been our window to kill Spectre. Instead, notice your team completely scattered. So when Spectre just randomly uses Haunt like this, she doesn't even know what she's going to find. If you guys were grouped, she'd be scared to commit. And Nature's, he should be able to teleport out. Because she didn't get Basher, as soon as she haunts like this, 4 of you should be together and she shouldn't feel good about jumping the 4 of you. Nature should start TPing home, and then Haunt is down for 160 seconds. And then you guys are good to go. She's going to find a free kill here because you guys are scattered in the winds, and then it pays off. Then they actually have your death timer, whoever she kills. It looks like it'll be Nature's. So now, she commits a 160-second cooldown. She has 70 seconds to work with now, where her team is a lot stronger than you guys. And by the time he is up, this is halfway back to being up. I mean, a little less, but like, you know, you get the idea. So it pays off, but it will still be down. So now that this mistake has happened, this is the next window. You guys need to avoid them for 70 seconds. And then once he is up, we have to go. 4,000 gold is in this haunt, and it's on cooldown for another like 90 seconds by the time he's up. So within the 10 seconds of his respawn, you guys should be smoked, going for a play, so that as he respawns, he instantly joins the play and we capitalize on Haunt being down. If you guys get picked off in this time, that's just going to further snowball their lead. And if you guys don't make a play when he respawns, it's also an issue. So right now you guys can play it safe, but then we got to start thinking about healing, buying items, whatever, and watching the map for where to go. So now I see Spectre and Earthshaker top. Their formation's actually bad. They just smoked here. I saw 3 heroes disappear on the ward instantly. There's a chance they all walked in the fog of war at the same time, but it's very unlikely. So we now need to be pretty careful. You probably have time to run top, kill this creep wave, and then fall back. Waste this smoke time. Do not let them find a kill. Sit in the base. These guys can farm a little bit, and then they also fall back. It's based on like how long it takes for these heroes to move, probably in this direction. You guys sit in the base in the last, again, 10 seconds before he's up. Smoke yourselves out. Go find someone. They're going to scatter. After not finding a smoke, these guys will scatter, and then you guys can find a play. I feel that you guys are not being defensive enough, and someone is about to be found at this point. So in the end, they get Ogre. And I know it's easier said than done, but note this is all, I am reading all of this off of your minimap. So step 1 is having enough minimap awareness to gather this information. And then step 2 is enough game knowledge to now connect what I'm seeing to like, what is the enemy trying to do? What are we trying to do? It's easier said than done, but hopefully these kind of replays help you guys form that information. This is a good question. So you hear what I'm saying, but isn't this kind of difficult to manage in a random pub where people are not always thinking about all this stuff? Absolutely, but it goes both ways. Some games are unlucky where one team is just straight up better at coordinating, better players, whatever. We're not worried about that. When we're thinking about, one, improving ourselves, knowing what I am talking about and seeing these opportunities, that is step 1 for your own self-improvement, whether the team reacts or not. But then step 2, in terms of gaining MMR, I've improved myself. How do I turn that into a win? You don't need to win every game. In 100 games, 50-50, that's an even win rate. I would expect you, like even a good win rate of 60% means 60 wins, 40 losses. So there are just some amount of losses that are going to happen. And that goes to your random pubs. Some people just aren't going to listen. You say exactly what needs to happen. They're not going to do it. You lose. Damn. But we expected that to happen about 40 of the games. And 40 of the wins, even with no coordination, your team might naturally work together. The enemy team might implode. It goes both ways. There's some amount of wins and losses that are just out of your control. But it is then those 20 games in the middle that if they go 10-10, we're stuck at 50% win rate. But if I can tip just a few games into a win because I happen to have a team that will listen, that is what turns a loss into a win, and we start gaining MMR. And 60% is already a very crazy win rate. But something more reasonable like 52, 53, the climb is slow. That's why we call it a grind. But 53% win rate is gaining MMR, and over time you will move up. So what I want for you guys is to be able to see what I'm talking about, to see the plays happening and know what to do, and then to try to communicate it to your team. And that's it. That's where it ends. And if it works, fantastic. You carried your weight. If you call it out and they don't do it, you still know the right thing to do, which is important, and you're just losing with a bad team, that sucks. But anytime it's close, and it could easily go either way, you make the difference when you see this stuff and call it out. We will be doing more replays, by the way. I saw you ask that earlier. There's another one after this I want to do, and then we're gonna go around. And actually, we're kind of close to finishing this one because I'm calling out some of these late game plays that I want to in order to address the player's question, but then we'll be able to move on. Okay, this particular fight does, or pick off, kind of works because Roche just happened. But I do want to highlight, it's actually not the best for them to do. 2 heroes are dead. Silencer's low, so it kind of works out, but The other heroes could have been here, and Spectre... Shadow Step is pretty low cooldown in the late game. We kind of paused, so I kind of lost my internal clock on it, though it looks like it's pretty close. It just came up as this kill finishes. So this is pretty risky to go for them, and they should actually just be chilling right now. Which goes then back to the random coordination goes on both sides. I will not always be able to make my team make these plays I see, but then plays like this that shouldn't work, and Silencer shouldn't be up here on his own if his team's not ready to help him. These guys shouldn't be taking this fight when they don't have the information to know if Silencer on his own, but it works out. You know, this is not a good play by my books, but it is working out for us. So just keep in mind, like, that stuff will happen on both sides. I won't always be able to get my team to do stuff, but they will also randomly do stuff that does work out, whether it should or not. Okay, you're all up, so we should go. Spectre's bottom, boom. Everyone TP bottom and run at Spectre. Silencer is still dead. If Spectre is here, it is very unlikely the rest of her team is also here. We're going to switch perspectives. Spectre is at most probably with one hero. If they are grouped up, which would be very strange, if they are grouped up, it is a 5-on-4 fight because Silencer is dead. So it doesn't matter that they're grouped up. And this 9k gold lead for them, Silencer is 9k. So it's actually an even game that you're about to take a 5-on-4 on, which will work out depending on cooldowns. To some degree, we are missing like some of the stuff that is good, but usually a 5-on-4, like the numbers advantage, will make up the difference. Let's look at their perspective. Boom. Spectre's on her own. Earthshaker, Skywrath, Wind Ranger. So if you guys had gone for Spectre right here, like, it would work out more often than not. Again, any deep wards from you or your supports would help out a lot. So Nether Haunt that kills Nature's Prophet. And this is where it feels like, oh, like, what do we do? That's what you do. If you guys had been together going to Nature's or going to Spectre, you would have been the one to jump her first. There was enough time to get her before she just uses Haunt to randomly kill Nature's. But it's getting out of control, right? She's getting really powerful, which means earlier I said, like, he just needs to TP home and he'll be okay. I think he's still in that realm, but you got to start really quickly. And this is why, like, the late game Spectre is a menace. It is really hard to get these kind of coordination plays. And that's why I would focus on that like 10 to 20 minute mark, because at that point it was just Axe and maybe some supports. But Axe could have done a lot of it on his own and not needed, like, I need you three around me. I need you, like, in a really safe spot. We need to go on this timing. Like, it's getting really annoying to pull teammates together, as was brought up. And why, for Spectre, I would focus a lot more on the lane and then the early to mid game. Can you explain thought process for how you can determine Spectre is isolated? Might have missed it. Yeah, that is a good question, because I am kind of just like breezing over that. Spectre and any global hero, the ideal way that they work is that usually to get the proper 5-on-5 so that everyone is involved, let's say we're pushing this tower. I need 5 heroes to push this. It's good to bring 5 heroes, but what it means is we're all here and then nothing is happening like anywhere else on the map for my team. So it ends up inefficient. Like 5 of us are splitting one creep wave and some jungle camps, and we're missing out on everything else. So any hero that has a global ability, someone like Spectre, Dawnbreaker, Nature's Prophet, Io, these types of heroes, people with Boots of Travel, Ember Spirit with the Remnants, I'm sure there's others, but we'll leave it at that, right? They can join the fight pretty quickly. It will start as like a 4-on-5, but as they join in, it'll become a 5-on-5. So they don't need to be here. They can be farming back here. They can be pushing out another lane. They can be pushing up here. That is the theoretical ideal way to play those heroes. And in a pub game, you never fully know if that's happening. Sometimes you will see the Spectres grouping with a team, and it's like, I don't know what's going on here, right? But in general, Spectre should be on her own. And we are essentially playing a game at that point. Like, let's run down the possibilities. I saw Spectre here on her own. So if we bring 5 heroes and then it turns out Spectre's with her team for whatever reason, it's a 5-on-5, which is relatively okay. It depends on the game and the draft and all that. but it's relatively okay because Spectre is not using her global strength in that point because she's just directly in the fight. We're not worried about being split picked and everything. If Spectre is on her own and the rest of the team is away, then it's like a 5-on-1, boom, you know? So either way, it works out better for us compared to seeing Spectre bottom and seeing Wind Ranger top, and we go for the Wind Ranger. Maybe 3 heroes are around, the remaining 3 we don't see are around the Spectre, and we get a 5-on-1 on Wind Ranger. Great. But if the other 3 heroes are around the Wind Ranger, and then Spectre comes in, then that's a 5-on-5 that benefits the way Spectre wants to play, and it's still a 5-on-5, right? Like, I don't feel as good about that. So it's essentially a numbers game that more often than not, Spectre, going for the Spectre or going for the global hero will work out for you, either because they're on their own like they should be, or you're taking away the global power of the hero by going directly to them. Okay. With that, let me go find the other replay I said we would do. You were asking about Spectre early game. So I kind of want to like grab that one, and then we'll cover both sides of the Spectre spectrum.
Welcome back, Zach. Started a MMR grind
My
in August and went from
God.
Crusader to Legend as support this week. Thanks for the advice, streams and reviews. They helped improve my Dota skills.
We go hard, going hard as always. Your insane generosity on this channel, thank you so much. But looks like going hard in the MMR as well, and it's paying off. Crusader Legend. So congratulations to that. Thank you so much, as always. And I am glad it's paying off. I'm glad it's not like I'm trying to use it and it's not working, and it's like, oh no, I'm not helping. So I'm really glad it's working. Thank you for always supporting this channel, and I'm glad it's paying off. Oh, Javier, thank you for sending it again. Let me pull that one up then. I said we would do this fast and it ended up pretty long, but I think we covered some useful stuff, so I don't mind. And we go hard as always. You pretty much have a free pass to replay analyses anytime you want to cut the queue. You have more than earned it. You let me know. Okay, this is Carry Herald. I'll say this as we're getting ready for this and getting all the timestamps ready. For Spectre in this bracket, there's pros and cons, and it depends on your mentality. Pros, most Herald games go quite long, and that means Spectre eventually comes online and is good. So if you're okay with that, that's fine. The cons, Spectre's a pretty weak carry. So when your teammates are bad, which will happen a lot in this bracket, there's not a lot you can do. And to your question of like, I feel like I struggle in the early game, some of it might not even be on you. It may be your teammates are just not very good, and then you are just not a hero who can take it into your own hands. You really are reliant on your teammates as Spectre on paper. There's always stuff we can do in pub games to like make it work even when it's not supposed to. But if you want more control in the early game to just try to get a good lead and snowball, you probably need a different hero than Spectre. But if you're okay with that and you're like, I like Spectre, I like the late game power, then it's just something you have to deal with in the early game, and that might be it. I'm going to take a look. I can't promise you like, oh, with these tricks, you'll always win your lane as Spectre, because you are weak. You're actually, usually just getting through the lanes is good on Spectre. So let's take a look. I thought you started with those mangoes for a second. It's like, this is outdated. This is like 3-year-old build here. Your build's a lot more normal, so you're good to start. To me, it's pretty hard to survive that early game. Okay, so mainly what we're looking for your creep equilibrium balancing. And when you recognize it's safe to move up, and when you can maybe do your own pulls, because maybe, like I said, maybe don't trust your supports. So the more you can do on your own, the better. Save Spectral Dagger to secure range creeps. Don't use... banner creeps can also be worth it. The more you can use it for that stuff, don't throw it out for casual harass unless it looks like your support is kicking someone's ass and you're like, oh, this could finish the job. That's okay. In general, don't do casual harass with Spectral Dagger. Use it just to secure range creeps. Something like this, where you're like joining, it's like, kind of cool. This is a third of your mana pool. And as part of securing the creeps, I'm going to recommend to you, if you think you can get a kill by joining with Spectral Dagger at these bounty runes, you can go for it. Otherwise, Spectre is not a hero I care to contribute at these runes at all. All you need is consistent lanes. If you lost every bounty rune but started the lanes well, that's going to work out for you more often than not. So don't worry about going aggressive. And so, for example, sit defensively, pick this one up, and then, by defensively, by the way, it's not like on the rune. If you see heroes, you can move up further. If you don't see any heroes, sit like back here if no one is with you. You can sit up here with your team for like moral support, and then, oh, if it works out, I'll throw the dagger. If not, I won't. And I realize it's easier said than done, especially for Herald. I thought we could get that ogre, which is why I threw it. That's fine. You know, push your limits to understand it. But eventually, when you start to realize like this will do a little bit more damage, but like it's not going to kill him, then I don't care. I'm going to leave. I'm going to get this. I'm going to come to my lane. You don't have to body block. If you can learn to let the first creep through and then body block the back three, you don't have to do it like all the way here. You can do it when it's closer up. That's really good and will set you off. Shit, you can't do it on Spectre. Never mind, I forgot. You're permanently phased. You can't do any body blocking. So you just got to come to the lane and deal with it. Oh, you got a PL. Okay, so this is part of the issue with the Spectre in this bracket. You have no pivoting power. Spectre can only farm and go late. That's actually not fully true. I mean, you could make yourself do other stuff, but it's really not great. So when Venomancer brings another carry here and he's got Boots Quelling Blade, you don't have a lot to change. Compared to like Gyrocopter. You plan to play Gyrocopter carry, you see this, and this guy's trying to play carries, you're like, I'm Gyro support now. Gyro can do it. Is it perfect? Is it like the best? No, but it's way more doable than Spectre trying to pivot. So again, up to you. This will work in Herald, so you can brute force your way through it, but if you like the flexibility and you prefer that, go for that. So here, we just focus on last hitting versus 3 heroes. Don't stress about this PL showing up and like, oh, he's going for last hits. It's all part of the plan. Herald, we got to outlast hit 3 other players. It's in my How to Get Out of Herald guide. It is simply part of the game plan, so don't sweat it. Just focus on last hitting. So we got one coming up here. I know PL wants to go for it. We're going to have to beat him. He's got a little bit more damage than us, but not a lot. So it really just comes down to your own timing. And that's actually conceptually all I need to tell you, I guess. Beyond that, it's just a matter of practice of like getting the timing down right to pull creeps back and get these last hits. All right, positioning wise, they have a more normal draft, and as Dawnbreaker gets close to level 2, she's got a lot of power AoE. So notice around 1 minute 30, this the first creep wave meets at 30 seconds, second wave at 1 minute. So this is the third creep wave meeting now. Depending how many denies have happened, depending if someone has dewarded an observer, because that gives XP, if there have been any kills, that gives XP. This is around the point where people will hit level 2. So, as Spectre, your level 2 timing is not scary. I don't give a shit that you just hit level 2. You are mostly someone who has to respect that other people are going to hit level 2, rather than like, I hit level 2, let's get them. It doesn't really change anything for you. So enemies, especially Dawnbreaker, who's really powerful, as she gets close to level 2, expect something to come out. In this bracket, will they always do it? I don't know, but it's a good habit to build. So when I see you like getting close to this PL and getting close to creeps as like this creep is about to die, right? I know they're close to level 2 and then boom, there's level 2. You two are clumped on top of each other and on your creeps. So it's like the dream for Dawnbreaker to just throw out her spells. It even takes her a little bit to realize this, right? But then she does it, and it's amazing, you know? So around this point, as a weak carry like Spectre, realize the danger. Level 2 power spikes could be coming up here. So I got to be really careful. This is where you want to just keep pulling creeps away from them. You don't want to get close. Draw creep aggro, which if you don't know how to do, just attack, click the enemy hero, and then within 500 range, 600 range for the creeps, 500 range for the melee creeps. If you're standing there, they'll chase you. So going back, like around here, as I know, okay, this is the danger wave, and these are dangerous heroes. If they're not, then it's fine. You don't really have to care. But because I'm scared, if we hit level 2 first, that actually helps us. And if we have more creeps, that also helps us. Also, I'm just interested in farming myself. So aggro these creeps to the side towards you. It will slow down your own creeps dying because they're not taking damage from the enemy creeps, but it'll also split the wave and away from heroes. You can even drag it to tower if you want, but you'll have an easier time farming and keeping distance away from these guys who ticking time bomb. As soon as they hit 2, I could die. So like all this, anytime I'm getting close, I'm like so scared for you, knowing that they could hit level 2, and then it does take them a second to realize it, but it does pay off here. So this is where we just keep drawing the aggro to the top wave and just pick up a couple last hits. To take a moment while you are respawning here, the goal is that we are just going to get what we can in the worst matchups. Exercise for you to do in your own free time. Go into the custom mode, press like play Dota, custom lobbies, create, and then make a lobby. You can change, like edit the info stuff. Just set up like a regular all pick game. Pick the carry you're interested in playing. So like Spectre, you could try some other heroes. Straight to the jungle, level 1. Go to the jungle and see how well you can farm. Try to avoid these camps. So I've not done this recently. I would assume starting with the boglets is probably the easiest. Cutting a tree so that only one creep can hit you at a time and then you like jungle. Try that. See how much net worth you can get at 10 minutes. A lot of carries, even though they're not meant to jungle, you will hit around 2,500 to 3,000 gold at 10 minutes, which is not amazing typically, but for Herald, because people are not great at laning, you'll actually see 2,500 to 3,000 gold will actually put you at like a fairly average amount of net worth. And that's trying to jungle level 1, where most heroes are not very good at jungling. So now, why did I say this? The point of Spectre, to help you out in really bad matchups, especially when you have like PL supports and stuff like that, right? Jungling level 1 sucks. Jungling level 3 with like your starting items and a glove of haste is much easier. So you can test this. You can go to the jungle right away at level 1, see what net worth you get to at 10 minutes, and then play the lane a little bit. Spawn in a hero, because otherwise you end up too high level compared to normal, but like play the lane, get like 10 last hits, which most of the time, even in really bad matchups, it's very difficult to kick someone out of the lane before level 3. It is extremely hard unless you mess up. By learning to play safe, by drawing creep equilibrium towards you, doing your own pulls, you can typically hit level 3 and pick up at least 500 gold and then go jungle with that. And you'll find it's easier to then hit like 3,000 to 3,500 net worth in the jungle. Does depend on what hero you play. Spectre is not good at jungling. But that is your worst case scenario. If I can learn to survive really bad matchups and then go jungle on Spectre, I can consistently hit 3,000 net worth. And then as your lane improves and you can stay in lane longer or possibly even win your lane, now you push to 4,000 plus. And the goal of Spectre is to get what you can through the lane and hit level 6 so that you can then show up to other fights and tell your team, I'm level 6, start something, I will pop up and get kills, and that's how you will then start recovering. Prior to level 6, Spectre does suck. That's Spectre life. But you just need to do whatever you can to get to that level 6. Either playing the lane as long as you can, or in the worst case scenarios, getting what you can and then jungling. That's kind of the goal. So I'm going to go back to this now. The PayPal link doesn't work? I will have to double check that then. It worked last time, but maybe something has happened to it. thank you for trying. I appreciate just the thought and the intention. Is there mic echo? There shouldn't be. Do you guys hear it? Or does someone else hear it? Okay, I wasn't watching for a second there. Like, up to here, despite that death, this is okay. This is actually what I would expect from you as a Spectre lane. Try not to, again, try to save your Spectral Daggers for the range creeps because they're worth the most. But, like, you tried to creep aggro here. This is really good. And then I am scared to get this one. I'd probably just let it go rather than using the Spectral Dagger. You are sitting at full mana, so it's like, yeah, okay, I guess we could do it. At the same time, these creeps will probably move to this, and then this will be done in front of us, and I'd rather secure it with a 120 damage nuke. Like, if I'm picking between this melee creep and this range creep, I'd just prefer that. So let's say we just lose this creep. We lose aggro here in a moment. It focuses these range creeps. Then we draw aggro one more time to pull them back here. And in this bracket, most heroes will be too scared to dive. Even if it is something they can do, they'll simply be too scared to do it. So now, by using this creep aggro, I have secured 2 melee creeps under tower. This is where you're going to have to practice to get the last hits. I know it's tough, but when you can do it, you'll have 2 last hits. And then we Spectral Dagger the range creep, which means even though PL looks like he's going to be the one to go jungle, I don't know what he's up to, but despite losing the lane, right, they're ahead of us and we have no support. By doing this trick we just talked about, you are picking up 3 out of 4 CS if we are lasting well under tower. That's pretty good. By pulling it under tower, we are going to shove the lane. You can do your own pulls going from there. It's very important as a carry player to know how to do your own pulls, even though it's usually a sports job. It's just, we have a PL support. I mean, we're going to have to know how to do our own pulls. But also, a lot of people will just screw up and push the lane straight back to you. Like, even though you shoved it to them and they should hold it here for the rest of the laning stage because you're weak, Dawnbreaker will be like, well, I'll just Celestial Hammer this creep wave for no reason. I'll ignite, and it'll shove right back to you. And then you do it again. As much as our supports may not be good, I promise you, your opponents will also make a lot of equivalent mistakes. For example, look at you getting last hits 2v1 in lane, and this guy's like, I guess I'll capture this Watcher instead of like doing a pull or like bullying this Spectre, doing our own equilibrium, right? They're letting you walk up. So before, not saying that you're doing it, but I know people will get into this where they're like, I am stuck in this bracket because of PL, people like PL. I know he's not helping, but they are also not capitalizing on a bunch of... Dawnbreaker just let you get a CS, a range creep, right? She has extra damage over you. She should have a lot more, but she went Ring of Health as her first item, So like, as bad as this is, she is also giving you a lot of opportunities that, not even talking about Immortal, like an Archon player would not give you. So never sweat too much about your own team. Look at you, like you're doing the job, right? You are doing some creep aggro. You're getting what last hits you can. We missed some, but that's okay. That's expected. You're honestly not far behind Dawnbreaker for how this lane could go. Do not bother trading with her though, right? I don't give a shit about trying to get a kill. She might let you kill her because she's bad, but that's not what we want to play to. Knowing Spectre is weak in the early game, do not try to force trades unless you really know what you're doing. And on paper, it's like, oh, it's a 2v1 trade. But again, this is the PL with Brown Boots support. He's really not going to do much for you. So don't even bother trading with her here. Go try to stack if you have enough time. Go do your own pull if you have enough time. And do that. Save your Spectral Dagger for the creeps. And it's going to be more worth our time than like, uh-oh, I just tanked some damage. Now I'm a little scared to walk up. Before, I was very healthy, so I felt fine. Here she is, leaving. She has a bunch of creeps. She's way stronger than the two of you, even 2v1, and she's stepping away. The enemy, making their own mistakes. And now we just farm this under tower. Yeah. Little extra bonus tip, pull it away from the PL. Go top. Stay away from the PL so you don't have to fight him for the CS. Okay, if Ogre was doing a pull, we'd have to deal with that. This one, so let me talk you through this. 428. At 447, we do our own small pull, or we stack this at 455. If I sit here and maintain equilibrium, it will take me 30 seconds, and that will be too long. I'll miss my window for both. So you have to kill their creep wave faster than 30 seconds, either pulling it under tower or attacking more than usual. But I don't actually want to play versus the Dawnbreaker. Even though I now have a level up, it's only for a little bit, I have a level up, I'm just not interested. It's just not the point of Spectre, right? I just want gold and XP. So pull the lane under your tower, go do your own pull or stack, and then now I'm getting gold and XP, not dealing with Dawnbreaker in the lane. So here, you do drag it under tower. It gets pulled back out by the PL. Just do it again. Just drag it back out again. You can pivot if it's like, oh, I guess I didn't need to. But like right here, 449, all right, bye. Maybe we could kill Dawnbreaker, but it also looks tough. It's inconsistent. Maybe Ogre is coming back, and what we thought is a good kill attempt, they just turn it on us, kill us, right? I just want to consistently hit level 6. I want to get my power treads. I want to do these small things so I can jungle faster. So head over here. We've missed... Pulling would be really hard. You'd have to use Spectral Dagger. You can maybe opt for a hard camp pull. Pull this hard camp at 55, 56. This way, pull this over. That could work. You could still stack this, I think. It'll be... If you had boots, you could do it. You might have to use Spectral Dagger to stack this. But it's available to us, and it's consistent money. You are trying for the hard stacks. Or hard pulls. I'm very happy with this. What this means is we are going to get equilibrium. We're going to give gold. If they walk over, they will get this, farm the camp. We can't really contest it. They're going to get gold, but I am going to get myself a creep wave. And I'm going to absorb XP from this hard camp, even if I'm not getting gold. It's not a perfect situation, but I am making my way to level 6. I actually think, so you've actually already done some of what I've talked about here. Notice if we balance the lane here, it sucks. Can't do it. So you have to draw aggro out under your tower. Try to walk up, aggro it back. I know it's a little scary, but they will be diving you under tower if they commit to you when you are creep aggroing, which is not that bad. Now, if they do it, now we're in a real bad spot, right? Now we have no creeps to help us out, and I'm missing all these creeps. So that's why you kind of want to do it earlier when there's still a full health creep wave to help protect you. In the end, we actually miss a lot. I said they usually don't tower dive. They actually did it here. But that's why you don't want to give them a chance to kill your creeps and then dive you. And because, like, look at that. She ended up taking some tower aggro, and look how much it did to her. So if she does tower aggro when there's a full health creep wave to protect you plus the tower, then as long as you live, you're going to be given a lot of space after that. What's a good amount of CS at 10 minutes in a game like this? I guess it's really tough to say. But in theory, there's about, at the 10-minute mark, 20 different creep waves would have spawned, and we can say like 19, because the 20th creep wave would have just spawned and not made it to the lane quite yet. Oh, actually, that's not true. The 1930 is the 20th wave, isn't it? Anyways, it's about 80 creeps at 10 minutes, and it's never expected that you get every single last hit. But you can kind of see, like, Sniper at the top, pushing 41 right now at 8 minutes, and we're down at 19. Relative to your opponent, you're doing pretty good for what is a pretty shit matchup, but I've also seen you miss a lot of CS under the tower. Not flame, just that's your room for improvement. So as you work on your own timings, you'll naturally bump this number up. You'll be keeping up with Dawnbreaker and then maybe pushing higher. For Herald, I would say just aim for like 40 CS at 10 minutes. That's 50% in the lane. That doesn't account for doing any pulls yourself. And then if you can go higher, that's great. But especially Spectre, a weak carry who's playing more for level 6, go for, like, It's more about the level 6 timing than anything, but if you can like get 40 CS, that would still be pretty good for having PL5. Right here, as part of helping you get CS, look at this. You did your own hard pull, which is great. This creep wave will push. Dawnbreaker hits that for the last hit. 3 creeps versus 1.5. You don't even need to be here. You should be here. And as this creep wave is tanking this, just auto attack the weak creeps. You're not going to kill the big creeps in time, most likely. It depends on the lane and who you are. If you think you can do it. But this is 13 to 15 extra gold. It sounds so minor, but it's a little bit more money. And it's free right now. Like if we're just standing here getting this, waiting for this to push up, I just got, 10 more gold. And then I will come back and catch this creep wave. You're walking up here. I never want to fight Dawnbreaker this close to her tower. I'm just going to watch this. So I'm not getting as little as 14 gold, sure, but it's money that I'm not getting when I stand here. And then if you can get a bigger creep, 20 gold. If you get the biggest creep, 60 gold. You go for a deny. Okay, I got a deny. And now Dawnbreaker's going to kick the shit out of me because I'm like way too far up and there's a creep wave. I don't know, maybe you're trying for like this PL wraparound, but like this is not going to go well. Now it's PL who's gonna be like, oh shit, this sucked. Look, PL's dead. So I don't want to fight Dawnbreaker, I just want to do whatever I can to get money. So here, just farm the hard camp, wait for the creep wave to push up, farm it under tower, jungle. You're going to enter the point. Whether you're winning or losing, maintain equilibrium as best you can for like 5-ish minutes usually. After that, you want to accelerate your money. That means shoving the lane as hard as you can and then jungling whatever you can until the lane comes back. And you rarely care about coming to fight the Dawnbreaker here or whatever offlaner. Let him do it. Do your own pulls and jungle. And when the lane comes back, then you catch this. Push it as quickly as you can, then come back. Do your own pull, jungle, repeat. Do that, and even after a bad start, like if you started doing it right now, it's 9 minutes. Your net worth is what, 2,570? You'll hit 3,000 net worth by like 10 minutes. It'll be a little tough, actually, a little less than that. But if you started this sooner, around like the 8-minute mark, then you'd be able to do it. So like right here, we're not pushing because you can't push out here. I'm scared of them coming in. Creep aggro here. Don't use Spectral Dagger. Keep drawing creep aggro off this ogre or anyone showing on the map. Use them on the top bar. Draw these under your tower to safely farm it. And if you can move up to finish these, do it. Otherwise, just like go do a small camp. You kind of do the reverse. Spectral Dagger and then aggro back. But now they're low and now he's denying some. So do the dagger last. If you even need to. Yeah, if you want to do the Helm of the Iron Will build into the Dominator, I'm up for it. You could go for that on the Spectre. In that case, you only need the 1,000 gold, like you said, and it becomes a lot harder to kick you out after that. And usually it's pretty impossible to kick someone out that early. In the end, like, you struggled, like you mentioned, but look at this. You're 1,000 gold behind Dawnbreaker. We mentioned a couple things you can do to improve, and then this is much closer. And losing lane to a Dawnbreaker is actually expected. I'd say you're in a, with the slight improvements we talked about, or if you don't have a PL5, you'd actually be in a pretty solid spot. And now you just need to tell your team, like, I'm ready to join. Let me know if you're going to make a play. I'll shadow step in, and then I'll start recovering. And then again, you repeat. Shove the lane, jungle, look for the shadow steps. Make sure you have enough mana to show up, and then you're good to go. Okay, guys. Submit your match IDs. I'm going to get a snack. I'm getting really hungry. Which means the feedback's going to get worse and worse. So we're going to have a quick snack and keep the energy up so we can keep doing replays for probably another like hour at least, maybe 2 hours. Let's see how much the snack recovery strength goes. I had a soup lunch. I'll talk about it after I get my snack. Send in your match IDs. Let me know who you're playing. Let me know any questions you have, and then I'll pick one once I'm back. I'm shoveling down pretzels while the cat is the entertainment. You can't have one.
Don't tempt me.
It's no good for cats.
Don't tempt me with a good time.
You never liked meowing on stream. He's focused on reading chat. Yeah, it takes a while for him to read. It's not his strong point, so he's got to like really focus on it. Okay, I see a couple questions about couple people in with the carries. Maybe we start with this one. We don't usually get too many high ranked replays, so maybe we can start with this one, which is a nature's carry question. You said you're immortal. I don't know. For NA, that means this is about a 6K replay. For EU, this could be like 7K plus. I don't know where we're actually at. I think I'll be able to tell pretty quickly once the replay starts on the level of play. Let's find out. Where's my timestamp? What time is it? Okay. It's about 7.2 EU. Okay. So I would expect to see a bit higher level gameplay. And your question was, nice win, hard lane. Would like to know if I could have done better itemization or if I could have done a better job carrying in lane. It ended up being a crazy comeback the last 10 minutes of the game. Okay, cool. So even though I'm glad you won, it does sound like maybe the start could have been a little better. We can take a look. Itemization in the lane or like in the game as a whole? I don't play too much Nature's Carry myself. I play a lot of Nature Support, and I see a lot of Nature's Carry while casting, so hopefully we can still provide some useful feedback for you. Even your MMR is like pretty much the same as mine. I can give my thoughts on it from a more support perspective. And if you disagree, it's like totally fine. But I'll share what I think at least. One brief thought I have, excuse me. I see you got this Orchid, which I kind of like versus Anti-mage. At the same time, you have a Legion who got Blink, so I actually don't know if you need more control. I feel like you can maybe just go for this Mjolnir to increase your farm speed and damage a little faster. Orchid also gives you more damage, but I feel like this might be better for farming. And then you just need to show up with her lockdown anyways. And you don't need to like be the lockdown with the Orchid. But it's kind of good versus the other heroes too. So like I'm okay with it. You got Orchid, Mjolnir, and then you got the Hurricane Pike. I don't think you need to be finishing this Bloodthorn. Because I feel like they have enough, they should have enough dispels at this point. Like he has the Manta, they had a Lotus on the Veno. I don't know if that's worth it. Compared to like BKB or Satanic Sooner, or the Daedalus. Not Daedalus, sorry. No, yeah, the Daedalus. I don't know. For some reason I was thinking Desolator when I said Daedalus. Because Anti-mage is weak to just like straight physical damage, and I feel like you could have gotten that with maybe a Daedalus a little bit more than the Bloodthorn, which can then get dispelled. Again, not a carry player, but those are just kind of like some thoughts from the outside. Okay, I'll stop eating these pretzels so I can actually give some feedback here. I feel like I'm better in gameplay and team fights than in understanding of the game, and I'm the opposite. I would agree with that. Or like your own analysis of yourself. I'll trust you on that. But I definitely think my knowledge of gameplay is better than specific mechanics. Kind of jumped ahead, so I don't know if you saw the Pudge somewhere. I might be a little careful of standing up close. Maybe like further back. Let your teammates get hooked. But otherwise, should be fine. I think you're waiting to TP back to the lane now. Okay. Uh-oh. Well, that's not on you. Pugna definitely should be careful walking through here because they invaded up here. I thought I was about to grab Pugna again. All right, I won't worry about any missed last hits. I know you know how important that is. Lane's a little weird because Pugna they jumped him to start. And for any support players, the reason that matters is this should be a really easy, like, double-ranged, long-ranged lane. Veno is very short-ranged, and then Pudge is obviously melee. This lane is strictly off of, does Pudge land a hook or not? If he doesn't land a hook, these two will eventually whittle down the enemy, and, like, they'll be fine. So actually getting Pugna super low off of a fight right here is really good, because now, if he gets hooked again, he's dead. If he's full health, and he's slowed and or hooked, there's a chance he lives, especially with Nature's health. But now I think it's like, it's really scary for Pugna, which is why the first wave he was like very cautious, and now it's getting to the point like, okay, maybe I'm healthy enough. But why you need to be like really careful in these kind of situations, because it's given up a lot of like that first couple wave pressure. And part of that, he couldn't contest this earlier because he was scared of the Veno. Okay, if your team can communicate when you need to sprout for fights, that'd be great. But if you can take a quick look too, like as you hit level 2, take a look over here. That's like ideal. Though, you did end up using your teleport at the start of the game to come up here, which means making one of those early plays is a lot more painful because you have to walk back or you have to like buy your own twin teleport. Which I think as part of that, if as Nature's Prophet you can not have to teleport to lane because you just start on your half, it's ideal. It doesn't work out every game. Like this game, they invaded top, so it's like, it's whatever. Ooh, nice. But I've been thinking about that when I play Natures as well. Like even as a support, wanting to TP over at level 2, but then like, oh, I had to TP into my lane. It kind of sucks. Possibly, for example, as you respawn, teleport, then TP up here. Because Pugna could have done this pull on his own. He wouldn't have missed much. Thank God it grabbed Pugna instead. I do think the fact that Venomancer has done so many pulls is what is saving their lane. If this was just a straightforward lane here, that's where they'd be strong. I do think, especially now that you died and you came back, definitely at least peek at other lanes. I know it's not the easiest to kill an anti-mage, but I still think it would be good for your habits to be looking yourself. Mid lane can also work, like especially as the mids push up to high ground, and they're like standing over here, or like even here. I do think there's a lot of power to potentially like teleporting high ground. Because a lot of times if the lanes push up to here, Tiny's probably looking kind of like this. and there are chances to teleport like right here without him fully noticing. This would be kind of a harder one to get. I don't blame you, but you never know, and that's where I think just taking a peek is good. I'm really bad at it, so can't really blame you if you're caught up in last hitting, but I do think it's a do as I say, not as I do moment. If I had unlimited capacity for mechanics, I would definitely be looking to do that stuff. I also think it doesn't hurt to, this is like the second or third time this has happened. Two things. One, as you guys go for this, I think you should be calling to Invoker to look for the Sunstrike. Maybe you are, and he's just not doing it. That's like fine. But I do think, like, this guy is so low health. Sunstrike is already 325 damage. So when you guys see this guy, I'm pretty sure if you just, like, if Invoker's watching, as soon as he sees Sprout, he just Sunstrikes a little bit off center. Like if Sprout is surrounding, or let's just do it like this, right? If Sprout is surrounding this guy, Invoker should just Sunstrike right here. Because, like, obviously Venomancer's not going to turn back around if he has a way to cut the trees into you guys. He's going to go this way. And whichever way he goes, like, if you Sunstrike right here, it's going to catch him. And then, like, 2 more auto attacks, and then the Sunstrike hits, and he's just straight up dead if he doesn't Wand and Magic Stick earlier. So just calling it out could make it easier. But then also, this is already good. This guy can't really do much anymore in the lane. I know he has Triangle Boot, so he could come back. But at this point, I think it's fine. You guys got a really good trade. And you should focus on Pudge at this point, or just backing off. I think this is like the third time you guys get kind of baited of like, we're so close to killing Venomancer. But then Pudge just walks in with like Rot and a bunch of right-click damage, and then ends up killing your support, and probably going to kill you next. Right? Yeah, so I think it's where you just have to pivot and be like, okay, we did enough damage to Venomancer to make him useless in the lane for a bit. I see the pings. Help. I guess if we nitpicked, standing a little further to the left out of Venomancer Gale range, because that is how you die, Gale into hook. At the same time, if you're too far to the left, you might just get hooked from like this side, so I understand it's like a weird spot. I do think at this point, don't even play for Equilibrium, just like drag it under tower, shove it out, go jungle, so that we just can't get hooked. And Venomancer can't really invade. Ooh, I like the idea. He decided like, oh, I don't really know where he is. I don't blame you. That would have been sick though. I think less overextensions on the Veno, or like better coordination with the Sunstrikes, and I think that top lane, it kind of snowballed out of your control. That would have helped the lane a little bit, but you're still like in a fine spot if we start making plays. Pudge is just a little stronger than he should be. I'm gonna swamp some of this in. I think you're tanking a little bit too much creep damage, pulling it back and then tread swapping. So that as they're running back is like you aggro it out to here and then you like trap them and then you attack and then they can't really hit you back.
I think you should be looking at the lanes right there. I don't mind if you don't go. I just think you don't... Like here, we're taking more damage than we need to. So if we're looking here, you should definitely kite this further out, Sprout block it. You can do like one of two things. You don't have to run it all the way on the leash range because you have Sprout. You can waste a lot of the leash time in the Sprout. So you aggro it out a little further and you should be standing like here. Then you Sprout them here and attack. And then by the time I think this is far enough in leash range. I don't really get to farm this camp that often, so it might be a little further. But by the time Sprout ends, they won't be able to, they'll go back home and then you'll keep hitting and then they'll run back out. And then at that point, you can either choose to Sprout again or to like kite them a little further to then finish it. I think you should be taking like very little damage here if you're going to look. Otherwise, it's like you click around and check at that time. I think this Hellbear camp has taken off like half your health, which will then make it harder to show up to fights if you do think you can go, because we took so much damage on that camp. They're smoking a little too soon because you didn't have teleport yet. I think if we go a little sooner on the initial duel, that'll be a bit smoother. But we did end up going eventually. And then straight back to jungling, I don't mind. But actually, let me look at the map again. Because I was thinking I want you to go back top, and I was trying to see if you could twin gate, but it's a little scary. So yeah, just like walking through here and then probably teleport top. Why is Invoker back here? That was weird for Invoker to go back there. I think you should still be pushing top. You can be doing this top creep wave and then falling back. Because they're all... Like, you can see them all down here. Usually I'm like, oh, don't walk up here, guys. It's dangerous. But I literally see all of them. So I think you should be going through this jungle, farming the small camp here if you need to. But then you should kill this top wave as quickly as you can, because there's so many heroes bottom. I think this creep wave should be dead right now. And then you fall back. Instead, it's not really forcing anyone top. Okay, Legion's almost at blink. Our farming pattern got weird because of that. Because we entered the jungle a little too soon, it ended up strange. I was looking at you, actually. Actually, this is kind of a direct result of not pushing in top, is that Invoker came to do it, and then it was bad. You guys should actually just be waiting for... First of all, Invoker's in the wrong place. You and Invoker should like not be in the same parts of the map with Boots of Travels and Teleport. And then you guys are just waiting for Legion to finish Blink, so you shouldn't really be up here taking any kind of risk. This is not your mistake, but... in my opinion, your team as a whole should just be like chilling right now. And in opposite parts of the map. I think once this happens, I'm trying to debate. I think you probably just let him die and TP bottom. Go take this tower. The catapult is here. You had some teammates top, so maybe you were trying to, like, thought it could work out, but... Like, I think the way you guys are playing is just going for pickoffs around Legion duel. And once she has Blink, and this guy's got Invis, now it's like a double threat of, if they're missing, you could be showing up. But, like, you're just short of... Mjolnir is a big power spike, because a lot more attack speed, plus you got a Brigand's Blade. If you get this stuff, like, sure, whatever. But in the end of the day, I think that's what you're doing. You're, like, going for pickoffs. So in the meantime, if you open up more of the map with towers while you wait for Blink, it's good. That one didn't start off as your fault. That was like the Invoker going way too far. But I think you probably just abandoned him faster. You need to push mid here. If I'm Pugna, first of all, they should have waited for me to smoke. But two, we have to deal with this. It's really obvious that something is going to happen here. One, it's a Legion. You already know Legion wants to smoke all the time. But now there's this giant wave that no one is dealing with. And, like, they were in this area, too. Oh, I guess they didn't show. Okay, that's better. They at least didn't show, but someone needs to deal with this. Otherwise, it's going to be too obvious that a smoke is happening. I guess if you're scared of the Pudge... But he doesn't have a blink, you know? So I think you can, like, clear it from down here. Like, if you draw the creep wave this way, I think you should be okay. And then the Pugna could be involved in this smoke play bottom. Because your team is losing, I think you might need... Especially because they're looking for a duel actively, I'm pretty sure you should be holding this Wrath of Nature. After they find a duel, you can either Wrath of Nature to help, or you just didn't need to use it, but you can use it to farm at that point. I think I'm okay with that. I'm debating if I wanted you to go top instead of bottom, but I think this is okay. For everyone else, it's because they were smoking in this way. The enemy, because we saw, like, Veno capture this, so they might stop here, but they might continue the smoke through. So Veno, or Nature's, is like, I'm out. And I think that's fine. I would grab your own Observer at some point, so that when you do make these kind of plays, you can do these, you can teleport out. Yeah, like your back, you could do another Observer in this area. In here, here, here. That would actually, it not only helps you, but it also helps your Legion have dual targets, especially this Anti-mage. I think back here makes more sense for this teleport. Because Anti-mage is probably not this far in if the wave's over here. Invoker and Rubik are running out this way. And Legion's falling back. Either they group and they go again, then it's fine. But if they want to farm in this area, I feel like you just took it. And neither of them want to come top. So I think going top is probably better for you and your team here. Okay, kind of worked out. Legion only at 20 dual damage though is a little a little rough. What's the original question again? We are hitting the time period where I think your team could be in a much better spot. Like even after the lanes went the way they went, I feel like, and it's not like completely your fault or anything, but like your team has not been coordinating around this Legion that well. Yeah, I was gonna say, if you can micro out these creeps to look for the anti-mage, because they're all waiting top. We just got out. Like, nah. I mean, I kind of agree. That was a really awkward start to that fight. I think pushing Netherlane is better there.
I didn't expect you to be so cool.
Carry players. I'm pretty sure it was Anti-mage who did it. As part of pushing safely,
I didn't expect
scans
you to be
here
so cool.
to see if teleports, as the heroes are like respawning and looking for a new play, he's scanning to see if they're coming in. Connects, and then he just leaves. Oh, first he's gonna bait with a Manta, which is pretty sick. Oh, he got him. Absolutely cooked. But that's pretty sick to do for any carry players watching. To do that, though, you have to read, like, the enemy is going to come look for me. If they're respawning, that's the easiest time to check. I lose focus when I'm looking at chat. Okay, you saw the lion and the tiny here. I guess this is okay. Just trying to evaluate if you should be up here instead, because then it's like, this is where Rubik can't farm it and stack it, because we came here. But lion and tiny showed here, but then they still haven't shown, so they could be back here, and it's kind of scary. Man, we're reaching that point where I keep having to clear my throat. Yeah, I actually, at this point, it's now been a while where there's a couple times I'm nitpicking, like, oh, I think you could farm this way or whatever. And we talked about the build at the start where I actually don't think you need the Orchid. Like, I think you just do a normal scaling build, but up to here, it's been more that your team has not really coordinated a lot of successful plays, which is partly affected by our farming pattern, but I also think they're just kind of, they've just been a little slow on getting this. Oh, I think one thing you could have done better for your team is you're doing the aggressive teleports, and then you should just ward as well on that. Like, the fact that we don't have a lead at this point means, like, we are going to struggle. Because the anti-mage is online. The blink duels. Like, we wanted that to be our strength, our early pickoff. And now we're like 8k behind.
I almost feel bad.
You did say you ended up coming back in this game. But yeah, it's like teleports like this where you could just drop an observer now. and it would help give your team direction. Especially because sometimes you TP out of here because like the Anti-mage keeps coming back, and he's a great place to go for, but it would need to be earlier. Why does he feel safe to TP to the Radiant bottom jungle camps? So if we go back, there is always some risk, which actually comes back to like if you have the deep wards yourself, it helps. But here, looking at the minimap, so like Venomancer and Anti-mage are mid. It's unlikely. This is kind of like a high level concept, which is that playing this part of the map is not very good for the enemy team right now. They want Roche. They are winning. You don't want to be super far back on your half of the map. So because this is a 7K EU game, the Nature's Prophet can kind of say, it would be bad for them to be here. It's very unlikely they're there, so I can go there. Depending on your bracket, especially from like Herald to Archon, completely random where people are on the map. And there's actually more risk to TP in like this. This is kind of a, I know the meta and they know the meta. And so they are doing what's good and I am capitalizing on them doing what is good. But to some degree, you can also see based on the minimap when certain heroes show that that's where they are. So for example, we see the Pudge bottom, Lion was top along with the Venomancer. And as I don't see other cores, it starts to be a little scary of like, is it time to leave? That's why after he cuts this wave and then shows himself, he gets out of here. He's like, okay, I'm out, TP out. I think maybe, well, whatever, we can teleport top. I'm debating if it should be like Town Portal, because these guys kind of look drooped. Maybe they're about to go, and then like, I'd wish I had this, but 20 seconds at this point is not that much. But like, this is what I mean of like, your team like not doing stuff, you know, like you're farming and then like I'm looking at them farm. I'm like, guys, go do something. Go do something. Lion's dead. And then here, because Roche just happened, for their team, it's unlikely they like, oh, we got Roche, TP here and farm this camp, you know? They might TP here and go push the wave. They might TP and like farm this way, but TPing here to farm this and then go this way is really weird. Anti-mage is like the only person who maybe does it because he has the blink and he's so fast. But no one else would take that farming pattern naturally. And so that's why like Natures can TP here. I don't know, an Anti-mage just walked through like 2 of your wards. No one even wanted to even like attempt to burn the Aegis. He was like on his own. I guess they're worried about smokes, but I'm pretty sure that's where you send. All right, like at a high level concept. I think it's further back. Okay. Anti-mage is top. I see Lion back here. So maybe they could be smoking, but even if they smoked, he's really far up on his own. I feel like this is a perfectly good time to attempt to break the Aegis. And if you're really worried about the smokes behind him, you put like a support with Blink here, like Rubik. He stands behind this tree, and then if there's a smoke coming in through here behind the Anti-mage, then it'll break and you blink out. I don't know. You guys are like really scared of this. You are losing up to this point, I guess, but that feels like an Anti-mage walk. I'll tell you what it was. She got burned by that manta bait earlier, and she is scared. This is a manta just walking through here. I don't know if you Mjolnired this, but that could be one way you push bottom. because they're currently all top, and we need to get someone to come back. So we need bottom pushing. Like right here, even further back. The fact that Anti-mage and Tiny and Pudge are top, like they're clearly making a push into this area. So I need bottom like shoved in. Before you left, I think you should be summoning Treants to push this, like Treants and Mjolnir this stuff and push in bottom. But you need bottom shoving in to punish them for being in this area. I feel like you kind of left for the shrines, which they're good, but I think you can still do that as long as you like Nature's Call, Mjolnir, that bottom wave. And then even here, I think you still need to be pushing in top, or pushing in bottom. And like, even now, you know, we gotta like get in here. I feel like you can at least bait someone back here and then leave. I mean, you can ult, but I still think... One, I actually think you need the ult damage this game. Like, your team is losing. I think you need as much damage in these fights as possible. But two, I also think, like, pushing the lane with the Mjolnir and Treants and stuff does add a little bit more pushing speed. And I do think, like, a couple seconds here makes a pretty big difference. Cutting this wave is good. Oh no. Classic enemy dive behind the tier 3. Looks like it's still pretty good for them. How hard do they dive? Oh, barely got that. Up to 60 now. All right, this could have been a pretty straightforward megas for them. Stolen hook. Hook him in, hook him in. We haven't seen a hook land yet, guys. You can actually win off of stolen Rubik hook. It's maybe what you guys do here. They dive way too hard. At this point, you guys have like so much time on Rubik hook. It's so long range. It's really hard to end the game if Rubik has stolen hook, because he can like hook you from the ancient to the other side, close into the fountain, and then lift you the rest of the way. It ends up really scary. Up to this point, honestly, it's mostly the enemy throwing right there, and if you guys capitalize on that, that's good. For you, I feel this Orchid and the Bloodthorn now should probably be other items. I think instead of the Orchid, just finish the Mjolnir, go back for regular items after that. For the team as a whole, I think they didn't really coordinate plays as much as they should have, which is not really on you. But with some of these deep TPs, I do think if you leave an observer in the area, it'll help both you and the team. This is super scary to me, actually. This goes so scary. I probably don't have any wards down here at least. He switched from hook? He wanted finger. There's no way. Hook is so much better in these kind of situations. Look at this shit. Anyone who stands here enters the fountain. I would have never given up hook, guys. Look, from here, he could have solo killed the lion. He could have gotten the tiny coming in here. I don't know. I feel like there's no way you give up hook. Anyhow. All right, guys. Match IDs. Who you're playing? What questions you got? I don't know how much we were able to help you out here. Hopefully something was useful. What would you build on Enchantress 3? Why is it not popular? You will see some people do it. It's a little memey. Mainly because you don't need her to be a core to do what she does. So like, to start pushing... I'll just let this play actually while we talk about this. You can get some pretty powerful creeps by level 5 to be pushing waves. Even by level 3, with 2 points in enchant, you can get some of the hard camp creeps. But by that point, you can already threaten towers if you're free to move. So, for example, the most popular support move is to go... Oh, thank you. Okay, hold on. Never mind, guys. We will do a guaranteed one for AGN? I'll just say him, because otherwise, I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce that otherwise. I think AGN. Let me know match ID and all that. We'll do yours next. Let me finish the Enchantress thought before I move on too far. So like support Enchantress. By 5 minutes, you can show up into the mid lane and like dive mid with your mid laner and a creep. After that, you can just keep moving around all the time. An off laner would want to farm in that period and would not want to move as much as Enchantress. But Enchantress is super powerful in this window because the creeps are really powerful. Like, try to fight a hard camp as a support. It's like impossible, you know? So you want to get a lot done with these early creeps, but if you're a core, you're just jungling with them, which is not as great. And then once it gets late, they drop off. To some degree, you can still do stuff as an offlaner, but as a support, it's easier to do more, I feel. Plus, then, the scaling value of Enchantress is that impetus is really strong, right? So off-lane Enchantress, it's like, okay, I'm just going to become another, like, right-click powerhouse. But how is that different from, like, oh, I'm going to play Juggernaut off-lane, you know? At some point, it's very similar. Even if her early game is stronger than, you know, playing another carry in the off-lane, it's still, like... I'm gonna just build right-click items, guys, which is not usually what you want from your offlaner. You usually want more active play, and then you build items that help you do that. Utility items on Enchantress offlane is like, yeah, okay, but is there one that's that amazing that support Enchantress cannot do the same way? And at the end of the day, it's like support Enchantress can do a lot of what a offlane playing utility style would do, while being a support. And it's okay that she like runs in and dies and tanks stuff because she's a support, and she can move around earlier because she's a support. I have won with offlane enchantresses though on my team. Like it does work, especially for a lot of pubs, because you get underestimated and you just like roll people. But it does miss the mark on what you typically want from a lot of offlaners. Also, another weakness in the offlane enchantress, she is good versus right click once she hits 6. But she's weak to like a bunch of burst spells. Same with like prior to 6. So when you're in like a support position and a bunch of stuff is being thrown on you, you can buy cheap health and then tank through and heal, and it's like whatever. But as a core, it's worth more to kill you, so they're more likely to spend the resources and make it worth it, and you're less likely to want to just like buy raw health. Not that you can't, like you'll probably build it. You'd probably build like Treads Dragonlance, but I feel like it's worth more to kill you compared to like the 5 Enchantress, which is like, I sure am committing a lot for a position 5 support. Go to the last minute Satanic delivery. I haven't even been seeing what these fights break out. Looks like we're there. Satanic is on the way. Trying to end the game. That was scary. Perfect time for that Satanic to get there. Okay, before we get to the Jug replay, let me be right back. Okay. Let's grab this one from AGN. Hello, Jupiter. You want to be on camera? You just want to meow off camera. Meow off camera it is. Does a Prime sub not get a guaranteed replay? This one's a complicated thing. So if you wanted a replay and that's why you were Prime subbing, I can do it. I am in a weird spot with this, and I've actually been thinking about this. You guys have probably heard me say some of this split up, but I'll say it again here going forward. For now, I'll do it. The issue is things got messy as we started multi-streaming, and I threw this in kind of like on a whim, and then I realized there are some conflicting value issues. So previously, coaching was one thing, right? And then replays were just a raffle system on Twitch. And I was able to set up a system where Twitch subscribers had higher odds, along with getting like the no ads and emotes. I've never really pushed like, oh, subbing to me is like super worth it, but like it was some value towards it, and it worked because that was it. Then adding in YouTube, I don't have the tools to do a raffle system between YouTube and Twitch, let alone to then also take into account Twitch subs having a higher chance of succeeding. So it became this chaos replay mode where I just picked randomly. And then that was kind of fine on its own. Then I decided I'll throw in the like $5 guaranteed thing. I don't really expect anyone to like do it too much, but if they really want one instead of just random chance, like we can do that. But then I realized it conflicted with the Twitch Prime subs and like, you know, subscribing. Because like they were meant to be separate, but ultimately it's like about the same amount of money either way. But there are so many Twitch subscribers that if I try to make it like every Twitch subscription gets a replay, I actually cannot cover the amount of people subscribed to the channel, which I'm super grateful for, but like it becomes unsustainable. I actually can't do it. But I realize it's then weird of like, oh no, Twitch doesn't count, even though it's the same amount of money, it has to be separate. And to some degree I could be like, oh, there's extra benefits of Twitch subscribing, but it's like, it's not, it's like a cat emote, whatever, you know? It really is kind of different. So it puts it in a weird spot. And then I tend to ramble on these replays. They're meant to be random. That is the value of like the coaching versus replays. Lately, we do a lot of long replays that are very similar to coaching. And I feel like I'm scamming the people who sign up for coaching, even though I do think I do a better job at coaching because it's focused. And there's actually a little more than like just the 1 hour replay. I usually like help answer extra questions, stuff like that. So yeah, there's some extra values to coaching and me being more focused instead of getting caught in off tangent rambles. But lately, the $5 value compared to coaching, compared to like random whatever and the issues it has with Twitch, I'm realizing that's a flaw in the system. Makes me feel weird. I'm glad I'm not an official business and I have to make this clear. So it's okay because it's like a random stream, but at the same time, I want it to make sense. So for now, I'll do it. And I actually think what's going to end up happening is that I'm going to up the amount of money for a guaranteed replay. Not that I meant to paywall it, but that it doesn't make sense between Twitch subscriptions and coaching for it to be $5. I think it actually should be higher to make everything else make sense and fix some of these issues. That's where I'm currently leaning to, but I haven't fully decided on. But that is a sneak peek behind the curtains of the replay streams and what I've been thinking about as we kind of put in this system on a whim. Okay, let us do this Juggernaut replay now, which AGN was saying had a good start and probably a decent mid game, but could not figure out how to close the game out. Teams started flaming each other because Magnus kept jumping in and dying, kept blaming me. Game went crazy long, and I just gave up after some time and was doing stupid stuff. All right, let's see. You said you did well. So 10 minutes. You are at the top of net worth, 4.4 about. That is pretty good for the game. It's possible to have more money, so we can look at some windows of things maybe you're doing that maybe you could be like 5K at this point, and that just makes your life easier. But again, for your rank, like, pretty good to win your lane. And I know there's just one game, so maybe sometimes it just happens, like no one hits like higher net worths. Looks like you transition that well up to here, though I notice it's not a massive gold lead over other people, which is fine. You can't always do that. Some games do get close. It looks like that ultimately, though, started to go the other way. So this is maybe where we're focusing on compared to the ultra late. A lot of games don't go this far. We can kind of talk a little bit about it, though really for more details on this section of the game, anywhere from 40 minutes onward, that's like the late game flowchart video. There's some like extra ultra late game considerations, but it's really not that different. Like you're looking for pickoffs, you're looking to get the numbered advantage, and then you just have to factor in like buyback plays, which I didn't fully cover in that late game flowchart video. So those are kind of the extra considerations for the super late game. I don't know if we'll have time to cover everything though. Let's start with... Your lane did go well though. Let's look for Battle Fury time. And how you farm after this. Because Juggernaut can do a lot of aggressive farming that other heroes can't. This game, there is the Wyvern that can pierce BKB. And maybe like a Static Storm preventing you from Blade Fury if you get surprised. But generally, you want to farm aggressively as Jug, and even with these dangers, there's going to be room to do so. So I think that's the first thing I'd look at, since this connects to, okay, we have an early lead, but it doesn't grow massively. You know, like 20 minutes is 4K, which is like, okay, I'm glad to have that, but it's not huge. And sometimes our farming patterns as the carry can help dictate, you know, we have money, but then the enemy carry also has a decent amount of money. Maybe I'm not stealing enough farm from him. So that's kind of where I want to start, and then let's see after that. Where can I get paid coaching sessions? On Patreon. You can also message me on Discord. I can talk, like, if you have extra questions, I can talk about it there. It's easier rather than like go through on here live all the time. But for YouTube, any video, any stream, in the description, there's a link to the Patreon. On Twitch, there's a panel that does go to coaching. We should at least look at this fight going on. I don't expect you to join, but you should see what's happening. Now we're kind of running in looking for stuff, but I actually don't even have my ultimate yet. It's close, so maybe it's okay. Ooh, maybe we can get him. I thought this guy had a blink. It's here now. Okay, that's not your fault, but should have definitely waited for the blink and then just blink RP the storm to kill him. And then Lich Sinister Gaze. I mean, I do want you guys to fight off the blink, but this is definitely weird. Oh, I should have skewered sooner. Okay, it kind of worked out in the end. This is not strictly on you, but technically anyone on the team can try to say, like, group up, wait for blink, then go. So if you want to take a little bit more control and coordinate that, you can. And it's like a right idea, right? Blink RP, you're doing pretty well. Omni Slash plus an RP plus Empower Battle Fury is like super good. It just got messy, but it worked out at the end. We did get 3 kills. Let's see, you go jungle, and then you don't really have to take this tier 2. If you did some damage, I'd be fine with it, but otherwise, I think you should stay here. So from here. Okay, we don't want to push tier 2 yet because when we got the kills, the creep wave got killed, so then the next one was far back. Took too long, and by the time it gets here, they're going to be up, so I don't want to take this. Fine. But until they actually kick me off on their half of the map, I should stick around. Especially as the survivable carries, mobile carries. So try to stick around here. Try to... So for example, off of this camp, you could do small camp, boglets, ancient camp. If the timing gets close and you're like, oh, I got to go stack that ancient camp, you can come run and do that. But this would keep you on this half of the map. Let's say you make it to the ancient camp, 19 minutes, you farm all this again, and you see them coming here because you have an observer, you've pushed in the wave. So you see like Storm and Disruptor showing up bottom, and then you get scared. That's fine, we fall back, and these camps are available. You are now falling back too soon. So, one, the heroes respawning, they can now farm this stuff, have it respawn, and then farm backwards. You could farm this, and then end up waiting for it to spawn, and then farm it again. But then, it's going to be like 1910, 1915. I'm going to finish this side. I could move here, but this is a very defensive, passive side. But then will I feel comfortable moving here at 1920, 1930? They're up. They push the lane out. They're moving up. I probably won't. So that's why you really want to stay here now while you can. And I know they just respawned. They can't be here yet. So I can farm this stuff. And then as I get chased out, I can fall back to farm this stuff. And they'll move out and they won't get any jungle camps because I did it on the way out. So then that's how you actually build a gold lead. Off of killing them and being on their half of the map. You might take towers, that's one way to do it, but just taking their camps so they can't do it is another way to build a gold lead. Because if we look at like, we're talking about this camp and then like small camp, so like 60, I think this is like a medium camp at this point. So 60, 80, and then like 160, something like that, right? And then we're saying it respawns, so we cycle back through. So you're still doing a lot of farming, a little bit more efficient than running back this way. But then as they respawn and come out here, that's like an extra 200 something gold that you got that they didn't. And then you just do that, like, you consistently do that type of stuff, and that's how you continue to grow the gold lead. So yeah, we end up farming this stuff, and then we have to run back. Running between these lanes is like pretty inefficient compared to this other stuff. But then because we're also really far back, we can't join this at all. Maybe you don't want to, and that's okay. But maybe it does end up being good and you could have joined, but because of my farming pattern, I'm way back here. And notice this whole time, no one has ever made it over here. It's all been up here, which you had teammates in the area, so they would have always been the buffer for you. And now as your team retreats, actually this is the closing point. Now we go, okay, where do I farm? Now you are about to move to their half of their map, and this is where they are, right? You are now coming to their half of the map at a more dangerous time than when you left, and that doesn't really make sense. But you're doing it because you're like, well, I farmed everything back here. And that's because you retreated way too soon. Like now, if you're scared, I get it, you know, and we fall back, that's okay with me. Earlier when they were dead, definitely should have stayed. Okay, I see them all top, so let's just immediately run back bottom or mid, actually. I'm kind of open to mid, but this is scarier. Bottom probably feels a lot safer, even though they could twin gate. If you're worried about that, you could go mid, but a lot of times, a lot of pubs don't twin gate. Oh, maybe you're gonna twin gate. No, you're gonna TP. This is weird to me, unless, I don't know, is there a call to like take this fight? This feels like a weird time to fight though. All right. You have, I told this story before, so I'm not going to repeat it, but the end lesson is spin does 170 damage, magic damage, and at this point, you have enough items, like look at your damage, you have 200 damage, and you have enough attack speed that you attack once per second at least, even while kiting and chasing someone. So you run up to this guy and then reduce your own damage by using Blade Fury. Now, maybe you're like, oh, well, what if he static storms me? He'll get me. Yeah, but that's why it's important to watch the fights to see if he used it earlier and then know if you need to do this or not. So from your perspective, I'm actually not super sure either. It does look like it got used earlier, though. So this is where if you're keeping track of the fight, even if you don't plan to join, but you're just looking at what spells get used, now you know you can just hit this guy and not have to use Blade Fury until you see a different spell come in, like a Storm Spirit or Sven Stun, and you can just hit this Disruptor. Let's see, to finish that point, let's actually go back in time and see if we could have seen Disruptor use it. All right, so we're farming this camp. This is where we should like take a look at top, click the hard camp, and then like look back. Okay, we're now moving here. So click this creep wave, and then take a look up here. What spells are being used? Is Wyvern ult being used, right? That's another one I'm worried about if split pushing happens. So this, when you're killing the creep wave here, this is where you click down the lane, and then you like go back to the fight, and then I would see now, okay, Static Storm got used on this Nyx Assassin, and I don't have to worry about that. Oh, I was saying this is weird though, because your team just lost this fight. You shouldn't actually be looking to join. I feel like this is kind of strange. Either you would have come sooner, or you'd continue to avoid them, and either keep pushing this lane, or I mean, yeah, I would just keep pushing this lane and jungle this area. I feel like joining now, they did end up chasing this Lich, but if they just stopped at this point, which would make sense because they don't even have creep waves, right? If they just stopped and went back to farming, you just came back, gave up your aggressive posturing, and then they leave, and so then you're just gonna like run back out, or you're gonna be jungling on your own half of the map, which is gonna take farm from your own team as they respawn, and then it's gonna feel weird. It kind of did work out though, where like Sven ended up chasing, so then you came top. It actually looks like you were TPing to push mid, but you don't need to push mid from here. You can deal with it when it's here. So you can push this in further, jungle this, and then TP back if needed, if Lich doesn't do it himself. And then if they came back to deal with this wave and then they move up to farm and then it's all empty, that's now gold stolen away. The fence, it's working. Around here is when Magnus started going off on me for not following him, and it started making you tunnel vision. Don't be afraid to mute people. People can easily be wrong. I would say that earlier play felt a little weird. I don't think that's your fault. I would say, like, at worst, it's a team fault. Like, we're all a little bit to blame. Like, are we going as a group? Are we not? Like, what's happening here? I don't know what the team comms were, so I'm not going to worry about it. But if he starts flaming you, I would just, like, mute him a little bit here. If you mostly farm... So, anytime your ult is ready, especially when their ults are ready, I would love if you guys grouped up and made a play and did stuff. Anytime it's not up, or if you just don't think it's like a good fight and you're like, I want one more item, because a lot of times that is the goal. 3 items on Juggernaut, you become really powerful. Like, as long as you're farming aggressively, I don't mind. And I'm now nitpicking you for not farming as aggressively as you could, but that's your learning lesson. I wouldn't say, oh, let's give up aggressive farming so I can follow the Magnus. Like, that's not a better play to me, especially because you just finished your Manta. Aggressively farming is one thing. Blindly following the Magnus is like another different issue. You should just hit this guy, by the way. Let the Battle Fury kill the little creeps. Wait, this is actually another good... Okay. Push in the lane. Storm Spirit. Who are the heroes we're scared of? Storm Spirit, Wyvern. We just recently chased Disruptor out of here. And he never used Static Storm. So, or like you missed him using Static Storm, but then he didn't use it on you either. So that to me feels like he doesn't have it. So here, I feel you can move this way and farm this stuff right now. And this is scarier to do, but I'm not as scared right now because I see Storm and Wyvern. And then, especially if I let this creep wave go, right? And like I wait in this area, I'm like farming the small camp deciding. As the creep wave gets here, I feel the enemy will definitely deal with this before moving in here. So I think this is where you can then farm this camp and then like, okay, it's still too scary. People are missing. I'm not going to farm this. I'm going to back. If they show on other lanes like more heroes and I stop being scared, boom, I'm straight back to pushing the lane. Here, okay, they show, oh, I got to run all the way over here to start pushing this in. By the time I do that, they could be done and then TPing back up here. And then we farm the defensive stuff, and then we move into the aggressive stuff, which like, oh, now Sven's here, and now it's kind of scary. All right, 4 heroes. I also see Static Storm being used. So if we are not teleporting to join this fight right away, we are taking this top tower, and we are doing all of this nonstop. If you go backwards in jungle, this is griefing yourself and your team. This far movement is his own mistake. He should not be looking this far. But good. We're doing it. Yeah, just go, just go. That was a little scary. You probably walk out further and then spin TP. But that's okay. We made it out. And just to like why that's good, just so everyone sees. Granted, this fight's pretty deep anyways, but they did just kill the mid Nyx, who is pretty high net worth. So the enemy team is quite strong to just push up now. They should have either... Actually, they should just do Roche. That would be the best play. It's a pub game. Rarely happens. They could go to defend bottom, because this is now... Jug is showing top, so they should have gone bottom to take this fight. Instead, they choose the Juggernaut, the harder to catch hero, because he's got spin. He forces rotations and then escapes, so his bottom team is safe. The team here, they never end up getting Roche, they never push another lane. They just waste their time coming to their own half of the map. It's not even a tier 1, so now they got to push all the way. By the time they get here, Nyx is up, and then you guys could take a proper fight top. So that's why these are the good movements from Juggernaut. Earlier we had an anti-mage game talking about split pushing a little bit more aggressively. Those are the kind of things you're hoping to get out of those movements. I made them back out. Who? I think you just go bottom. As long as you have enough mana for spin TP, which you do. Wyvern used the ult, you're good. If you send one Manta Illusion into the wave, you might bait Storm there. In fact, if you want to stay here, if you want to push it, I'm okay with you leaving for the record, but send one Manta into the lane, leave one Manta like out here, and then you could jungle these camps. And you have like a double warning system. You're baiting with the illusion. The other one is like scouting. And then you always have like spin TP out if they do catch you here. And then once you're done, if you're still scared, then you get to engage. That would be like really min-max pushing. Running over here is fine with me. Based on team comms, if you guys want to try that play, you definitely need to be there, but I also don't think you guys had to do that, and you can just leave and they can wait. So either play is okay with me, it just needs coordination. I prefer your backing out play, actually, to be honest. But I think it wouldn't be a bad idea to try with the team if you want. I don't play enough Jug to know, by the way, but I'm not sure if you can get this battle, this butterfly. It is very good versus Sven, but I feel you need... There's like multiple ways you're hard countered. Ghost Scepter and then Cold Embrace. I kind of think you need Swift Slash to bait some stuff. And then you need like a nullifier to remove Ghost Blades and remove the bonus armor. Which if you get Butterfly, that means then Ags, then Nullifiers, like 5th item, pretty late. So it's a lot of value for Disruptor at that point for this Ghost Scepter. Maybe that's fine. Again, I don't play enough Jug to like really know. Sure, some pro players would have some strong thoughts on that. It's just something I'm thinking about as I watch you play. All right, 2 supports dead is really good. We should definitely just group as a team and go. You don't need to split push, just take objectives. But when you show on 3 different lanes, these guys are bottom, no ultimates. You're showing mid, and then Nyx is out of sight technically, but if they have any observer sentries and know he's not here, then they can do this kind of stuff, which they only have 3 heroes, but this is a 3-on-3, this is a 3-on-1, and then this is a 3-on-1. Depending how much vision they have. In fact, 3-on-4, but they have no ultimates is kind of okay. Like, what do they really do at that point? So even though I just said we should go, I believe I also said we should group up and then go. And this is like, let's show on potentially 3 different parts of the map and push. And that gives them room to do stuff. You keep spinning, by the way. Okay, I'm gonna go back and tell my story again. This is when I learned, this is when I was learning Dota and I was playing with my cousins. And one cousin was flaming the other because he was playing Juggernaut. We were getting late into the game, and then like, they stunned, cousin 1 stunned an enemy, cousin 2 playing Juggernaut comes up and spins on him, pissed my cousin off because he's like, you're so farmed, hit the guy. Like, why are you spinning? Is less damage. I mentioned it earlier. Now it's definitely happening. This Sven is literally 1 auto attack away from dying. So technically the damage difference doesn't matter that much. But in terms of the cooldown and the mana, it's like, why are you spinning on this Sven? Just hit him like once, you know, and it'll finish the job. Like, maybe you're worried about him stunning you and then getting away. But I mean, he's taking damage. I don't think he can do it. It's not really the biggest deal right here, because, like, well, maybe it is a big deal. Let's find out. It's not the biggest deal in that particular situation, but I would just keep it in mind. If you are free to auto-attack, you should auto-attack. Again, not a Juggernaut carry player, so maybe it's just my support perspective take on it, and carry players would disagree on that. I would go with the carry player opinion over mine. But to me, spin is utility at this point. Like, in the laning stage, spin is your most damage. But now, spin is just utility, and regular auto attacks are the damage. You're going for Blink. That's typically to, like, join the fight at the right time, so that you can Omni Slash into Ghost Scepter and Cold Embrace. So I actually don't think this Blink will do much for you. If it's for like, oh, and he RPs, I gotta make sure I can use my ultimate. That's kind of true, but he should also skewer them to you. He should also have bought a BKB instead of this Lotus. I'm not really sure what this is for. You should, you're so fast. Like, just walk up and Omni Slash. I don't think you need the blink to, like, blink at the same time he does. Magnus got really mad for not going on the storm. Yeah, I mean, if you're getting mad at the flame, I would definitely just mute. Here you should, okay, as part of using the blink, so you're in range, right? This is Omni Slash, this is blink. So storm can be here and you're good to go. You should pretend to be uninterested here. He might know anyways. I don't know his, like, vision situation, right? But you should just pretend to not care about storm. Like, see him and then be like, oh, okay, like, whatever, you know, I'll go farm, you know, turn around, but then actually just, like, turn, hide behind this tree, see if Nyx can get close. Because You getting close doesn't matter. The only way you kill this guy is if Nyx is close enough. So you need to like bait him in that sense of like, if you're running at him, you think you can kill him. There's no way you can kill him, right? There's no possible way you on your own could kill a Storm Spirit. So from his mind, if he's thinking ahead, even if it's not a Nyx, it means there's more crowd control in the area if you think you can kill him when he has zip. So that's why he should just zip. As he sees you running in, he should zip even sooner. He really holds it to the last second. But for a high-level bait, you have to pretend to be uninterested so that he thinks there's nothing in the area. It's pointless to Omni him. The Storm, I mean, he'll just zip out of it, right? And then it's kind of a wasted Omni. If you had, like, an Abyssal or something, and you want to try to, like, Blink Abyssal bash him for a kill, you can do that. But you need, like, if you don't have the Nyx stun, I can't see you getting the kill. Around now, so Magnus, I don't agree with some of the flame. I can't really see what's been happening, but if he's been flaming you earlier, I'd say that's kind of okay. Like, you've been okay. Now, though, we are entering the period. We actually should be grouped up. So now if you, like... And I know this can be frustrating, because if he flamed too soon, you're probably annoyed at him. But for your own sake of winning, you should group up and play with him, even if it's annoying, right? But just mute him. You are doing the right thing. It's not because he's been asking you to do it. You are choosing to do the right thing, whether it's been avoiding them first and now playing together. If that helps you, like, grit your teeth and deal with it, you know, maybe that helps the perspective switch. But we are at the point where you really just need a big win, a good fight, and you can just take buildings really quickly. You can take a tier 2 into the tier 3, like, with the items you have. So you don't need to play the split push game when you have, like, big initiations in the Nyx and the Magnus. You can just, like, walk behind them. So probably here, rather than jungle this way, I think I would have you run top, Manta, go down, hope to bait someone top to defend the creep wave in your Manta, and then you twin gate, join your team. They're smoking this way, and then you connect with them. Maybe you even push bottom and they sit behind you. That would be a really good play. Now everyone is missing. We should be scared. I would, like, hide in the trees and TP to my team right now, because I don't think you guys are behind. In fact, it's very close. You might feel more ahead because it's 32-20, but I still think, based on how the game is going, they could win in a good fight. So when everyone is missing, I would be joining my team, ready to do stuff right away, because we're at the point in the game where 1 second will determine the fight. And needing to teleport for 3 seconds and then run over and then join the fight, Sven has already killed 2 of my heroes, and then I'm not going to turn the fight. So I need to be there right away, that while Sven is killing 2 heroes, I am killing 2 heroes, and we can continue. If you see heroes split on the map, it's okay a little bit to be split, but, like, when 5 heroes are missing, we have to reconnect to the team. We could argue my team should have also backed off when I'm not there, but either way, the end result is people split up, and now we kind of lose the fight. You actually end up finding Sven and then deleting him while he was looking somewhere else. So actually that's quite good. But now you do see we are... it's dicey. It might actually still work out. Partly because you found an amazing pickoff on Sven before he used God Strength or any of his items, which don't include BKB, because this guy went straight to... This build's kind of bad. It's got Sven items, but the order is bad. But you do see, like, by the time we join, a lot of it has kind of been determined. And fortunately, you are pretty rich, so we might still be able to pull this off at the end here. But that means if we were here sooner, it could have gone, like, maybe it's even better. Because we saved some of these heroes. Minor nitpick, but probably try to get the healing ward out a little bit sooner. Especially now that you have the talent for it. It's not so
easy to kill. Sven is respawning. So, you gotta remember, when you get this amazing pick off on Sven and he doesn't use any of his abilities, that means when he respawns, he is full strength. But we used abilities to win the fight. You used Omni Slash, right? So you have to really respect when he respawns, and I think you guys lost track of that in the middle of this. Around now, you guys should just back out. It ended up being a slightly winning fight for us. So you just back out at this point and be happy with what you got. Leave some deep ward, something like that. You guys could maybe force Roche, but kind of dicey. It might be doable, but you certainly don't want to be like super deep as the Sven respawns, because it'll open up the Blink God Strength stun, which, boom, you know, gets us. Someone else was asking about Enchcore. I don't really recommend it. I think there's better heroes to learn, but it is doable, even if it's a little bit of a meme. I would just play around. I think you have to have a Dragonlance. You probably have to have like Power Treads, Dragonlance. I don't know if you go full Hurricane Pike straight off the bat. I think you need something to help you with magic resistance. The most recent build I saw someone do was Eternal Shroud, and I was kind of up for the idea because like it solves the magic damage issue and it gives you a bunch of mana for impetus spam, so it's like kind of a cool idea. Witchblade, sorry, not Witchblade, Mage Slayer used to be kind of the item to go for. I'm still open to that one. There can be good games for it, especially I think Sproink still applies it on everything. Speaking of, get the shard. And then from there, I think it's like, it's up to you. Attack speed and right click a Hex at some point. And you're pretty much just right click damage. Farm really aggressively after winning the lane. If you don't farm aggressively, don't play Enchantress. Like that's the only, I feel like that's the only value of the off lane that's unique. Is like, okay, you win the lane and you're so hard to kill, you can now like push super far up and it takes so many rotations to kill you with spells. I think if you end up falling back to your own jungle, you'll have completely missed the mark. But some kind of build like that is probably what I would go for. All right, we have all our abilities again. So do they. So blindly 5v into fog, hoping for a fight, is scary, but it might work. Certainly better than part of your team doing it without the full team. Ideally, this is where between vision and shoving out lanes, you can see the enemy split up, and then you quickly move in for the kill. Really, I'm just gonna speed through and see if it happens, because like from now to the end of your super long game, that's the game plan. Is get vision of them split up, try to find some of them. Because technically you guys have some good team fight with RP and like Chain Frost, stuff like that. They also have some good team fight between their heroes, right? So I don't feel strongly one way or the other. I think it would really come down to the execution, which can be fine, but pickoffs will be safer. That's the game plan till the end of the day. 90 minutes, 7 hours, it doesn't matter. You would do the same goal the entire time. So a lot of that is just looking at the minimap. Boom. No one's showing. Kind of scary. We just run straight into the Roche pit. Scary. I would really recommend pushing out lanes and looking for something first. We end up seeing Wyvern and Storm mid, and I think you recently saw Sven bottom. I forget. So they don't... Okay, yeah, here he is. But even if he was bottom, if they saw you doing Roche, right, he has multiple TP points. That's why this is still scary. So this is pretty dicey, but it doesn't look like they realize. So okay, it's gonna pay off.
It is real risky though. Like 2 of our heroes aren't even here, so I would not recommend this. If your whole team is here, that's okay. And these guys leaving is really bad. Like, who cares if you guys lose a tier 2? Like, if you lose the full tower, let alone, oh, what if I miss some creeps and I lose some tower damage? Sorry, you guys can't see it because we're zoomed in. But totally worthless compared to, oh, we got team wiped and they picked up Roche, right? Like, who cares? This is far more important. Very scary. You can blame them, but at the same time, you guys still chose to do it without them, so that's also your own risk. You could also back out and wait for the rest of them to show up. Anyways, let's move on. We are split, 3 heroes, 1 hero, 1 hero. God Strength will delete you guys. So even this may feel close. Without blinks, to instantly do something when Wyvern ults one of these 3 heroes, if Rubik can't instantly disrupt the backline over here, he's too far. He's too far right here. Magnus is looking for people for who? Like, no one's going to follow up. So that's Magnus's issue. Rubik is... Okay, we're dealing with the creep wave. We're regrouping. Sure. We have regrouped. Juggernaut should be in the front. Nyx can be a little bit in the front with Invis, but at this point, you shouldn't trust Invis to not reveal you. Magnus should never be showing. The fact that Magnus is clearing the creep wave is really bad positioning. Juggernaut with the Aegis, with Spin, with Butterfly, he is the one who should bait, and he should be in the front, and then the counter initiation from the supports, or from Magnus, and then like Lich saving him and stuff. That's the way to go. So these 2, this is too far. This may feel like, oh, we're all on the bottom half of the map. If Rubik gets jumped, he will die before any of you can do anything. If Magnus gets jumped, he will die before any of you get to do anything. If Nyx finds someone, you are close enough to help, and then as the rest of the team responds, you'll still be waiting for Magnus to get closer. So even though you guys are all in the bottom half of the map, this is too far apart for 37 minutes into the game. Let's go back into full cam since it looks like we're about to do a high ground push. High ground push, you have 3.5 minutes. So it's looking like it's not going to happen to me, but you have 3.5 minutes to push the other lanes, to place down. So you guys push all the way up to here. You shouldn't go high ground. You should have de-warded the bottom half of the map, ideally. And then supports should leave hard to find observers. So something like right here could work. Anywhere in like this area is fine. You want to see them split pushing away, far away. Natures could TP back here, right? So then you leave those wards and then you leave this area. You back up. Both side lanes got pushed, or mid and top. So we go deal with that. We all retreat, stay as a group, go mid, send Manta Illusions top, for example. Push down this way. Or like Jug TP's top, deals with this first. People don't show mid. Jug runs over, then they show mid. We're not showing in multiple lanes at the same time. They will start pushing bottom as they see us dealing with this stuff. You pick a lane, I don't care which. We push mid, we look at our observers. As soon as you see something, clear the wave you're dealing with, smoke, and then go. We push top, go through the twin gate, go, right? Okay, they never leave, we never catch sight of them, then push, take a tier 2, repeat. De-ward, ward, back out another lane. We have 3.5 minutes to do this. As soon as we find a pickoff, we go straight down. Whatever nearest lane, we take the barracks, ideally. Repeat. If you don't find anything for 2.5 minutes, you push like this with the last minute of Aegis. So this push right now is giving up on 2.5 minutes of control of the game because we're pushing like really early with the Aegis. It's going to happen a lot of your pubs. We're now going to go forward, but ideally go for what I just explained. Because this high ground push into all of this is quite scary. Rubik is still too far from you guys, by the way. You should not... We're not looking for kills. You are going to force this tower and take it. And they are going to respond. And then fighting around here will allow Magnus to be close enough to then like you're here, they jump you, so now he can catch like this chunk backside. He can check like this area by blinking in, RP, skewer them back. If you start a fight here, the back line is back here. Magnus can never get over there. So you have to stay like right here in front of the tower and not look for kills. Like if you Omni Slash this guy, you're going to be super deep and they should jump you like as you come out. And then as this team is all forced to run to you, Wyvern, who should be standing around here, will blink and then kill one of your teammates because they'll all be clustered, funneling through this high ground. So this is way too far forward. This, very lucky it worked out this way because your play did not encourage this move here. But by the time they came in, it was close enough that Magnus has now caught 2 before their ultimates are used. And if he skewers them out and we kill them, the high ground push is almost guaranteed to succeed at this point if they don't have buybacks. This is why Magnus should have a BKB instead of Lotus, because if he gets stopped right now, then the game-winning play is over. God damn, we missed the skewer. All right, never mind. Back out. It's over. Leave. Get out. Run away. We're not strong. Don't push. It's not worth it. You just used your team-winning fight ultimate. It didn't get anything. Get out. You have 114 seconds. You have more Aegis time. It's okay. Back out. Wait for RP, and then go again. You'll still be able to do it. What is Rubik doing up here, guys? Positioning wise, like why is he up here? The formation is Juggernaut in front, everyone behind. Looking for this with then the proper skewer out. Without that, give up. Get out of here. Okay, that worked out, but look at his items. I really don't think you need to go first like this. Okay, so you guys see this? You both start TPing. You should let your Nyx just go. If you had Omni Slashed and ended up on these creeps while he ran top, you probably would have just lost this kill. It's fortunate he shouldn't have even moved in like this. He should have already left. But here we got really lucky we didn't bounce the wrong way. You should wait for your Nyx to go in. And then this is griefing. I don't know. The B is a little too late, Nyx. The B is very late. Oh yeah, I wanted to be zoomed in on the map at that point. Because that's all that matters at that point, is to look at the map. Everything on the screen is like secondary. I know I probably did reference stuff on the screen a little bit in that time, but usually when I zoom in the map, that's kind of like what I want you guys to take away, is that all the information you need is on the mini map and not on anything you're actually looking at. Which is why I find it so hard to watch any like pro stream nowadays, because they all have to block the mini map because of stream snipers, and I get it, but like that's all the useful information. Like, that's all high-level Dota, is the mini-map and maneuvering around that, and you can't see any of it. You can kind of see your team has a very straightforward game plan, pick-offs and or bait you in the front, and we did it once a little bit by accident. You went too aggressive, then he missed the skewer. But since then, the game plan doesn't change, but we are taking scattered fights, splitting up, doing stuff like this, and it's really risky. Even without the Aegis, you just like reform and do it. Also, I see you going for a Swift Blink, but you still need the Nullifier. This entire, like, you still can't kill supports. Either support, essentially, cannot be killed. Holy overlap. Yeah, that's kind of what happens when the fights get all messy. Some of that is because you got dragged real far back going for that disruptor. That's where you need the nullifier. You have more than enough damage to kill him. Even the Sven will die with the items you have. Okay, everything else after this doesn't matter as much. Okay. Where's my thing? Here we go. Even when a team has really bad communication, you can still try to play the right way just by like baiting your team. Like being in the right areas of the map will still go a long way. I know it'll be frustrating, but the fact that this game goes so long kind of shows that the enemy team also had issues, right? Like as frustrated as you are with your team, they made an equal amount of mistakes to cause it to go 90 minutes. So I know it doesn't always feel like it, but I promise like one extra good play from us can make the difference in situations like this game, for example, that clearly do end up dragging forever. Your itemization could be one way. Like I see you getting Basher, but Basher still doesn't solve the issues. This should be like the nullifier. And then if you do blink kill the disruptor, that's actually like a pretty game-winning play. By the way, right here, you guys are pushing, but you should just be doing Aegis. This one is all right, so I know the team is breaking down at this point. And so the ideal way of playing is a little bit out of our control. This is where I think you can adapt a little bit. You essentially have to wait a little longer to see what Magnus does. So like essentially he will do something like this, right? Where if he doesn't want to listen to the team, he does his own thing. Then let him and wait for this. So here, you guys went like real deep around. And I mentioned like fights will be decided in like 1 second, right? So when we go this deep down, we're actually too far away from top. We can say like, it's their fault. They're not listening to us and we want to do this. Again, though, to win the game, like someone's got to adjust. And if this guy's not going to adjust, then you just got to adjust to him so that we can win the game. Like, I don't care about this guy, but like, I still want to win the game. So this might be the correct thing, but if you don't have the full team, then it's not the correct thing. And it's better to do something suboptimal, but together. So here, I would recommend you move towards the top, sit in the trees, just watch the Magnus, because he is clearly playing as if he's the front line, so let him. And then he will do something like this, and then you can either jump kill the Sven right here while your team distracts the back. You actually go for the back while Sven is out of the picture. But this then goes back to our own itemization, is we actually can't kill these guys because Ghost Scepter and then like Winter's Curse. Otherwise, this is like generally a good idea. I just think you don't have the items to make it happen in this particular game. And then a creep wave spawns like right on top of us, which is a little unlucky. Unlucky on that timing there. But you'll do a lot of damage. Part of like, oh, we're gonna just have to adjust to our team. Because like you do a lot of damage. Everyone else has the control. So you kind of need to go around that so that they're not able to save you. I have mentioned communication in like a video here and there. We go hard. I don't think I've like redone it anytime recently. So maybe that could be something worth taking a look at. Oops. Wrong one. There we go. Okay. Let's do one more for today. And then Wednesday, we'll be doing these again. Every Monday, Wednesday. So feel free to come by. And recently, we've been doing longer replays. Maybe we'll do shorter ones again. Like when people have specific questions, we pop in, we answer the question, we move on. Then we can cover like 20 plus different replays if it's more focused. We might try that in a maybe next stream. Let's see how it feels. Tomorrow, I don't think I'm going to stream. I kind of have a coaching in the middle of it, and I think I'm going to spend the extra time working on random stuff and catching up on some stuff from... we went to a wedding this weekend, so it was real busy catching up on random household chores and all that. Guess we could round out. Is it rounding out? We actually had several carry games today. I'm debating if we should just like, all right, let's hammer it home. Or in hindsight, we only did one support review. I'm looking at the timestamps. We did a Pugna 5 game and everything else has been core rolls. Maybe we should do one more support game. But maybe it's also okay that it's just like, hey, core players, here you go. A whole stream for you guys. Let's see. Hey, Moon Jellying, what's up? I'm doing one more and then we're probably going to stop. Okay. Let's test this a little bit. Bensu and Shizenat. Am I butchering that? Maybe. Is there a little bit more of a direct question there? I know sometimes that's hard where you're just not sure, but those would be kind of like, I feel like these are the open-ended replays that then take a long time. If you guys can, if you have a little bit more of a focused question, I can potentially like knock it out faster and we can do more. Like we can do multiple rather than like have to look through the entire game. Is there something in particular in your games that are like, this is a moment I am unsure on? Didn't know how to proceed with the game when MK wasn't scaling. Okay, let me open this up to take a look. Because if it's... That kind of question is maybe like a game plan issue. So maybe I can answer that just by looking at the draft to give you an idea of what to do. And we can that way then cover other games as well. So this is Nature's Prophet support. I think 4. Yeah, 4. In Crusader. You said you weren't sure what to do and Monkey didn't seem to be scaling. You are super rich as a position for this game. Holy shit. From the graph, I can't tell if that's good or bad. We are either grief farming or you're just like having an absolutely insane game.
I worry with this amount of net worth, though. I think you might be doing some grief farming. Your build is super greedy. And the order of the build is kind of funny, too. I'm not sure if this makes sense. Okay, I will say, I see your Monkey King really struggled here with this Radiance build that I don't think he really had to do. It's like not bad versus PL, but so is Mjolnir or Battle Fury. Kind of open to the Radiance, but it looks like he struggled to make that work. I will say your own build up to the Spirit Vessels is good. At this point, you should just go like something to buff up your teammates. Like, for example, your LC. Help her get more duels rather than like a Midas. This feels like super greedy to me. And then like an Octarine to Midas more often. This is like ultra greed right here. Even though like this timing is actually crazy. I feel like you got a bunch of kills or you were farming a bunch. Which is why I said I was worried about grief farming. We haven't looked into it. What I mean by that is unintentional. I'm not saying you're like trying to grief. Even like greedy builds are okay sometimes, but there are still places where you're farming in the wrong spot. So then you're like, my Monkey King's not scaling. It's because you're taking his farm. That's why he's not scaling. That's what I'm worried about, to your question. But I also think like that aside, let's assume you're farming in the right spots. I still feel Midas and Octarine are really greedy, and you should just go like Ags into Refresher, for example, or, oh, I'm doing well, so I want to scale versus this PL. Like, you just get a Mjolnir early then. Shivas could be good. Shard can be good. The Solar Crest to like buff up LC. Because these items, like versus the PL, you typically don't want the game to go too late. And Midas and Octarine are not going to help you speed the game up, which is why I would recommend, especially off of like a really good game when you're like super rich, I would go not farming items, but just more like damage and utility to like actually end the game. Midas because I needed levels. I feel like you rarely need... Hold on. Okay. I think I already know what to look for then. I don't think you'll actually need Midas for levels. You can farm for certain areas, and that's usually enough for support Nature's Prophet. So I think what we're going to look for in this game is where you're farming, and we're either going to confirm or not of like we are not farming in the right areas, and that is what is slowing down my team, or maybe you're right and it was fine. Then I will justify you, but I need to open up the game to see. Because this does happen a lot on any greedy support, especially people trying to like, oh, people always say wave clear, shove stuff in, but then they do it when a core is like walking over, and then that's bad. Or like, oh, I'm jungling, but like the core would have come through that jungle pattern before the next spawn, and now it's not there, and then like they can't farm. So I'll still take a look at like some of your questions, but that's what I'm worried about, and I think will affect you more than anything. Kind of came here out of blue. Carrying Dust versus Invoker's good, especially off of good games. If you're going Earn, well, I guess if you're not finishing Spirit Vessel, that's fine. A lot of times Nature's Prophet supports will, one, skip boots completely, but two, if you are getting boots, just get the brown boots and not actually finish power treads. And then just max... if you're not going to do the Spirit Vessel, move towards whatever the next thing is. So like Solar for your LC if you're playing that way. If you're going Ags because you need more lockdown, or Atos, like doing that. If you're going to do the Shard build, then you're probably doing the full Spirit Vessel. So then like Spirit Vessel into Shard, whatever like that. Okay, let's jump up to like here. So like up to here, it looks okay. It's like close. The net worths kind of make sense. You're having a really good game. That wouldn't be that strange to me. So then here's where I want to see like what is our farming pattern and how is it affecting the game.
If you sprout in front of him there, you might get that kill, but it's still a pretty good fight overall. Okay, then we work on this tower. Uh-oh. Thank goodness. Stay away from me. Ah, did we die to the blade mail? Is that what got us? Blade mail and battle hunger, it looks like. Anyways, that's still overall a good fight. So here, does she have blink? She has blade mail. So playing around the Legion, you don't actually have to do it. You can like farm weird parts of the map, but try to have your teleport ready to help the Legion. And it looks like that's what you're kind of hoping for, but they didn't quite get the duel. So you come mid. I might recommend the town portal scroll, because they're still in a pretty aggressive position, and they never quite use duel. So if you town portal scroll here, you'll keep yourself available to show up for the fight. And then I don't think you should actually push this tower, because it's kind of scary. Might be fine. I do see you went back for the speared vessel. I would skip power treads and just get the vessel first. Okay, Lich TP's here. He should probably be walking to Legion. Fortunately, they are just ignoring us in front of their tower, but you are a prime Snapfire ult target because you have no escape. Okay, up to here, this is still okay. I think this is risky to me, but they're not doing anything about it, and you weren't stealing farm from cores. And in fact, I guess Invoker's just on his own, so we eventually get him. So, sure. This guy's blink should be close, and actually it looks like he just has enough money right now. And Snapfire ults a lot, so be a little careful of standing next to each other, but otherwise pushing after a kill is great. I don't know what's happening. What's happening to Legion? Great. I think you like just canceled your teleport top in time. And then you're gonna teleport here. This is where this is one instance where I don't think I like this, because look at Monkey King. He is going to want to farm. He is going to come top. So this is one instance of where you shouldn't be coming top, because this is where Monkey King should be going. You should just continue to farm on their half of the map with your team, even though these guys are here. So it's like, oh, well, shouldn't I let them do that? Sure. But if we're going to farm that, I would prefer doing this with them on the enemy's half of the map rather than TPing here. I would say if you were going to TPing back over here, I don't want Monkey King to come this way. Because if he comes this way and then these guys back out, where all three cores are going to collapse on each other. So as natures, I think coming over here to farm would be a lot better, or farming their half of the map, like wherever you may end up, and leave top for Monkey King. No. I was trying to set up for top tier 1. So that's a good idea, but I will say it's not as critical as like, I need to teleport here to do this. So like, let's go back to that right before you teleported and think about what is our current objective overall. So you guys, boom, did this. So PL is not having a good game, right? He's quite weak. That means I'm not too worried about the late game getting PL'd. Granted, your Monkey King is not as rich for reasons like we're starting to see potentially, but like, so this guy is not that worrisome to me because he's losing. This guy's going for a Sacred Relic, so he needs to be given space. Otherwise, it's really bad. If he's not given a priority in this build, it's way worse than like his other farming builds. So that's one reason I want to give it to him. Next, okay, taking this tower is not bad, right? So that's some of the ideas, like, oh, I want to set up for that top tier 1. But if we have to rotate all our heroes top to get this tier 1, we're going to give up a lot of this space. You also have a Legion with the backpacked blink. It'll swap in a moment. But is it easier for Legion to like sneak in top, even with this tower down, to find duels, or this area? It's a lot easier to navigate this area. So right now, if your team just holds the bottom half of the map and Monkey King pushes out top and then jungles and then pushes out top and then jungles, that's really good. And then you would be like back here. That's really good because Monkey King is getting the space he needs. You guys are chipping tier 2s, which is going to bait them to need to come to defend it. But then think about where PL is going to play. He can't play anywhere down here if your team's down here, so he's going to go top. And then if he pushes too far, you guys will then teleport to get him. But at the same time, like, if any of his cores are top, he's not going to want to go top. So then his farm is going to be split, either stuck down here versus all of you, or splitting farm with top. It's not necessary to take this tower because of that. You can actually just hold the current situation because you have 3 tier 1s, they have 1, and it's the least important one. So you guys have access to about 70% of the map. If you just hold this for 5 minutes, you'll build a pretty good gold lead, and then you'll be able to close out the game, especially if you line up like, okay, he's finally done with the Radiance, like where we can group. You don't actually have to take top. Not that you can't, but at the cost of like, Monkey King wants to be here, that is not worth it to me. And I think staying bottom, and like you had the observers and sentries too, right? So now, I don't know, Lich maybe has one, he does not. That's his own thing, but like you had some and you didn't place any before leaving. So now your team has to make like another movement into here. Sorry, I started a whole conversation. I'm trying to see what you guys are talking about. Dealing with Medusa. Okay, actually, this is... PL and Medusa are similar in that their early game's not that good. They need a certain amount of items. Being a mana burn hero is a good way at dealing with Medusa, but being able to push a fast tempo before they are strong is also good to stop Medusa from reaching critical mass. So you don't strictly have to play mana burning heroes. If you can take towers and push the tempo, that's good. They can't contribute anything in that time. Pugna, for example, to take buildings really quickly. Initiators, if that's what your team is lacking. That kind of stuff is very good to do this, to deal with Medusa non-directly. Okay, here's another example. So we just died top. Monkey King is up here. He is in this cycle. He should push out this lane and then jungle through. Push out lane, jungle through, leave him alone, whatever his farming build is, whatever hero this is. It doesn't matter that it's Monkey King. Like, whatever carry is top, that is their most efficient farming cycle. So when you come top like this is stealing farm from Monkey King. He will miss some CS for being in the jungle, but that's okay. It's like a sacrifice. If you sit in lane and get every single CS, you never get to the jungle. So you give up some CS, but it eventually builds up and comes here. So you pick up like 2/3 of the lane creeps and then jungle camps. So you don't really want to do this unless he is like clearly gone. But to me, he is still in an area that, let's say you don't do anything, he can easily jump over here in the next 5 seconds and then farm all this. So when you come and do this, this is like 200 gold towards his Radiance that is now in your pocket. And it is delaying his Radiance timing. So he's now going to jungle, which he was going to get this jungle camps anyway, so he's just straight up missing 200 gold. It's not like, oh, I got something different because Nature's did this. Like, he wanted to come up here, and then you're like still doing it in front of him, you know? Even if you're annoyed at him, this is like actively hurting your own game because like his own Radiance is coming essentially for the amount of gold you just took from him. Like, that was like 300 gold. That is at least half a minute, if not a minute of farming for some carries, especially with a slower farming build because he's going the Radiance, right? So we are like pushing the Radiance time away from the Monkey King. So teleporting back here would have been a lot better because no one's going to farm this stuff.
and then that's much better. Like, he farms this. You would save that same money by coming over here. I guess a little less than like a creep wave, but that's okay. You're like a support, you know? It's like it's supposed to be that way. So this is money that would have gone to waste on your team that you pick up, but Monkey King then still gets his farm as well. You do take the tower, and I'm glad about that, but this tower just like doesn't... It'll fall eventually, so like you don't have to rush it if it's gonna hurt your carry's farming pattern. This is kind of okay with me, but again, I think over here is actually better, because look at SF's build, right? Or SF's pattern. So SF actually shouldn't come here right now because it's kind of scary and it's not necessary to push up this far. These creeps are worth the same amount of money when they're over here compared to here. So he can wait for this wave to push in. So he can jungle this stuff, and if he's still waiting, he would come here. Because if he goes too far north, he's going to interrupt Monkey King. So then, alternatively, he could come down here, and then mid. Or like mid down here, mid here. So I don't know which he's going to do, but I am forcing him to now go top because I am here. So I limit him. But he would have never farmed this and then like ran all the way over here. That just doesn't make any sense. So that's why natures, you really want to go either to a lane that is totally dead and no one else wants to go to, or to one of these camps, or like this area, or the enemy's area, and like farm their stuff. That's even better. Bring an observer, place it, then you'll know for the next like 6 minutes when it's safe to do so or not. Legion respawns. I want to farm this stuff. SF comes. I want to farm this stuff. Camp's gone. She actually is going to go smoke and go look for something. Okay, you weren't needed in the end, so now keep making your way this way. I want them to be active. They actually should be a little scared right now based on who's missing, but if I want them to be active, I want to be like back here farming this stuff so that they can push, and then when they fall back, there is stuff for them to fall back to. If they fall back and there's nothing here, they are going to go all the way back here, and then they're super far back, and then they're never going to go out and do stuff. You mentioned getting the Midas for levels, but you are one of the higher leveled heroes in this game. You don't actually need the Midas. Imagine just having another like utility item here, Solar Crest or Shard or something like that. Your damage is a lot better than this. Yeah. Oh, I forgot to make that. Yeah. Was this a farming ult? Definitely don't do these. Or is it because they're fighting this guy? Orchid, if you could find the real PL and some of like Orchid to cancel Snapfire ult, that could be really good. Way more impactful than the Midas. So then like this stuff. Okay, fight over, core is nearby. And then we, like, if he's going to miss this CS, you can get this. But you should leave these for him. Otherwise, this is CS taken away from the core. Right? You even, like, sprout to, like, take one more range creep from him. So we are rich, but, like, consistently, it is coming from the cores. It's not coming from the enemy cores, which is why Axe and, like, Invoker are still up here. PL is struggling, but he's, like, not that far behind Monkey King. Because a good chunk of your money is from these guys, and that's what you should think when you're farming. Is this farm coming at the cost of a core? Is it farm on our half of the map that no one would have ever gotten to? Or is this enemy farm, aka on their half of the map, and you really want the later two, stealing it from their half of the map, or taking these places that are ideally never going to be used, but sometimes are used, and you should be aware of that, of like when cores are going to come over. Damn, didn't even realize I was doing that. And that's why I don't mean this in a flamey way. It just happens for a lot of like greedy supports like Natures and Keeper of the Light. He's a classic. The idea of like, oh, I'm supposed to farm and push, I'm a greedy support. You're on the right track. But now the next level is like, we need to look at the minimap a lot and make sure like, where are they going? So like, let me just speed up to a random time.
Okay, so right here, if we were only thinking, this is not a good example. Let's go a little further. Okay, so right here, this is okay, because my team came top. We didn't end up being needed, right? SF and Monkey King are here. Legion's here. So if you TP'd top and like started farming here, it'd be super grief, because these guys are going to scatter, and some will go forward, hopefully all of them, but some will move backwards inevitably. And then we're there. I'm like, hey, what's up? I'm also farming here. But when they're all top, that means all of this farm is going untouched on our half of the map. So if you can farm it before the 21 minute, it's going to respawn, right? They're never going to miss it. She's not going to come over here and there's no camp because you farmed it. If you farm it and leave, it will respawn by the time they get here. So I didn't tuck it. I didn't steal it from her. Or if I move now to this part of the map where my teammates can't get to, this is farm that no core is near. So this is good. This is me pushing in the lane and then stealing enemy jungle camps. So those are really positive sources of farm. Right now that you're moving in here, I like this so much more. I'm very happy with this type of farming. Let's ignore, you should maybe be keeping track of what they're up to see if you should teleport in. But ignoring that, and we're just thinking about farming, this is way better, right? I'm not stealing this from any of my team. I am pushing in the enemy's creeps, so they're going to have to deal with. I'm forcing enemy rotations by what I'm doing. And then after they deal with this and they try to push up here, there's no hard camp because I farmed it. So now I got money and I took it from their pockets, pointed the wrong team, took it from their pockets, not my own team's pockets. And that's like a huge difference in terms of good greedy play and then bad greedy play. So I think that's good for this game. In terms of giving you something to work on, this like where you farm is very important. And then there was one more I wanted to try to do before we moved on. I'm just trying to think about playing fast. I mean, that's a great idea, right? So the process is though like fine tuning. So you have the right idea. I want to play fast. And now hopefully with what I'm giving you, we can fine tune how we play fast with where we're going to play. With that said, if you want to play fast, along with what I'm adjusting in the farming patterns, the items are not helping you play fast. These are like, I'm going to play really, really slow items. Midas and Octarine, Orchid, Shard, Shivas, Ags, Scythe, any utility like Solar Crest, Force Staff, all of those will help you play way faster than this. Where was the other one? Oh, here. Okay, that is a really good concept, not just for the player, but for all of you. Thinking about where you farm is really important, and I understand it's really tough on supports of like, where do I get my money? It is tricky. But learning to see where that is on the map will help a lot. Okay, we are gonna do this one. Who are you playing here? This is Shizanot. Or maybe butchering the name. But I have anonymous mode on, so I don't see who you are playing. TB, okay. Terrorblade. Terrorblade is one word, right? I believe so. Terrorblade 1. And then the funny thing is, we may see the exact same concept, but from a carry perspective now. Terrorblade has illusions, which did get nerfed, but you can still farm aggressively with these compared to stealing your own team's farm and then they have no money. Same with like Anti-mage the other at the start of this stream, kind of talking about like where he could farm aggressively instead of defensively. Illusion heroes are common for this, where a lot of carry players use their illusions to farm their own jungle,
and then they're like, I'm rich, where's my team's farm? The enemies are so rich, what do they do? You know, it's like, because you didn't steal the enemy's farm, you're like stealing your own team's farm. I have a bit of an unrelated question. Do you generally favor Patient Zero over Plague Carrier on Venomancer? I'm finding the new Plague Carrier rather underwhelming. I do think... So I always pick Plague Carrier because I like it conceptually. I think Patient Zero is perfectly fine to play with, especially if you can't justify on-hit effects, or like debuffs effects, I should say. Because that's where like Plague Carrier shines the most, when your passive is good, along with then the Plague Ward's doing more because of that. If you can't really afford to do that, that's where Patient Zero is like, it's a perfectly acceptable facet to go. I just like Plague Carrier, so I tend to do it. But you can do Patient Zero, especially when the enemy has a lot of like bulky melee heroes. Patient Zero is a bunch of damage to go that one extra split. And although Plague Carrier is kind of also nice versus like melee heroes, your default Plague Wards is like still good. All right, let's figure out where to look in this game, cause you didn't quite give me a direction to look into. You're just wondering like where you can play better. That might be my homework for you, cause now that you're in Divine and you're looking to improve, and hopefully we'll give you some stuff to improve, I do think it's good to like try to read your own mistakes as well and find things for yourself to work on. It's kind of like a self-driven gain. That's not saying you can't get help. Like, I really don't know what to look for. Then, you know, that is what this stream is for. But it's also good. Like, you're in Divine. Like, we should be learning enough about the game to start identifying, like, some things to, like, where can we do better? Looks like your lane is pretty decent. We're pretty rich here. Maybe we'll just jump into, like, this mid-game portion. Looks like we got to the Manta at a decent time. Pretty rich here. As a whole, they have a lot of cores. Your Reflection's going to be really good this game. But we maybe have to look to play a little faster. Because if we get to like the ultra late game and they just have 4 different core heroes, it's not going to be... It's going to be tough. I think you should have TP'd here if you're gonna join. Otherwise, you should have like walked bottom. If we go back here, so like we were here when this fight starts to break out, so you'd be a lot faster teleporting and then being part of this fight. And if not, then there's a fight breaking out here and we don't want to join, then we should be pushing bottom and threatening this. You also just like zoned out the Wraith King on your own, and then we're gonna leave him alone so we can farm with no health. But if you keep pushing bottom, he'll back off because you almost killed him. So I actually think you should be going bottom right here. And then speaking of using the illusions, you just walked with all your illusions to the mid lane, but you should send your illusions bot to push it out. I know it's not as good as it used to be, but it's not like they don't do damage. They'll still push in the lane for you. So use them to do that. Multitask with this hero. And then here's where we just like walked over, so it just kind of took a while. You could, again, leave an illusion to be pushing in this creep wave for you while you guys take this fight, so that even if you lose, the wave is up here, they got to deal with this. If you win, maybe you can even do damage to the tier 2. Oh, we're just going to go Roche. I was about to say, seems tough. Maybe with more heroes, especially with the Beastmaster there, we could do it. Beastmaster, because we never pushed in the bottom lane with illusions, Beastmaster came down here. If we had pushed it out, he may have just immediately come back top to do active things. He felt like he had to come here, which means, I mean, this could be fine. It depends like where you want to play, but it is the downside of not pushing that out with illusions. A lot of them are missing. You should just send a little multitasking here.
Okay, looking at the minimap, one, I'm actually already a little nervous about you farming up here, but I'm kind of open to it. But let's send the illusions into the lane while we jungle out of sight. So you can use them to help you here. This is just a kobold camp. You're level 15. You don't need illusions to help you do this. So send these illusions into the wave, and then you don't even show in the wave. After you finish this kobold camp, if you still think you can farm aggressively, you like move around this way and start jungling over here and just have the illusions do this with 0 risk to you. Obviously a little risk in case they look for you on the sides because they know you're here because your illusions are showing, but a lot less risk than walking into the creep wave with the illusions, and they know which one's real because of how your illusions work. But like you should send them down, like send the illusions forward to keep pushing, send the Amantas. Okay, we're like kind of multitasking the camps here. That just means you're gonna finish the camps you can hide in faster and then be tempted to like walk into danger though. So this is where you should send illusions to push the lane and then just do this yourself. And then as stuff happens, the lane's already going, so then you can just like walk over at that point. Like, look how long they're playing on your half of the map, and like still their tower is not taking any damage for this. If you're not going to TP because you don't have meta, that's fine. But now we're going to go push the wave, and they are done killing us. So now they can come back and fight you. And so here's techies, and we're like, okay, we're done. So top should have been pushed in more. You would have gotten several hundred tower damage in at least. And then you don't need to be here to finish. You should start moving the main hero to the next thing and let the illusions like finish it as you walk away. You'll save yourself like 2 seconds per camp, which will add up over a long time. You got the Dragon Lance, and now you're actually going for Diffusal. It's kind of cool, though I think you should probably just finish Hurricane Pike into Scotty. I think that's a really safe build this game. Maybe an MKB to deal with the mischance on Radiance. But it's a bunch of melee heroes who don't want to get kited. So Hurricane Pike into the Scotty slow. And they're both great items for Terrorblade. Mana Burn is like annoying, but I mean, you've already got the Invoker. So I don't think you really need it. And then in terms of having an extra Dispel, this is not... I don't think this is a game like you need like 2 Dispel super quickly, Manta Disperser type build. I'm trying to think if there's something I'm not thinking of, but yeah, I don't think you really need it. If you were gonna go for a utility damage item, I would actually say Orchid is better. Orchid to silence the Weaver, and then like Ursa would have to like BKB to deal with the Orchid so that he could enrage, and that's like annoying, you know? Bloodthorn in the end is pretty good for Terrorblade as well as a late game item. Fast Orchid on this Magnus he tries to blink in. I think Orchid give you more tools. Scary. We just chased a little too hard. I didn't mind trying for Roche. I mean, you're pretty rich. I thought that would be easier for you, to be honest. But then like chasing for some of that put us in a weird spot. True, sending an illusion to like scout during Roche might have helped. Okay, back to pushing top. Same deal, let the illusions do it, you go jungle. Because several heroes are missing. I guess a couple are showing bottom, but you could still be killed if like Ursa's top. So just let the illusions push this, go jungle these sides. It's actually, okay, think about the overkill that you are doing when you move the hero and multiple illusions around. I know this is more micro, but I mean, if you're playing Terrorblade, you know, that's the point. Do you need 5 heroes, like the hero and all the illusions, to kill a creep wave in half a second?
Or is it better to kill the creep wave in 3 seconds, but at the same 3 seconds, also farm 2 jungle camps? Right? Like, your illusions at this point are so strong, you only need one. One illusion will deal with the creep wave. Like, one Manta illusion especially could deal with 2 creep waves. So you only need 1 illusion in the wave, 2 at the most, which means your other illusions can be scouting, they can be farming jungle camps, and then your main hero can do all this stuff on your own as well. So this is how you like multitask and increase your farm speed. And then when you go for like towers with meta, yeah, you do want the illusions together. But actually, I would say you shouldn't be doing this. This is actually really risky because they have all their heroes alive and we have just lost 2 heroes. You're trying to punish them for doing this. That's the right idea. You don't actually need to take the tower. Just sending the illusions to damage the tower without risking yourself while you still farm efficiently is more than enough if they can kill you. If they can't kill you, then yeah, you can come to the tower and do it. But this game is close enough that they can kill me, so I'm scared. And I think you ended up sundering a little bit too early there. Maybe some nerves. But yeah, you don't actually need to take that. Just send the illusions at it. Because of the innate. Yeah, I know there's a penalty in all this, but they will, with that penalty, they will still do the job. And then, for example, you would be alive. So even if you miss some CS because of the damage penalty, by being alive for an extra minute because you're up here doing this stuff, like, you would have gained overall. And your actual XP and gold may be shorter depending on how much CS we missed due to the damage penalty. But the important thing is that there's a difference. If you and Ursa, like, you're farmed, you're 20k, and Ursa is 20k, do you actually feel that good for being farmed, right? Because you don't feel that much stronger than Ursa, who's also really rich. The important thing is that even if you only had 15k net worth, but Ursa had 10k or even 12k, that actually feels a lot better in most situations than both being 20k. It does depend on the matchup, where some matchups are so one-sided that, like, Anti-mage and Medusa, you can both be 20k, and, like, I would always favor the Anti-mage. But most are not that extreme, and having an actual gold difference is more important than simply being rich. And that's part of why when you shove things in and then jungle, you may miss some CS, but you are stealing a lot from the enemy while forcing rotations, and that is what will lead to a gold difference between you and the enemy heroes that can then be turned into meaningful fights to then actually take the towers. Because, like, that's the thing. You don't actually need to take the towers. The point is to get money and a gold advantage and numbers advantage by getting pickoffs that then they can't stop you, and you're a Terrorblade, so, like, you'll take buildings in a moment. This is such a scary place to be. They just took the Tormentor. Alright, that was some massive disrespect. When they do the Tormentor like this, when did it pop? I think it was a little sooner, actually. Anyways, when the Tormentor sound happens and you're here, you should immediately move in the other direction and then just send your illusions this way. This is some mad disrespect to the enemy. This shouldn't happen. No flame, but to paint the severity of the mistake. Should never die like that. Just step away from the Tormentor area and move left. It's same like, okay, this is the same for Roche, and this happens all the time, even in my games, which is why I'm trying to, like, make it clear. When Roche falls or Tormentor falls, what is the enemy going to do? Especially when it's this late in the game. It's not like they all lost their health. It's really free to take the objectives at this point if they actually group up and do it. When Ursa finishes this, do you think he's going to go home? Like, do you think he's going to, like, run back? He's going to look for something else to do in the area. Same with Roche. It's very rare that the team is going to take Roche and then go, well, I guess we should all just, like, back, right? They're going to look for something to do, and they're going to disperse from the area, or they're going to teleport to a new objective. as soon as you hear Roche or Tormentor being taken by the enemy, what that should signal to you is the enemy is looking for something to do right now. So you don't want to present an easy opportunity of like, hey, by the way, I'm right here, gold arrow above me. Like, I am here. If you need something to do, I'm killable and I'm here, right? You got to be really thoughtful of that. So a lot of times I see like, you know, Roche get taken and then cores want to come farm this stuff. Like, they're gonna be moving out. We don't know where, but I know they're gonna move out. So you have to get away until you can get information. And that is true for Tormentor as well. When you hear the noise, just immediately move away and send illusions and creeps down if you really have to. Guys, Versa Magnus, do not step over here to clear the creep wave. Wait for the creeps to come up here and then clear it back here. Okay, Wraith King is top. You guys can fight. Everyone go mid and take this fight right now. That's your call to your team. You're the carry. You have the most power to like dictate these things. That's not always true, but like if the carry says it, it has way more weight than a support saying it. Wraith King is not here, and there's no nearby teleport. So this is the 5 versus 4 into Aegis, minus 15k. So you guys have a 7k lead under your own tier 2 to take this fight. This is where you're sitting on your illusions, but part of the reason your team is scared is because you guys don't know where the Magnus is. So you should send your illusions around to look for Magnus. Preventing the RP is a lot more impact than having one more metamorphosis illusion on top of you. And then if we're going to position for the fight, it should be on this half, near mines and near the creeps. All right, it was kind of messy, but in the end, we get what we want. They pushed too far into our vision. We got a good fight. Wraith King is now here. This is why I say fights are decided in like 1 second. Wraith King shows up and it's too late. I think you were trying to Sunder save your Invoker maybe there, and then like messed up a little bit, ended up sundering the Ursa. Alright, we just gotta push. I don't want to see any jungling on our own half of the map. They're all dead. Multitask. Illusions down a lane. We can go through the jungle. Another situation for it. Did make it in time though. Essentially, I don't want these creeps to stop moving. Like, if they're all dead, there should never be a period where they stop moving because they're fighting creeps. That's how we push the fastest. The longest time should be creeps moving. It shouldn't be having to kill creep waves because it's 30 minutes in the game. Like, every hero should like one-shot creep. So that's why we needed to be fast enough, and you did just in time make it. Careful. That's another reason to send illusions around, by the way, to keep killing Techie's mines. Let's see how many he has on the map. Yeah, he has a way more than he should, right? So these are all hot spots that your team might end up losing the entire game. No matter how much money you have, you might just lose everything. So keep sending this stray illusion, especially as it approaches its endpoint. Anytime versus Techies, creeps, illusions, whatever you have control of, just send them through common areas to remove mines. And if you think about it, this probably took Techies over a minute to have this amount of mines, and boop, 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 boop. Like, you'll take them all out, and you've wasted Techies' amount of, like, game time. And he's opting to do this instead of getting kills, right? He could blast off and then triple mine for kills. He's choosing not to do that, to do this stuff, and so you then just waste all that. So he never gets a payoff. I guess he kills your illusion. Okay.
This is what I'm talking about, guys. 3 heroes are dead. First, Invoker TPs. Okay, this is like his furthest point. So like, sure, if he TPs here, that's fine. And then he starts jungling. Like, why is he jungling when they're all dead? We should be doing things. We should be pushing up to objectives. Like, everyone is still on their own half of the map, which for supports is like, okay, if you're doing some dewarding, it's okay. But like, everyone else should be pushing up. Now, I'm not saying push every single side lane and then we get picked off by like 2-3 heroes. So like, go together down 2 lanes, right? Where it's like 3 versus 3, 3 versus 2, and they don't want to take it. But we have everyone back. And with everyone back on the Terrorblade, we now also come back. I get that they're kind of close to spawning, but not actually yet. So you still want to be up here and send your illusions to like farm this stuff so that as they respawn, there's nothing here. But then you also come back to where Invoker is jungling. So now, even though we pretty much wiped the enemy team, we're gonna split our own defensive jungle farm and not actually get anything in the game for this, right? You should at least keep sending illusions top. Like, I think you alone, as if we ignore how bad our team movements are, on our own control, you can take this top tier 2 tower by sending illusions. No risk to yourself, just send the illusions in. And then if your hero falls back to the jungle, maybe all the way here, like, okay, but you shouldn't bring everything back here. Like, look, what's the point of this many illusions to kill this creep camp in like 1 second? Let it take 3 seconds, but also like get map pressure. The worst feeling as a support is like being in your own jungle and seeing a Terrorblade illusion walk in and know that I can't kill that Terrorblade illusion without losing half my health. And so that Terrorblade illusion is just going to farm in front of me. And if I try to deal with it, it's going to come kill me. And you should make them feel that way. You should be sending illusions in, and Techies goes like, God damn it. Like, all my mines just got blown up. I'm hoping like these guys blink into the mines and this asshole just keeps sending illusions and breaking all of them. And like, Weaver should be like jungling a camp and then see an illusion walk up and then just like last hit in front of him and take it. And he's like, I could sit here and hit this illusion for 10 seconds to kill it and I'm going to get 20 gold. It sucks, you know? Instead, they're like back here insta-killing medium creeps, but it is not like that significant. Okay, we got another series of kill. Let's go. Let's go. If my team's pushing top, then I'll go with them. Let's go. No jungling because it's letting them respawn. We're jungling. So even though we got 2 pretty big kills and we have the 4 versus 3, we stayed scattered and that now let them kill Viper. So now we no longer have an advantage. But we farmed our own jungle. And that didn't help me win the game. So that's what I mean. Like, every time you get these opportunities, you got to look for more aggressive plays. In the end, even if you had a 40k net lead, at some point you still just have to go, and it still has to be in a smart move because they can still kill you. If you're on your own, they could still kill you despite having 40k. So Dota is not only about building a gold lead, it is about finding opportunities. And currently, the advice I'm trying to give you is how to create opportunities with the illusion split push, but then also we are passing opportunities and not doing anything with them. We're not taking towers, we're not taking objectives, we're not looking for more kills. We're just thinking about like getting more gold. But that's no longer the point. Getting more gold is like the first 20 minutes. First 15 maybe. And then we get more gold through taking good opportunity fights. So right now, when you see that Magnus running through, so another example, just send an illusion to go follow Magnus. And then you'll just know where Magnus is. You'll know if you want to pick him off to keep going, or you know like, oh, Techies is on his own because I know Magnus is in this jungle. So then we go get Techies. And then again, we just don't need this amount of illusions to jungle. I know I'm starting to like repeat points, but it is, you'll have a lot different impact. By sending illusions, we would have killed the mines. Techie's gameplay. You queue NA 6K but never see you. There's a chance you would see me. My MMR is a little over 7K. So it would have to be at a time where there's not a lot of people queuing, which is most times in NA, but it would still be kind of close. I think if you're around like 6.5, there'd be a pretty solid shot. Is the IGN ZQuixotix? Yup. I, unfortunately, can never change it. I used to like, you know, picking new random names, new profile pictures, but ever since becoming a content creator, I always leave it as is for the sake of the branding, I suppose. Okay, I think I've said my piece for this one. Kind of mentioned it in like some previous games, but ultimately the goal does not change, which is the point of the late game flowchart video. All the things you're trying to do are like the same from here on going forward. It's like send out illusions, push lanes, get them to split up, find good fights, and then use the numbers advantage to take objectives. Roche, this stuff. Could maybe break down some like high ground posturing, but at the end of the day, it's like the game plan doesn't really shift from here on out. Dark Bomb Mantis, sorry, I'm actually going to stop for today. I'm pretty tired from this weekend, which we went to a wedding, but it was kind of in the middle of nowhere. So we had to like fly in and then drive a long distance, then be at the wedding, and then due to like restricted flight times, you know, then drive back to the hotel or to the airport to then fly out at like 8 a.m. So we were waking up at like 4 a.m. to like drive, return the car and everything. So I'm probably going to stop any moment now. Just rambling here. But Wednesday, we will be back. So if you come back on Wednesday, same deal. Mondays, Wednesdays, we do these replay analyses. Are these patterns useful for many other heroes who build Manta too? Yes, Translucent Blue Jellyfish. But a little less than Terrorblade, just because for Terrorblade, there's a new illusion, 44-second duration every 14 seconds. So you have a lot more freedom to send them out in different places. It's a little easier than the Manta, which is like 34 seconds for 18-second illusions. But anything you could do with a Terrorblade, like anything you could do with an illusion, you could do with any illusion, you know? How far you get with it may vary, but a lot of the same concepts are there. One really good Manta trick to pick up. One, the same stuff we talked about, but two, go through the twin, like I'm farming top, I'm Juggernaut with Manta. I have access to top farm. I don't want to try to do bottom as well, but especially if you have enough mana. I know the Twin Gate costs a lot of mana, but you can Twin Gate, Manta, send them out, Twin Gate back top. This is really useful in the late game where you want to push top, for example, but I don't want them to push all the way bottom and like do the same thing. So you use your Manta to cut the wave and then immediately go back, and that way you can keep pushing top and you buy time bottom. You have to have enough mana to do this, but that's one random bonus farming tip. BSJ has some illusion tip here. There you go. Some illusion farming tips over at BSJ's channel. He would certainly be more familiar with that than I would, since I never get the Manta, guys. It's so rare for me to have Manta, but I do play a couple heroes with like summons and illusions, so at least we get to do a little bit of the micro. Any Chen gameplay today? Not today. There's no stream tomorrow because I'm going to try to work on stuff. We'll see what we end up actually doing. I don't know if we'll get a video out of tomorrow, but I'm going to work on various stuff.
Thursday, we'll be back with the gameplay. So Wednesday, replay analyses. Thursday and Friday, we'll be back to gameplay. Could you review SEA region replays too? I'm happy to do so if people have them. Granted, based on when I stream, I think it's hard for SEA players to show up unless they're pulling some real late/early nights. But I'm totally fine with it. If you have one and you want to leave it, I will copy it because I usually start the streams with one random replay, either from Discord, from a YouTube comment, something like that. So if any SEA players, you watch the VODs and you're like never able to make it to the live stream, leave a comment. Just say like, hey, I can never make it to the live streams. Here's a match ID. Is there a chance you could look at it? And then I may randomly pick you. It is random what I grab. But that is one way. You or any other region/player who cannot join the live streams can try to get a review from me. You left a follow-up thought on last week's replay review. I was the Crusader troll to comment on the Axe video. Did I see that? Let me go. Back. YouTube is constantly changing the way they display stuff. You would think the comments would easily be like, oh, you simply see the most recent comment in order, right? In the past, yeah. But now it gets randomly shuffled sometimes. And I never try to ignore comments. I try to respond when I can tell there are questions. I used to like do it all the time, but then it's like there's no cutoff because you can read comments and respond at any point of the day. So then it's like you're never disconnecting. I do try to read them, but because of YouTube, I sometimes miss them because they're in all. For example, I pulled up the community tab to try to like find your comment that you mentioned 5 hours ago, 1 day, 16 hours ago, 1 day, 8 hours ago, 15 hours ago, 3 hours ago, 1 day ago, on different videos as it goes. So it's just like, I think I have caught up to where I am, but maybe I haven't, you know, because they just put the order in some like random shit. So there's probably a way for me to filter it like every single time, but it's just like extra steps. And if I ever miss a comment, this is probably why. And I'm trying to find yours, but I am not. Where is it? YouTube, help me out here. Okay, I found it. Am I playing the wrong heroes that do what I want? I'm really suspicious that the way I'm playing Troll would actually work on in full bloom on a different carry, or is this strictly bad carry behavior, or is this behavior appropriate for different roles? You were trying to be more active, right? I don't have a good enough late game plan to climb because of what works in mid game doesn't work in late game. I'm trying to remember. Sorry, I've like gone over so many replays. Now that I literally double the replays now that we have done Monday and Wednesdays. I vaguely remember when we were looking at your game saying that the way you play, or I said that for someone, and I don't know if it was you or someone else, where I said like the way you play would actually fit a different hero more than this one. I don't think it was you, though. I think it was someone else who was like, my friend is trying to get me to be more active. And I was like, that doesn't make sense with this hero. If you can remind me, I can maybe give a more direct answer. But you might be right in that certain playstyles are better for different carries. I think you were trying to farm. Oh, you were trying to farm and split push a lot, right? And then you had Boot to Travel, and you were TPing to different areas. And instead of like taking fights with your team, you were trying to avoid your team and like the fights and split push. I think I remember that. Okay, if you don't play Natures, you should play Natures, because he's one of the best for that. Anti-mage could also work for this, but as a asterisk, you would play this style more in your first 3 items, and then after you get that, and pretty much every hero, you should be split pushing to get the enemy to react so that you can then take an advantage number fight with your team. The ultimate end goal should not be every single game I try to take barracks by having everyone else somewhere else. Like, it's just not, it's way too hard every single game. But Nature's Prophet would be the best hero for that playstyle. But more realistically, there are many heroes who can split push consistently and possibly take barracks and win the game here and there because no one shows up in time. But that the true high-level gameplay is to split push up to the point to draw a rotation to then go back to the team and take that fight. Well, Rocks, we are actually ending for today. I'm just answering whatever stray questions we've got here at the end. And then I'm going to stop for today. Monday, Wednesdays, we always do it, so the next one will be on Wednesday. Do I save the live? Yeah, so it's actually on the YouTube channel. I see you commenting on YouTube, so you're already in the right spot. If you go to the channel, I think it defaults like video. Actually, I think it defaults to some like weird amalgamation of like shorts and top videos, whatever. But then there are tabs to sort by like videos, playlists, whatever. One of those is live, which is poorly named because what it actually has is every single VOD I've ever put on YouTube through the stream. So you can find all the replays there. And I guess you can also find if I'm live streaming at that time on that tab. But really, it's actually a VOD collection more than a live collection. Best role for low MMR, like 1.5k. Whatever role you are good at. As long as you focus on improving, every role is good. Certain heroes are better at climbing at 1.5k MMR, in my opinion. The style would be strong laners in early active gameplay or really, really, really good late game heroes. And that's usually a big split. There's rarely a hero that does both. For example, Dragonite is a great hero to learn and just win your lane, take towers quickly, take over the game, active gameplay, threaten buildings early, snowball, win. Or you play Spectre, lose all the early games, just hope for a good late game fight, Warlock. You know, it depends what you like, but those are the two common tropes. I prefer having way more control by having good lanes and picking up the tempo. Yeah, it was that. Okay. Yeah, try Nature's Prophet if you want to try that style. But even Nature's Prophet is supposed to show up to his team fights. It's just like you can split push. And I think it would be good just to like start shifting the mindset of like you're not actually supposed to take buildings on your own every single game. Yeah, feel free. Can you leave a comment? I'm probably going to end soon. If you leave a comment on YouTube, I'll respond to it. Or if you want to come back on Wednesday, I can answer a longer question, more detailed then. The thing with Troll for your TLDR is like, it is part of the process. Like, you are not supposed to start winning the game with like Battle Fury +1 item. BKB would be like the best case. We can fight and do things, but most of the time, the point of a Battle Fury is a farming item to finish up multiple items. So SNY is part of that process, and then you're supposed to finish other items along the way. If you needed to fight in 2 items, SNY into your fighting item would probably be better. You would get it a little later than having a farming item first, but you would have 2 fighting items first, and then you're trying to win off that if you feel you need to. Troll is rarely that hero who needs to win in 2 items. So that's why you get the Battle Fury. You often get the SNY because you're not trying to fight to the death with the SNY. You're trying to get like a 3rd and 4th item, but SNY is a good middle ground of like, if I need to fight, I can fight, but it also helps me farm. BKB is like, we are fighting now, and if I farm, I'm actually wasting this BKB. That's not fully true, but like, if you plan out further than the SNY, then I think you start to feel more value of like, what is the Sanjin Yasha for? It helped me farm, and I could take some fights. And then the status resistance is really good to make sure I get my ultimate off before being killed, even as people try to crowd control me. But if you have more thoughts on it, we can go into a deeper discussion later. I am losing my voice now, though, so I can't answer like super long stuff here. Funny enough, the MKB actually won't help you kill towers very quickly. It's got some attack speed, but like technically the Sanjin Yasha, for example, would also probably have a similar effect on taking towers as MKB. Okay, anyways, that is it. That's where we're going to stop for today, guys. Thank you so much for hanging around with me. Let me see. Where can I send you guys? Ooh, Alex is streaming. Okay, this isn't this. I'm sending you to a non-Dota stream, but Alex is my boy. And if you guys like Marvel Snap or just like a very chill guy, then you have a good time hanging out here. If you don't want to hang around, I understand if it's you're not looking for a Dota stream, but I'll send you guys there. We'll be back on Wednesday with more replay analyses. Let's try to be a little bit more focused on Wednesday. So if you are preparing your replays, try to have a question, like a specific question ready to go for it, so that rather than cover a few replays for like an hour, I'm gonna try to be a lot more direct, like 10 to 20 minutes, so we can knock out more things, do a little bit more focused effort. And let's test that on Wednesday. Okay, that is it now. Twitch people, I'll now send you off. Have a good day. And then YouTube gang, I will also see you later on the Wednesday probably. If you're here for the replays, Thursday, Friday, we'll be back for games.